You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how.
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Welcome to the second Sleuths collection. I'm glad you're here. I'm Greg, coming to you from the Retro Radio Sanctorum. Lots and lots of great detective old-time radio shows for you today, from super well-known ones to lesser-known ones. And as always, you can skip my commentary by just clicking on the timestamp links in the description below. Now let's dive into the first batch of shows. First up is Pat Novak for Hire, which was, and remains to this day, one of the great old-time radio detective shows. Jack Webb was the quintessential hard-boiled detective for most of the show's run, from 46 to 47 and again in 1949. In between, Ben Morris played the title role. It's set on the San Francisco waterfront. Novak is not a detective by trade, but he owns a boat shop on the pier and he rents out his own services for unusual or risky jobs. It almost always winds up with Pat in hot water, and with murder and dead bodies galore. In Wendy Morris, which aired April 30th, 1949, Pat is hired by the lawyer of a very rich, drunk woman, Wendy Morris, to investigate her husband. After they were married 5 years ago, the man joined the army and he hasn't been seen since. Until a month ago, when he suddenly returned. But the lawyer doesn't believe that he's actually Wendy's husband. Quite the intriguing story with a lot of surprises. Next up is a lesser-known but very cool detective show, O'Hara, starring Maureen O'Hara in the title role as a Hong Kong-based foreign correspondent. This show ran for several years in the 50s, but only 2 episodes are known to survive today. This one, The Lost Boy, was the final episode of the series, in which O'Hara is asked by a young boy on the ferry to Macao to help find his father, who is supposed to pick him up, but he's been kidnapped. I really like this show and this episode. There's lots of great acting talent, and it's a great story. But unfortunately, this is one of the many OTR shows that has been lost to us, or at least most of the episodes are. Next is Rogue's Gallery, that predecessor to Richard Diamond Private Detective, that was originally called Bandwagon Mysteries, and it starred Dick Powell as Richard Rogue, Private Eye. It ran from 1945 to 1951, although Powell left after the second season and was replaced by several other actors. One of the funny ongoing bits on the show was that Rogue was constantly losing consciousness, either by getting hit on the head or by being drugged, and then he's invariably met by his alter ego, Ugor, which is Rogue spelled backwards, who helps him by pointing out clues that he has missed while he was conscious. Ugor was voiced by Peter Leeds. In this one, The Corpse I Didn't Kill, aka The Red-Headed Stranger, Rogue is accused of killing his friend Joe Dale, who has been shot in his home. As always, Rogue is hit on the head, this time only 2 minutes into the story. He then must prove his innocence, while also finding out who really killed his friend. This is one of the best stories in this series, in my opinion, with a lot of the trademark humor and twisting plots that this show was known for. It aired on June 13th, 1946. Next up is That Hammer Guy, which ran from January to October of 53, at the height of Mickey Spillane's tough, hard-boiled, woman-chasing detective Mike Hammer. None of the scripts were actually written by Spillane, but the writer Ed Adamson did a really good job of capturing the gritty, noir world created by Spillane in the colorful character of Hammer. In Mike's Friend Murder, which aired May 5th, 1953, Hammer receives a call from someone telling him that his friend Jim Gordon is in trouble and he needs help. But before he can do anything, he receives another call from the police telling him that Gordon has been shot dead in his office. Hammer goes about solving the mystery with his usual blunt, forceful, and direct manner. A really exciting and suspenseful tale, told in the best spirit of hard-boiled grittiness. Then Sounds of Darkness, that super popular South African Springbok radio show about a blind detective, Agent Lee Masters, played by Tony J., who works for the FBI and is assigned an agent, Johnny Bridges, to be his eyes. Kind of like Archie Goodwin in Nero Wolfe. It ran from 1967 to 74. Most of the stories were all very fast-paced, very cleverly written, and doused in that noir, hard-boiled style similar to the show's early American predecessors. This one, For Two Pins, aired on August 18th, 1967. And then the last show of this batch, Jeff Regan, Investigator. Another great, but short-lived, hard-boiled detective show. The great Jack Webb played Jeff Regan, and then later two other actors, Frank Graham and Frank Nelson. Known as the Lion's Eye, as he works for Anthony J. Lyon of the International Detective Bureau. The show ran from July to December of 48 with Webb, and then from October of 49 to August 50 with Frank Graham. In A Streetcar Named Shultz, a professional wrestler is accused of intentionally murdering his opponent, and Regan is hired to prove his innocence. This premise has actually been done before on other shows, although not exactly in the way of the story, and this one has a lot of great action in it as well. It aired January 11th of 1950. So let's sit back and enjoy these great detective shows, and I will see you in a little bit for the next ones.
Pat Novak, for hire.
Sure. I'm Pat Novak, for hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak, for hire. It's up there in block letters, but down on the waterfront in San Francisco, good printing doesn't mean a thing. You get that on the death certificate. If you're trying to make a living down here, you're not going to have any standing in the community except in a police lineup. I rent boats and do anything else that goes with a weak will and a strong stomach. Well, it's not all bad. Once in a while, something happens that makes you feel good for a moment. Like remembering somebody you kissed a long time ago. But most of the time, you buy your beer the hard way. It works out all right because most people learn to fall in love with a dollar bill and forget about trouble. And everything sounds all right, but sometimes it isn't. Like saying Happy New Year to a lifer. I found that out Wednesday night. I was sitting in the office with a sports page reading about those big tears that Washington senators were shedding when I saw Crockett Odom for the first time. He was a big red-faced guy, and the veins stood out on his face and made a pattern as if he slept on an alligator bag instead of a pillow. He walked over to the desk and started to get quiet in a loud voice.
I want to talk to you, Mr. Novak.
Go ahead, pile up a lead.
My name's Odom. You've heard of Crockett Odom?
I don't get around. Tell me about it.
I'm a lawyer. I want you to watch a client for me. Her name is Wendy Morris.
Is she hard to watch?
You can get bloodshot eyes just looking at her. She drinks a little.
What's a little?
How should I answer that?
Any way you like. A pint, a quart. What's a little, Odom? Is she a dipso?
We'll leave it there. She can make a quart of gin disappear while anybody else is looking for the corkscrew.
Mm-hmm. What am I supposed to do, hide the bottles?
Mr. Novak, a full-grown octopus couldn't do that. I'm afraid this is more serious. It involves her husband.
Let her take a drink and lose him. It'll save you money.
It involves her husband or somebody who's supposed to be her husband.
Oh, she got a bad memory?
She's a very wealthy girl, Mr. Novak. 5 years ago, she married a man by the name of Stanley Morris. Immediately after, he went into uniform.
You make it sound selfish.
He's been gone ever since, until a month ago. Spent most of that time overseas. The rest in the government hospital.
Yeah?
Now that he's back, something very peculiar has happened. I don't think the man is her husband.
Well, that's a hard part to play. Has she got any theories?
I think she suspects, too. I don't know why I feel that way. He seems to have picked up where he left off. Knows everything about her. Seems normal, but I'm sure the man is an imposter.
Look, Odom, find a corner and patch up that story. You can't get that nearsighted on 5 years' booze.
You don't understand, Mr. Novak. He was seriously injured. That makes identification hard.
You think Stanley Morris is dead?
I think he died somewhere along the line and this man took his place.
That's a lot of trouble just to share a board and room with a boozer.
Not if you can share it with someone else on her money. That's why I want you to watch her. Particularly tonight.
Why tonight? Is Stanley full of temper?
It's been leading up to this. He wants her to go to a gambling club. And I know he's too friendly with the owner of the club. I want you to go along as a friend.
Now, look, mister, I wouldn't go as her friend to a masquerade ball. If you're making a deal, make it out in the open.
Do it your own way, Novak. It's $300. Earn it any way you can.
Yeah. Where's the club?
She'll take you. Just pick her up at this address.
Mm-hmm. Does she know about it?
She'll understand you. In fact, that's the only risk you run.
Hmm?
I told you she drinks most of the time. But when she doesn't, you're the type she gobbles up.
Yeah, I'll bring some cheese instead.
That won't do any good. It's not the flavor she likes, Mr. Novak. It's the crunch. Good night.
When Odom walked out of there, I knew he was the kind of a guy who'd put the Wolfe at your door if he could get one wholesale. On the way up the pier, he stopped and looked out at the bay as if he intended to do away with it before morning. And then he turned and disappeared around the corner. Well, I sat there for a while, and I went over his story. I was sure it wouldn't hold any more water than a gross of holes, but I had no way of checking. Finally, about 7 o'clock, I closed the office, and I went by the address he gave me. It was a modernistic apartment up on Telegraph Hill, one of those places where they let a guy out of the basement long enough to paint murals on the front. This one had a guy waving a blonde wig in front of a tired old monk named Faust. Wendy Morris' apartment was up on the second floor, and when I rang the buzzer, she opened the door with a nice, easy motion, like a cat getting ready to eat its young. I could see right away what Odom was talking about. If you ever build a house, you'd want somebody like her in the blueprints. She leaned against the doorway, and she was wearing a crepe evening gown that was supposed to let you know that nature had given her a square deal. She didn't say anything at first. She just kept fingering her glass and looking at you as if you knew she was full of gin and comfort.
It makes a nice rattle. Are you Mr. Novak?
Yeah, I rattle, too. Invite me in.
I'll bet you do. Come in.
Yeah.
So you all paid to like me. Will a drink help, Mr. Novak?
Yeah.
Sit down, I'll get some soda.
No, this'll do.
What did Crockett tell you?
You said you got thirsty.
Did he mention men? Crockett thinks they're related. His sole concession to the medical profession.
He mentioned your husband. Where is he?
I thought that was the problem.
Sounds phony. There must be a way to spot old husbands.
How?
I wouldn't know. Do you think Stanley Morris is dead?
I don't know, Mr. Novak.
Do you care either way?
As long as I'm safe, no. Stanley was no bargain.
Why'd you marry him?
I don't know. I suppose I confused a hangover with love.
Well, he sounds exciting.
About as lively as a dish rag in a steam bath. It doesn't make any difference now, Mr. Novak. I'm frightened. You've got to help me.
You're in for $300, that's all. Where is this gambling joint?
Out on Geary Boulevard. It's called the Mother Lode. The sense of humor belongs to Frankie Fannin.
Is he funny enough to deal with Stanley?
I don't know. Stanley's been out there every night for 2 weeks. Now he's forcing me to go. There must be a reason.
There must be a reason for what?
Don't tempt me, Stanley. This is Mr. Novak, my husband.
I never heard of you, Novak.
You got me worried.
He's a friend of mine.
What does he do, drive a beer truck?
My husband is being subtle, Mr. Novak. He's going with us, Stan.
We don't know anybody well enough to take him with us.
You don't have to feel burdened. I'll take him.
Aren't you wearing out that leash?
Now, look, mister, I'm here on a straight deal. Cash and carry, and your credit's through. From now on, that mouth of yours costs you dough.
Go ahead and pout, Stan. You look better with your lip turned in.
All right, if you like him, he goes. I'll have to make another reservation. Hand me the phone, Novak.
Yeah. Here.
Thanks. Let's go, Wendy. Your friend backed out.
I hope they got a good price for my head, because when I started down, shoulder blades were the best I could do for height. I rolled over once, and then I stretched out on the floor as hard as a piece of chewing gum on the theater seat. I don't know how long I chased that woman in the bathing suit. Must have been about an hour when the phone began to ring. I tried to get up once or twice, but I couldn't get the boxcar off my chest, and the phone kept ringing like a piece of crystal in a hailstorm. I finally made a ladder out of my knees and got to the phone. Yeah.
How's your head?
It's a little ripe. What's on your mind?
Something's gone wrong. I have to meet you.
Not at these prices.
I just got a message from Crockett Odom. I'm leaving now. I want you to meet me in room 314 of the Galbraith Hotel.
Where is it?
A third-rate trap on Powell Street. It's important. Will you come?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry about your head. I'll have to rub the bruise for you.
Wait till I get there. You can rub one of your own. She was right about that hotel. In a good season, they couldn't have drawn transient mice. I got there about 9:45. I rode up to room 314. There was nobody there. So I sat down and started to wait. The floor was quiet, except down at the end of the hall, somebody was playing a phonograph record. The music was thin but loud, and I knew they were old records, way back when this bird Bix was a man instead of a memory. It stopped after a while, and I looked at my watch. It was after 10, so I left the hotel and I went out to the gambling joint. I toured the room, but I couldn't find Wendy or Stan. I got a guy at the window, and he remembered somebody like Wendy, so I asked about her. He just pointed over at Frankie Fannon's office and went on making change. I crossed over and knocked at the door. The guy that opened it had a face like 3 pounds of warm putty. It was moist and pink, and you got the idea they put the color in with a spray gun. And if his heart was made of the same stuff, they drained the oil out first.
Yeah?
My name's Novak.
Who's arguing?
I want to talk to you.
Yeah?
Where's Wendy Morris?
I don't know.
She was in here tonight.
It's a jail term. I don't follow women home.
Am I supposed to buy that?
Look, Junior, I don't care whether you live or die. I haven't seen her.
How about her husband?
He owes me dough.
What else?
Ask his wife. He's an IOU to me. I don't know what you're doing here, but you better make your point fast.
Now, look, Fannin, if you got a party, I don't want to blow out the candles, but I want some answers.
Yeah?
She got boosted in here tonight. Why?
I brought her in for word games. I told her if her husband didn't square his fill, I'd work him into hamburger.
Yeah?
She offered to bring the buns. Now, that's all the talk you get, mister. Tip the girl on your way out. I need the money. Come in.
Choose up and tell me which one's Novak.
I am. What's on your mind?
The other guy's Lucky. I'm Craig from Homicide.
Where's Hellman?
He's got a mouth full of canary, Novak.
That's right. I just left room 314 of the Galbraith Hotel.
So did I.
2 of us made it then. The girl didn't.
Novak, he's trying to tell you Wendy Morris is dead.
How do you know she's dead?
It's the only reason cops drool.
You want to see her, Novak?
No. She was better alive.
Come on down anyway. Maybe I didn't try hard enough.
When I walked out of there, I felt like a voice teacher with adenoids. Whoever Craig was, he was smart, and he tagged all the bases because as we moved through the lobby, he motioned to me, and the desk clerk nodded. Well, I didn't worry about that desk clerk because he hadn't said no for years. But when we got to room 314, I needed China Passage. There were 3 or 4 of Craig's men grouped along the dim hall like dirty shadows, and inside, Wendy Morris was stretched out looking in the wrong direction. There was a white sheet draped over, and I wondered where the hotel had borrowed that, but Craig wanted to talk.
You must have had a big beef, Novak.
Sorry, we were friends.
I'll bet that was fun.
I was supposed to meet her here. She didn't show.
The desk clerk says she did.
Not while I was here. I was in that gambling joint by 10:30.
The desk clerk says you asked about Wendy Morris. Then you came up here and killed her. That's the way I'm going to book you.
Check on her husband. You can fit him in near the top of the list.
She got one? It's a lot of blonde hair to keep indoors.
Huh?
Good blondes run like salmon.
Wait a minute, Craig. Give me that sheet. Well.
Yeah?
Craig, you better not book me for Wendy Morris.
Huh?
If you do, you'll mix up all the on-duty angels because somebody killed the wrong woman. This isn't Wendy Morris.
You must be wrong. How do you know?
How does anybody know? They look different. They got different personalities. Take your pick, Craig, but somebody got the wrong woman.
Take another look.
I don't need another with Wendy. The first look's for names and faces.
Yeah?
If you take a second look, mister, it's for love. I guess Craig liked to pick his dead because when he found out the woman on the floor was somebody else, he started to shake a little and his mouth hung open like a broken screen door. I didn't blame him much. I tried to think back and piece it together, but it wouldn't work out. It almost made sense, like the broken phrases of an old conversation, but not enough of it came back, and, well, there was still something missing. What happened to Wendy Morris, and how about this girl on the floor? Where did she get her drag with heaven? I looked down at her again. She was pretty, if you like quiet girls. She had a vacant look in her eyes as if the brains had checked out without letting her know. And the color was starting to leave her face. The light was bad, and you had to look close to see her skin. There were little splotches of pink, and the rest was white, like shrimp that haven't been boiled long enough. Craig was worried, and that's something he couldn't hide.
Who is she, Novak?
I don't know, Craig. We didn't meet her soon enough to know. You should have checked.
The hotel register says Wendy Morris.
Who read it for you? Oh, you're tough, Craig. I'll bet you got the wino scared stiff.
Keep on talking. I'll get you some help. Come on in. He wants to make a statement. On the bed, Novak.
Where'd you get your boys, Craig? They look tired.
On the bed, Novak. All right, Joe, take his arms.
Yeah.
The other 2, hold his head back against the bed. Okay. Where's Wendy Morris, Novak?
I don't know, Copper. You sure you're from Homicide?
So it's against the law. Don't tell anybody. Now make a statement, Novak.
Yeah, here's a statement about you, Craig.
We'll find out downtown. You can save some teeth. Where's the other girl?
I don't know.
Hold him up. Yeah. Where's Wendy Morris?
Craig, you can go...
Put his head against the bed.
It's for exercise now, Craig.
All right, he's not a season pass. We don't have to hang on to him.
Craig's boys left me hanging on the foot of the bed with somebody's dirty towel and an old garter the maid forgot to pick up last month. I felt my way down to the lobby and into the street, and most of the time, one question kept going through my mind. Craig was going to run me in before. Why had he changed his mind? Well, I found out when I started to turn the corner. Craig had a tail on me, and he was real hard to spot, like a red Nash at the top of the mark. He moved out from under a light near the pool room on the corner, and I watched him in the windows as we walked along. After a while, I quit worrying about him because I knew in a pinch he couldn't follow a conversation with a printed form. Well, I had a lot of ground to cover, so I looked up Jocko Madigan. He's a good guy, and he was a smart one, too. Until he found out if your eyes get red enough, you don't need rose-colored glasses. I finally found him at the cafe house, as tight as a tennis racket in the rain.
God rest ye merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay.
Jocko, I want to talk to you.
Some belated Christmas carols, Patsy. The piano player quit and everybody else dropped out, so I'm doing it a cappella by myself.
All right, Jocko.
Christmas eluded me, Patsy. I got up through Christmas Eve, and then I seem to have missed Christmas entirely. Did they hold it this year?
Well, it wouldn't happen if you'd get up in the morning.
I refuse to get up early, Patsy. I refuse to get up in the morning until the streets have been aired. The only things that should be around at that hour are peasants and a bunch of random dew.
Jocko, will you listen? I'm in trouble.
I'm not surprised, because you're a counterfeit, Patsy. You're a piece of plate in a room full of sterling. You're like some of the rest of these people running around in a hurry.
Jocko, please.
Just plunging into anything. Look at the papers. Some people have spent years shooting a rocket 110 miles into the air. What's the use?
Will you listen?
What's the use? When you get 110 miles up, all you can do is turn around and come on back down again. We're killing time 110 miles in the air instead of learning to spend it down here.
All right.
Oh, it's depressing, Patsy. Running around in a frenzy like a rooster in a barnyard full of ducks. I'm ready to take to drink.
Are you all through, Jocko?
Yes, humanity's a tough life. What kind of trouble?
I bought a murder rap for $300.
Well, if it's a bargain, why complain? Who's dead?
I don't know who she is. Homicide found her in a hotel on Powell Street. I tagged by before the murder.
Serves her right. If I were a woman, I wouldn't trust you in the middle of Stanford Stadium with 80,000 people.
It was the wrong woman. It was supposed to be a gal named Wendy Morris, but she didn't show.
Oh, that was shrewd of her.
I was hired by a lawyer named Crockett Odom to watch her.
Why?
She's a dipso.
She must have some faults.
Odom suspects her husband. He was in uniform, and now that he's back, Odom figures he's a fraud out for the girl's money.
Can't the girl tell the difference?
She's not sure.
I don't think she was observant.
Now, look, this is a big story, Jocko. I can't fill in all the holes. You gotta help me. I want you to check on Crockett Odom, will you?
I'll need some money.
Oh, you'll booze it away. Now, hurry, Jocko. If you need money, get a job.
Oh, I can't go to work, Patsy. I'm a victim of my own conscience.
Yeah?
I'm stuck with a dilemma. I'm willing to go to work, but I work too cheaply. And on the other hand, I'll not support slave labor. So it's morally impossible for me to go to work. Good night, lover.
It was about 11:30 when I left Jocko, and the two beatings began to catch up with me. I had enough headache to pass out to a Bay Meadows crowd on a bad day. The tail behind me began to look tired, so I dropped by headquarters to give him a rest. I asked for the head of homicide, but the desk told me that Hellman was on his honeymoon, and they kind of laughed when they said it, as if they thought he got the girl there on a bench warrant. All they'd done at headquarters was identify the dead woman. Her name was Emily Van Kirk, and she had no record. I dropped by the hotel, and the first break showed down there. The desk clerk knew about Emily Van Kirk. He'd mixed the rooms up, and he'd put Wendy in the wrong one. That meant that maybe she was at the hotel after all. It also meant that Emily was in the clear. She was just a girl on her way to Seattle, and she got a longer ride than she paid for. I called Wendy's, but I couldn't get an answer, so I dropped by my place to wait for Jocko. Stanley Morris was there, chewing his fingernails, and when I walked in, he was up to the wristwatch.
Mr. Novak, where's my wife? You're hiding her.
She's good enough to hide, but this isn't the night.
Well, where is she? She must have gone to you after that hotel.
How do you know she was there? Did you drop by, too?
Doesn't make any difference.
Well, it makes a big difference to me. We're all out of phones. Now tell me about that hotel.
Crockett Odom told me to come there.
Why?
I don't know. I was supposed to be there at 10:30. It was some kind of a crazy scheme.
There's a dead girl mixed up in one.
Sorry it wasn't Wendy. Odom tried to break up this marriage. I wish he had.
You sound feeble, mister.
You don't know her the way I do. She's a cold-blooded animal. The only cold-blooded animal that doesn't bear fur.
You're building a case.
I don't know who'd have her around. I suppose you would. There's a certain localized beauty you'd go for, but nobody else would have her. They'd find out what she is, a puff adder with a good figure.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Huh?
We got company. Somebody's coming in the door. Watch it. There goes the light. All right, stand back. He couldn't have died any faster with a priority. I got to the door and threw on the light switch, but whoever it was had gone, and the hall was dark. When I got back to Stan, he was lying there like a well-trained sponge. He wasn't a good enough guy to bleed in the living room, so I dragged him into the kitchen and left by the back way. I had to get word to Jocko, so I left a message at his place telling him to get in touch with me at Wendy's. I went up there to sit on her doorstep and wait if it took all night. I wasn't going to freeze, though, because she opened the door as soon as I knocked. She was still wearing that crepe gown, and she was yawning and stretching her arms. Oh, you might not want to bring her home to Mother, but you'd want to start anyway.
Do you always look at women this way, Patsy? I feel like Eve.
And I'll bet you got a kitchen full of apples. Do I argue or come in?
You may argue, but do it in here.
Yeah. When'd you get back?
Why?
Somebody just killed Stan.
If you're sure, the drinks are on me.
He didn't like you either.
We'd be even if he had anything to start with. Don't ever marry, Patsy.
Now, look, lady, I'm nursing a murder rap, and I need some answers. Was Stan a phony?
He's the same guy I married, if that's what you mean.
You weren't sure 4 hours ago.
I wanted an answer then.
What kind?
You're too far ahead, Patsy. Come to a trot and have a drink.
Lady, has anybody ever told you about a slow burn? I got one now.
I'll bet you have, darling.
Oh, this room isn't big enough for games, baby.
Give me a Patsy.
Go find a guy with a bag of wild oats.
Stop shadow boxing, Patsy.
All right, baby.
Patsy.
That's what makes the poor so happy they don't have phones. Yeah.
Patsy, this is Jocko.
What'd you find out?
Crockett Odom is in love with Wendy Morris.
Does it go both ways?
Oh, a different rate of exchange. I got something else, too.
Yeah?
Her will is a big temptation.
Go ahead.
If she bows out, all the dough goes to her husband. Maybe the guy is a fraud.
Oh, he's going to have it straightened out. What else?
The funny part of the will.
Uh-huh.
If they're both dead, all the dough goes to Crockett Odom. You better see him in a hurry.
Well, that doesn't make sense. If he killed her and got all that dough, it'd cost him that much to get another like her.
Maybe not.
Uh-huh. You haven't seen her, Jocko. He wouldn't pass that up. She's nice and speedy.
Oh, I can explain that. When you're over 50, you don't mind the speed. It's the freewheeling you hate to think about.
When Jocko hung up, I knew we had a good pair of seats. That story of Stan's finally made sense. There was only one reason why he could have been called there at 10:30, and for the first time, I tumbled why Craig had let me go back in that hotel room. Everything was right in place, like a mixmaster in a bride's kitchen. I dropped by headquarters and left a note, and then the girl and I ran into Craig down at the desk. I briefed him on what had happened, and we rode up to Crockett Odom's apartment. When we got to the living room, things turned stormy.
Hello, Novak. It's too late to start a party.
You're going to like this one, Odom.
That's right, darling. You'll love it. This is Craig from Homicide.
He wants you for murder.
It doesn't sound right, Craig.
Novak's calling it. See him.
I talked to Stan before he died. He tipped your mitt, Crockett.
He couldn't tip a water glass.
He was smart enough to know you sent for him. That's why he didn't show at 10:30.
You better have it in writing.
No, I don't need it that way. I got Craig. He won't let you out that easy.
What's he talking about, Craig?
Homicide will shake him down too fast. You're with the walking dead now, Craig. I left a note. They know you killed the girl.
Are you crazy, Craig, to come up here?
I can't argue now. He's too lucky, Odom.
I got all sevens tonight, Craig. Crockett Odom sold you bad goods. He did everything wrong.
Thanks, Odom. I'm going to leave you, but don't let the bag get too heavy.
Now, wait a minute, Craig. You're not going to let me hang for this.
You won't. They burn in this state.
Stay away from that door, Craig.
Sorry, Odom. You dealt me in, but I got bad cards. I want to see you play 'em alone.
Can you get by this gun?
I'll make a try. Hang on to your skin. Give me a hand, Novak.
Yeah, anything to help you die. Here.
How's Odom?
He'll keep.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Novak. What did I do wrong?
Everything. But mostly when you let me go up in that hotel room.
Yeah. I should have pinched you then. I'm a tender-hearted guy.
You're a bum, Craig. I can move you down a step lower even. You're a liar. I checked. You're not working for the city. They never heard of you downtown.
I'm not going to make it, Novak. Lay my head down.
Yeah. I'll put it down easy. Goodbye, Craig. I hope you have a long night. If Craig made the morning, he had to cheat. They patched up Odom and got most of the story out of him. Jocko was right. Odom got tired of chasing the girl and went after the money instead. He drummed up that phony story to plant a reason for a quarrel, and then he tried to pay it off in that hotel room. He offered a cut to Craig for the heavy-duty work. Wendy was supposed to show up at 10:15. Craig would kill her and wait. When Stan showed up at 10:30, Craig was supposed to stage a fight and kill him. That way, he'd be in the clear, and so would Odom. They'd say it was a husband and wife quarrel, and Craig had a phony shield to back him up. Craig dreamed up that story about being a cop. But the whole scheme went haywire when the desk clerk mixed up the rooms. Craig killed the wrong woman, and Stan got there late. That's why he got scared when it turned out to be somebody else, so he let me go. Odom was afraid that Stan had showed up and knew the story, so he had a ticket right away. The guy who tailed me was handy for that. When did I first tumble to something wrong? When I was sure that Crockett Odom had told a lie. He said the girl was a dipso, but when I got there, she was drinking soda with her whiskey. And a good dipso won't waste that much time. Well, it worked out all right. Hellman was on his honeymoon, so he didn't have any questions. But I'll bet his wife did.
O'Hara, Hong Kong, October 29th. Here is the story of a very unfortunate little boy who got stranded down in old Macau.
O'Hara, transcribed reports from one of America's noted foreign correspondents, whose syndicated column appears throughout the world.
Whenever I feel in the need of a little excitement, or when I find myself becoming bored with Hong Kong, or I'm running short on stories for the column, I make the 35-mile trip to the Portuguese colony of Macau. They call it the Monte Carlo of the Orient, and they boast that if you can't get it in Macau, you can't get it anywhere. A friend of mine lives in Macau. His name is General Yip Kim Chung, and last Thursday I decided to pay him a visit. So a little past 8 in the morning, I was leaning against the rail of the small passenger steamer, watching a school of porpoise racing along in front of the bow. I'd been standing there maybe 5 minutes when he came out of the cabin to join me.
Boy, they sure can swim fast, can't they?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they sure can.
How fast do you think they're going now?
Oh, maybe 16, 17 knots.
Gee. Well, how many miles an hour is that?
Now, let's see. That's almost 20, I think.
Gee, I sure wish I could swim 20 miles an hour.
What would you do if you could?
Oh, get in the Olympics and stuff like that. Oh, you want some gum? It's American.
No, thanks, son. Not right now.
Hey, are you a sailor?
No. No, I'm not. Do I look like one?
Well, not exactly, but you know all about knots and those porpoises.
Well, I used to do some sailing on weekends. A friend of mine had a boat.
Gee, that sure must have been fun.
Yeah.
Hey, will you look at the junks? Boy, hundreds of them.
Mm-hmm. They're all fishing.
Gee, those black ones remind me of pirate ships. You suppose we'll meet up with any pirates today?
No, I doubt it. Pirates were chased out of these waters almost 20 years ago.
Well, that's not what my pop says.
Oh?
In his letter, he said a lot of smugglers make their headquarters in Macau. And he said a lot of pirates have gone into business there.
You know something? I have to admit your pop's right.
Well, sure he is. My pop wouldn't say anything that wasn't... Hey, look at those porpoises jump.
Yeah. Where do you live, Tommy?
In Tokyo with my mom and stepdad. We moved there last week when he got transferred. Before that, we lived on... Hey, how'd you know my name?
It's on the tag that's pinned on your coat.
Oh, I forgot about that.
You traveling alone?
Yeah. I'm going to visit my pop in Macau for a couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. What's your name?
O'Hara. Bob O'Hara.
I'm glad to meet you, Mr. O'Hara.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to meet you, Tammy.
Please do not ever disappear like that again.
Oh, gee, I just came out to watch the porpoises jump.
What's the matter, stewardess? Are you giving you trouble?
No, not really, Mr. O'Hara. But it is my duty to watch him, and every time I turn my back, he's gone, just like a firecracker making noise. Now, you come along inside, Tommy. I want you to finish your milk.
I talked to the boy once more before we rounded the point that marks the entrance to the small harbor of Macau. I learned that his father was a Portuguese national. He had met Tommy's mother while in the States going to college. And then, a few years after Tommy was born, they were divorced. It was just 11 when they lowered the gangplank. I went ashore and stood in line with the other passengers, waiting for the immigration officer to check my passport.
Hey, Mr. O'Hara.
Yeah, Tommy?
Do you know how long this takes?
It'll only take a few minutes. You got your passport handy?
Sure.
Do you see your father anywhere, Tommy?
How can I? Gee, it's so crowded.
Where exactly did you say for you to meet him?
Right here where they look at your passports.
You could be waiting on the other side of the entrance gate.
No, I told you. He said he'd meet me right here.
Well, don't you worry about it, Tommy. He'll show up.
Oh, I'm not, Mr. O'Hara. My pop always does everything he says he's gonna do. He'll be here.
Because I go over to Macau quite often, most of the immigration officers know me. And a moment later, one of them handed me my usual 24-hour tourist permit. I said goodbye to Tommy and told the stewardess that I'd be going back on the same steamer that afternoon. A few minutes later, I arrived at the business establishment of my friend, Yip Kim Chung. Kim Chung had once been a general in the Nationalist Army. Since his arrival in Macau, he had acquired the most luxurious gambling house on the inappropriately named Street of Happiness. The general seemed taller and heavier than I remembered. We had a long talk, an even longer lunch, and then I returned to the dock to board the steamer.
Mr. O'Hara, please.
What is it, stewardess?
The Castro boy.
Tommy? Well, what about him?
His father has not yet come to meet him, and he feels very bad.
That's a shame. Where's the boy?
Over there, against the wall, watching everyone who comes in from the street.
Oh, I see. Did you try calling Mr. Castro?
Several times, but there was no answer. Please see what you can do to help him.
Sure.
He cannot stay here, in this place. And because he is a child, they will not allow him to enter Macau unless an adult assumes full responsibility for him. They want him to go back to Hong Kong this afternoon. It will be difficult to make him leave, Mr. O'Hara.
I'll take care of it. Hi.
Hi.
Well, I hear your father must have his dates mixed up. I guess he thinks you're arriving tomorrow instead of today, huh?
Oh, no, Mr. O'Hara, he couldn't be mixed up. He bought the airplane tickets and reserved the seat. And in his letter, he said to take this boat today.
Well, maybe he's a little absent-minded. Maybe he forgot, Tommy.
If you had a son and he was coming to visit you for the first time in 7 years, would you forget?
No, I guess you're right, Tommy.
Mr. O'Hara, I must go aboard now. Will you?
Yes, sure. I'll catch the late boat tonight or the early one tomorrow morning. You go right ahead, stewardess.
Thank you. Tommy, I hope your father comes for you very soon.
He will. I know it.
Goodbye, Tommy.
Bye, and thanks.
What, Tom? You still got some of that American chewing gum?
Oh, yeah.
Can I have a stick of it?
Okay. Now, mint or raspberry?
I don't really care.
Oh, raspberry's the best. Here.
Thanks, Tom. Hey, you mind if I sit down there beside you?
Oh, no, only it's not very clean.
Oh, that's okay. Now, Tommy, we're going to have to figure out something. I guess you know those immigration men don't want you staying here.
I won't go back to Hong Kong or any place else. They can't make me.
Oh, yes, they could if they wanted to. But we're going to see if we can't fix it so that they don't want to, huh?
Well, how?
Well, if they'll let me, I'll be responsible for you until my permit runs out tomorrow morning.
Well, oh, gosh, Mr.
Now,
O'Hara.
wait a minute, young man. I don't know yet if they'll let me. I'll tell you what, you stay right here and I'll go and ask them. That a deal?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Tommy, you know what your father does, don't you? I mean, what kind of a job he has?
Oh, sure. He's the principal of one of the schools here.
Oh? Well, do you know which one?
No,
Oh, that's right. Don't worry about it. Now, look, here's what we'll do. I'll call your father's house again, and if he isn't there, we'll find out where he teaches. Okay?
Sure, Mr. O'Hara. That'll be okay.
I signed the necessary papers and then tried to reach Mr. Castro by phone, but there was still no answer. So, with Tommy's help, we carried his things out to a cab and asked the driver to take us to the Macanese equivalent of the Board of Education. It was in a large stone building. Tommy stayed with the cab while I went inside.
Estamos cerrados hoy. Vuelvo mañana.
Whoa, friend. I'm sorry I don't understand you. Do you speak English?
Yes. I said we're closed for the day. Come tomorrow.
Well, I won't have time tomorrow. I'm leaving for Hong Kong on the early boat.
Sorry, sir.
Now, wait a minute. Whoa, hold it. Look, all I want is the name of the school where Louis Castro is the principal, the head teacher.
You are an American, are you not, sir?
Yeah, that's right.
Where are you staying?
At the Bella Vista.
Do you have your passport?
Well, sure, but...
May I see it, please?
Oh, look, don't you understand? All I want is the name
sir.
of the... All right. There.
Thank you. Very well, Mr. O'Hara.
You're satisfied now?
That you're an American? Yes. Excuse me. I hope you don't mind talking out here in the hall. I've found it to be much safer.
Safer from what? The old maid school teacher?
Mr. O'Hara, why are you so interested in locating Mr. Castro?
Because his son is waiting outside. Now, Castro was supposed to meet him this morning when the boat docked, but he didn't show up, and I'm helping the boy find him. Okay?
That is your only reason?
Now, look, mister, I've answered all the questions I intend to. Will you tell me the name of that school?
The name does not matter. Castro is not there.
All right, where is he?
I don't know. All I do know is that he telephoned his school's office this morning before the first class. He said he would not be in today.
Well, that's all? He didn't say why, or he isn't sick, is he?
No, and he has not been at home all day.
Yeah, we know that already. Well, next thing to do is check the hospital.
He is not in a hospital, Mr. O'Hara. I inquired this afternoon.
Now, why would you do that?
Mr. O'Hara, I'm sure I could be of more help to you later tonight if you would care to meet me.
All right. Where?
Any public place where we would not be conspicuous.
How about General Yip's gambling palace?
Fine. Say at 11. Oh, it is usually very crowded. Perhaps we should arrange to meet in a particular section.
I'll be right outside the General's office.
I shall find you, Mr. O'Hara.
You better. I didn't trust the little clerk any more than he had trusted me. And I knew he'd be watching as I walked to the cab, so when I reached it, I had Tommy step out on the curb for a moment. Then we started for the Bella Vista. I was wondering why that clerk had been so cautious when I noticed that Tommy was watching me. I smiled at him and hoped he hadn't realized just how worried I was. There's a terrace dining room with a dance floor, orchestra, and a view at the Bella Vista. And to give our morale a boost, I decided that we should have dinner out there. We'd finished our dessert and were watching the dancers when a waiter approached and handed me a note.
Who's it from, Mr. O'Hara? Mr. O'Hara?
Now, look, let me finish on that. I'm not sure, Tommy.
Oh, Isn't it signed?
Yeah, but... Tommy, you're getting to be a big boy now. You're almost a man, and it's time that you knew that people have to do things sometimes that seem cruel to other people, but are really the best thing for everybody.
You mean like Mom making me take casserole?
Yeah, that's right. Well, sometimes when they do these things, they can't always explain why they're doing them. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Oh, good. Now, Tommy, would you recognize your father's handwriting if you saw it?
Well, sure, he writes up... It's from my pop, isn't it, Mr. O'Hara? Yahoo! When's he coming to get me?
Tommy, now...
Did he say? Is it going to be tonight or in the morning?
Tommy, will you stop? Tommy, stop it, will you? Now, look. Now, wait a minute. Now, you read this, but first I want you to tell me if it's your father's handwriting.
Well, let's see. Yeah, that's Pop's writing.
All right, now, you're sure of that, huh?
Yes, sir. Oh, Pop wrote it. And that's the way he always signs his name. Didn't you believe he wrote it?
Well, I just wanted to be sure, Tommy. All right, you go ahead and read it now.
Okay. Dear Mr. O'Hara. Hey, how come he didn't send it to me?
Just read it, Tommy, will you?
Yes, sir. I regret not being able to thank you personally for the great kindness you have...
That's accorded, Tommy.
Oh, yeah. For the great kindness you have accorded my son, Tommy. However, business affairs which arose while my son was en route allow me no time to see the boy, much as I would care to.
Go on, son. Just remember what I told you.
Enclosed, you will find his return plane ticket. Please see that he leaves at the earliest possible moment. Thanks again. Louis Castro.
I'm sorry, son.
He could have at least found time to say hello to me. He could have brought this letter himself or called on the phone. Why didn't he, Mr. O'Hara? It isn't fair. Gee, we made all kinds of plans. We were going to go hiking and do so many things. So all right, he got busy, but why couldn't he take time out just to see me for a minute? Why, Mr. O'Hara? Why couldn't he?
I don't know, son. I just don't know. I've been around a long time. I've seen a lot, and there isn't much that one human being can do to another that will really bother me, but this did. Upstairs, I told Tommy I was sure his father really wanted to see him, and he probably felt just as bad as Tommy did because he couldn't. Tommy didn't believe me, and I didn't believe it myself. I wanted to meet this Louis Castro. I wanted to see a man who was so busy he couldn't spare 5 minutes for his son. Finally, I managed to get Tommy into bed, and about an hour later, he was sound asleep. I asked one of the bellboys to keep an eye on our room, and then I walked down to General Yip Kim Chung's gambling palace. I had told the general at lunch that I was leaving on the afternoon steamer for Hong Kong, so I knew he'd be surprised to see me.
Oh, Mr. O'Hara, you go right in the place.
Thank you, Pien.
No, by my troth, no man who is mortal can possibly be here in this room and in Hong Kong at the same time. So hold, fiend or devil, whatever ye be, and state your purpose, or else I won't buy you a drink.
Oh, after that bit of literary murder, you ought to buy Shakespeare one.
And how I would like to. What wonderful gutty stuff that man wrote. What a soldier I could have made of him.
Well, General, you probably would have.
Ah, I see your point. Well, I am glad you're staying overnight. But you should have let me know earlier. We could have arranged something. Here you are, my friend.
Thanks. I really didn't know until after I reached the boat that I was going to...
Oh, a girl?
No, little boy's father didn't show up to meet him. So I'm taking care of him.
Oh, where is his father?
He's busy. Too busy to see him even once. Instead, he sent a note telling the boy to go back home to his mother, so he's doing that in the morning.
The father and mother are divorced?
Yeah.
That is sad. Excuse me.
Who is there? Here. I have word to tell Mr. O'Hara.
Yes?
Mr. O'Hara, There is man he saw you enter here. Portuguese man. He say he meet with you now, 11 o'clock.
You tell him to forget it, Pien. Tell him it isn't important anymore.
Yes, sir. I tell him as he say.
Who was that Portuguese man?
Oh, a man who might know where Tommy's father is. But right now, I don't care.
How is your drink, my friend?
Oh, it's fine. Just fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're tired. You should relax more, O'Hara.
Sure.
It's a good thing you're not in my business. You would soon be bankrupt.
Now, what makes you think so?
Oh, you let the troubles of other people become your own.
Well, sometimes I can't help it. General, how many Portuguese live here in Macau?
Last census, 1,204, of which almost 73% favor this house when they play.
Well, then you know most of them, huh?
Oh, not by their faces, but by their characters and wealth, or lack of wealth.
Well, do you know a man named Luis Castro? He's the principal, head teacher for one of the schools here.
Oh, I know of the man. To my knowledge, he has never been inside this house.
Well, what do you know about him?
Only what I have heard. The two sons of my nephew attend his school. My nephew believes that Mr. Castro is a man who should be much respected.
Oh, really? Well, I have a story for your nephew. Castro's the man who's too busy to see his own son.
Luis Castro? No, I find that hard to believe.
Well, I can show you the note he sent me.
Oh, I don't doubt your word, O'Hara. But for a man who loves children as Castro does, enough to have made them his life's work, it is indeed strange he would treat his son the way you have described.
What was that?
Do you not listen when I speak?
No, I heard you, General. I heard you fine. What the General had said was an obvious fact, a truth. Yet it hadn't occurred to me because I had wanted to believe only the worst of Luis Castro. I'd started disliking him at the dock when he hadn't shown up to meet Tommy. And this, with the effect the note had had on me, had made me blind to the facts. So blind that someone who didn't want me asking questions about Castro's disappearance had been able to make a first-class fool of me. I looked around the gambling hall a couple of times and then went outside.
Pardon, senor.
Huh?
Are you a doctor?
No, I'm not.
Oh, excuse me. I must find a doctor.
What?
Mine has been starved.
He ran on into the gambling palace. I looked down into the street where several people were gathering, and then I started down toward them. Excuse me? Hiya. Will you let me through, please? Excuse me, please.
Here,
Don't try to talk. Don't.
O'Hara.
Yeah.
O'Hara.
What?
Please, ask them to call the priest.
I will. I'll get him for you.
Wait, what you wanted to know? Members of Dragon Society warned Castro. He wouldn't listen. They take him. Now, please, get priest.
By the time I found a priest, the clerk was dead. I needed a couple of stiff drinks and a lot of help. So I went back to the general and I told him what had happened.
But it was not your fault, O'Hara.
Oh, now, don't try to con me, General. Of course it was my fault. All I had to do when he came here was stand up and walk to that door and ask him to come in.
And an hour later, you would have had a knife in your back.
Maybe. But in the meantime, we'd have known where to find Castro.
We can still know this.
Oh, how?
The Dragon Society is not a large organization, O'Hara, but it is a rich one. Most of the members are merchants, and most of them play here. Among the names in my file, I am sure there are many who belong to this society. I will choose one with little courage.
Great. And we ask him to take us to Castro, and of course he does.
Yes, exactly. It may take a few minutes before he is willing to do this.
Well, now look, General.
If you do not care to witness the interrogation, O'Hara, you may wait outside.
I played Fantan, lost a few dollars. Then tried Mahjong and lost a few more. Then Pien, the general servant, told me it was time to go back into the office.
Friend O'Hara, allow me to present another friend of mine, This is Mr. Sun Yi. He is a member of the famed Dragon Society and has asked to meet you.
Yeah, I'll just bet he is.
Is he not a miserable specimen? You will never imagine where my men found him.
Okay, I give up where?
Here, playing Suntan.
Huh?
Amusing? Oh, and before I forget, this knife you may have for a souvenir. It was his duty to silence the clerk.
Oh, he's the boy, huh? Will he talk?
Like a magpie.
Oh, please. I tell you anything. Please.
All right. Where is Castro?
He is being held at the Lung Chi.
You know where that is, General?
Oh, yes. It is a hotel not far from here.
Why are you holding him prisoner? What did he do to you?
He did nothing to me personally, but to the Dragon Society, he is a dangerous man. Tomorrow, they send him to China.
Keep talking, Mr. Sun, please.
Yes. Dragon Society members are merchants, traders, do most of business with Red China. If trade with China stopped, we would be bankrupt. Mr. Castro, dangerous man.
But why? How could he hurt your trade with China?
He is a strong anti-communist. He is teacher. He teaches communism not good. He is respected by many people. They listen to him. They believe what he say. And now he is to be given government post. Who can say what changes he will make? Of course to be made. Perhaps China become angry with us. Then no more trade.
Oh. Well, General, I think it's time we call the police.
Oh, please, my friend, not the police.
Hmm?
They would raid Lung Chi's and find only the usual filth.
All right, so you're a general, you tell me.
I have 10 Koreans working here. They are very tall, very large men. They would welcome the exercise. You know what you are to do, O'Hara.
Yes, General, I know.
Repeat it, please. I do not want you to have any trouble.
All right, I'm to wait out here near the entrance until you bring Castro out. Then it'll be my job to get him away from here.
That is correct. Now, you wait here, O'Hara.
It was dawn by the time I got back to the hotel. I had Tommy get up and dress. I didn't tell him where we were going or why, and he didn't care. He sat beside me quietly, expressionless, like a little lost boy. At the hospital, I asked him to go inside with me to visit a friend. Okay, Tommy. Go on in.
Huh?
This is my friend's room. You go on in.
Okay.
Go on. I waited a few minutes, and then I went in to speak to Mr. Castro. He told me he had known the Dragon Society men were after him, and just before they caught him, he had talked to the clerk from the school board. Then he sent the note to me so that Tommy would not become involved. It's funny about kids. In a moment, Tommy had forgotten everything bad that had happened to him. He wasn't lost anymore. I don't think he ever will be again.
O'Hara stars Stacey Harris. It is transcribed and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's story was written by Charles B. Smith. Featured in our cast were Richard Beals, Virginia Gregg, Don Diamond, Charlie Long, and Ben Wright. Musical supervision by Carl Fortina.
Hello. This is Stacey Harris stepping out of the role of O'Hara to say that one thing foreign assignments teach you, whether they're real or fictional, is the greatness of our own free elections. 1 week from tomorrow, November 6th, you have a chance to cast your vote in one of the most important of those elections. Don't fail to do so. And join all of CBS News' distinguished correspondents, newsmen and analysts, stationed here, there, and everywhere, to bring you the fastest, most complete election story ever. Right here on CBS Radio.
Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use pitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use pitch shampoo.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo and Fitch's shaving creams, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. You know, I'm a man who loves sunshine, in or out of orange juice. And the only place that has more sunshine per square inch than the Sahara Desert is the San Fernando Valley. San Fernando seems to be the place where everybody, including some of the healthiest gophers in the world, makes his home but me. I've withstood the blandishments of hundreds of brick-red real estate men who have offered me membership in that clan of plaid-shirted, tight blue-jeaned, high-heel-booted fraternity known as the San Fernando Valley Ranchers. Ranchers. Yes, sir. The San Fernando Valley has ranches that are thicker than any place in the world. There are at least 2 on every acre. Well, anyway, I was driving around out there this Sunday evening. It was swimming weather, and I happened to remember that my friend Joe Dale had a half-acre spread in the neighborhood with a quarter-acre swimming pool. So I stopped at the antlers on the gate, rang the ship's bell hanging there, but nobody answered. I thought maybe Joe was in the pool in the rear, so I opened the door and walked in. Then I felt like walking out again, because I saw Joe Dale lying there, making a red stain on the white living room rug. Very defunct. I walked over to him and gazed down at him. Then I heard the footsteps behind me and did a half-turn in time to see oblivion whistling down on my head. Oh. Everything went red, white, and blue. And I was whirling like a top. Oh, it made me dizzy whirling like that. I couldn't stand the shrieking of the wind as it whistled past my ears. I concentrated on stopping so hard that I could hear my teeth gritting. But no go. Then I thought of Ugor. And suddenly I heard his pleasant voice.
Hello, Sheepy. Welcome home to Cloudy.
Oh, my head.
Funny looking, ain't he? Wait till he sees you.
Ugor, who is this ancient feather merchant with you?
Well, Rogie, I warned you. This is her father.
You mean the little dame's father?
Is he talking about my daughter? Yes. Sir?
What's he doing with that gun? He couldn't pull the trigger with a tractor.
Will you see, Chiefy? You're the young whippersnapper who's advising you go here not to marry my daughter. Well, let me tell you something.
Oh, shut up. I don't feel good.
Rogie, you're making things tough for me. Her father has a gun. I'm not going to stand for much more fooling around, you guys.
Oh, make him stop talking. His voice sounds like a grindstone on a grindstone.
Now, looky here, young fella. I'm a gentleman of the old school. And if my daughter is half-witted enough to want to marry this good-for-nothing you guys...
Oh, no. I'm not going to let my alter ego get married. Ugor can't get married.
Oh, that's a mighty selfish way of looking at things, Rogie.
Oh, look, my head. I don't feel good. I came up here for a rest.
Now, we're going to have a serious talk, Mr. Rogue. My daughter's happiness is a mighty important thing to me.
Oh, shut up. I can't stand that silly voice of yours.
But he's right, Rogie. You can't stand in the way of our happiness. It's not fair. It's only normal. normal to want to get married. Now, look at it from our point of view, Mr. Rogue. Here's a couple of...
I can't stand it. I'm getting out of here.
Grab 'em. Come back here. Come back here.
When I came to, I was looking right in Joe Dale's face, which was inches from mine. The inside of my head was still whirling and clanking like a washing machine, but it didn't take me long to get back up to date. I remembered I had dropped in at Joe Dale's house for a quick swim and found Joe stretched out on the living room floor, shot. Then I remembered that swishing sound, which always means another bump on my head. And now my feet felt like they were in diver's shoes as I got up and looked the situation over. The murder gun was lying there by the side of Joe's body, and there was a billfold on the floor by the door. Being the kind of a guy I am, I picked up the billfold first. It was Joe Dale's, and I put it in my pocket. Then I took my handkerchief and carefully picked up the gun. I was bending over Joe, gun in hand, when I heard a voice behind me.
Joe! Joe!
A beautiful dame had walked in on me and caught me bending over the corpse, gun in hand. She fainted. I ran over to her. Hey, come out of it, lady. Lady, hey, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, Lord, everything happens to me. Come on, come out of it. Open your eyes. But she didn't. And while I was working on her, a man showed up in the open door. He took one look at the tableau and dived for the murder gun which I had dropped. He pointed the gun at my third vest button and said,
Just stay right where you are. I know how to shoot this thing, and I'm holding you for the police. Your partner got away, but I'll see...
Look, I am the police.
I know who you are. You're Richard Rogue, the private investigator. You've been mixed up in plenty of shady deals before. What did you do to my wife?
Is this your wife?
Yes. What's the matter with her?
Well, she came in, saw Joe Dale's body, and fainted.
Perry, is that you?
Yes, dear. Now, don't worry.
Oh.
I'm here, and I'll take care of you.
This man, he was standing over Joe's body with a gun in his hand when I came in. He's a killer, Perry. Be careful.
Don't worry, dear. I have him covered. Stay right there, Rogue. I'm a nervous man, and I advise you not to move while I'm phoning the police.
We'll return to our story in just a moment. First, time was when heavy perfumed oils were considered the thing for pleasant-smelling hair. Now, of course, we know that the clean, delicate fragrance imparted to the hair by Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo is much more the modern idea of good grooming. This clear, golden liquid shampoo makes an abundance of creamy lather that does an efficient job of cleansing the hair. It removes dust, perspiration, oily film, and all unpleasant scalp odors. Leaves the hair with a gloriously fresh, clean feeling. And Fitch's saponified shampoo is made from mild coconut and pure vegetable oils. Thus, you can use it as often as you like, because Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo does not rob your hair of its natural oils. Always leaves it soft, lustrous, and manageable. Next time you're at your barber or beauty shop, ask for a professional application of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo. Or buy an economical bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter. Look for the bottle with the bright yellow label. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
I couldn't very well blame Perry Stevens or his wife for thinking I just put the kiss of death on Joe Dale. Mrs. Stevens came in and saw me bending over the body with a murder gun in my hand, promptly fainted. And so when Perry arrived, the floor was cluttered with bodies, and I was the only stranger. He picked up the killer's gun and held me at the point of it until the cops arrived. Lieutenant Urban of Homicide was in charge, as usual. He seemed a little bit discouraged with me.
Well, Rogie, what's your story?
Urban, it's a simple one. I just dropped in here to take a swim and I found Joe Dale dead.
Why didn't you report the murder to Homicide?
I didn't have a chance. The killer was hiding here in the room. He slapped me silly and escaped while I was out. How do you think I got this cut on my head, Shaving?
I never know about you.
There were two of them, Lieutenant. I saw one of them run out from behind this house. A big man, red-haired, rough. This man here, this Richard Rogue, had an accomplice.
When I came in, Mr. Rogue was bending over the body with a gun. That gun in his hand. I almost caught him in the act.
How about it, Rogie?
Well, I was bending over the body all right. I'd just come to. I was checking up.
Why didn't you call homicide when you came to?
I was going to, Urban, but this dame here walked in on me, screamed, fainted.
I demand that you arrest this man.
Oh, wait a minute. What were you doing here?
I came over to...
Joe is an old friend. We just came over to take him to dinner. Don't try to implicate a couple of law-abiding people in your crime.
You and your wife came together?
Of course.
Then how come she came in ahead of you?
I hesitated when I saw that man run out from behind the house. Lieutenant, do I have to stand here and let this murderer cross-question me?
Mrs. Stevens, you and your husband came here together?
Yes. We had a dinner date with Joe.
Did you see this man run away from the house?
No, I came right straight inside.
Okay. Look, Rogie, you'd better come down to headquarters with me right now. We've got some talking to do.
Urban, I'll be down in an hour. I want to go to the emergency hospital and have my head put back on. I gotta go home and get a suit without these red polka dots. Then I'll be down.
I demand that you put Rogue under arrest, Lieutenant.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Stevens. I've had a little more experience with this sort of thing than you have. See you in an hour, Rogie. Be there.
That gash on my head had cost me a lot of blood, and I was a little woozy as I left the ex-residence of the late Joe Dale. I drove turtle speed to the emergency hospital, where the doc made a few insulting remarks about me getting scars on my poor head. And then I went home. I walked in the door, and an arm went around my throat. A crooked elbow squeezed my Adam's apple until I choked. I felt a hand sneak into my inside breast pocket and lift that wallet I'd picked up on the floor beside Joe Dale's body. The elbow squeezed a little tighter, and I had a horrifying sensation of bursting lungs. And then the elbow released me, and I fell to the floor, to the accompaniment of departing footsteps. I was still lying there when Urban walked in through the open door.
I got worried about you when you didn't show up, Rogie. What happened?
I don't know. I guess I just got faint and flopped over here. I lost a lot of blood, you know.
Better take care of yourself, Rogie. I don't want to lose you. Feel like talking?
Oh, sure, but I don't know anything to talk about.
Maybe you'd like to talk about a murder.
Well, and tell me, did you, get a line on that red-headed guy that was seen leaving Joe's house?
I've got a description out on him. Nothing's happened yet.
How about Mr. and Mrs. Stevens? Check up on them?
Yeah. Stevens is the personnel director for an airplane company. Pays his bills promptly, has money in the bank, lives within his income. And he's been a friend of Joe Dale since college days. They're clean. That leaves you and a big red-headed guy in the finals. One of you killed Joe Dale. I don't think you did it, but I could get an indictment against you in 20 minutes for the evidence I have.
No, but I didn't kill him. I didn't like him well enough. Well, I guess it's up to me to find the big red-headed guy, huh? You checked the gun?
No soap. The number was filed off, and the only fingerprints on it were Stevens. And they got on it when he was holding you.
Yeah, I was there when it happened, remember? Oh, brother, do I feel weary. Well, there's one thing I'll swear to. Mrs. Stevens was not expecting to find Dale murdered. She really went out like a butler on Thursday night.
You know, Rogie, I'm a cop, and the fact that you and I understand each other doesn't make any difference to the commissioner.
Yeah, I know.
Joe Dale was a pretty prominent character. Lots of connections. Now, the commissioner expects a quick pinch, and with our friends, the Stevens, down there at City Hall, swearing that they saw you standing over the body with a practically smoking gun in your hand, well, it looks like it's going to be you I put the arm on.
Oh, but you know I didn't kill him, Urban. Why would I want to kill a guy like that?
Yes, I know you didn't kill him, but the newspapers are on the old man. He's on the chief, and the chief's on me. I'm going to have to pinch you, Rogie.
You're a great pal, Urban. But look, if you pinch me, they'll never get a conviction. You know that you can't get a conviction without a motive.
I know that, but you've made a lot of enemies around headquarters, Rogie. They see a chance to give you a bad time, and they don't want to miss it. You can see the spot I'm in.
Yeah. Now, look, Urban. Give me 24 hours to get the guy that pulled the boom on Joe Dale. Just 24 hours, and I'll have him for you.
Oh, that's whistling in the dark, Rogie.
Yeah, with a 10 whistle. But just give me a chance at it anyway. Maybe I'll be lucky.
Okay. It'll probably put me back on a beat, but I'll play along with you. You've got 24 hours, Rogue. Then, don't make me come after you. Come in and give yourself up. The deal?
Yeah, the deal. Oh, you're a good cop, Urban. I know you're sticking your neck out like a turtle at feeding time, and believe me, I won't let you down.
Okay, Rogue, I'll get out. Better get some sleep. You look awful.
Oh, I can't afford the luxury of sleeping. I got work to do.
Okay, Rogue, call me if you need me. I'll be around. Lots of luck. You'll need it.
Hello?
Hello. Is Lieutenant Urban there?
Just a minute. Hey, Urban.
Yeah? For me?
Yeah. He'll be right here. Hang on. Oh, mighty excited little man on the other end of this.
Yeah? Hello. Urban speaking.
Lieutenant Urban, this is Perry Stevens.
Yeah? And what do you want?
That red-headed man that I saw running away from Joe's house this afternoon.
Yes?
He came here tonight to my house.
Well, what did you do?
He came here to kill me, but I shot him. He's dead. Please come out at once.
I'll be right there. Now, don't move a thing till I get there. Come on, Rogie.
Well, this puts that 8-ball I was behind over the corner pocket, doesn't it, Urban?
Yeah, looks like Stevens wrapped this case up for us.
And that makes me very happy. Oh, I wasn't looking forward to sweating it out in that jail of yours. No, I didn't have anything against that red-headed guy, but I'm never going to miss him.
Well, it takes me off the spot, too, you know.
Yeah, well, you don't have to be a hero in my corner. Oh, well, all's well that ends well, to coin a phrase.
It's right down this next block here.
Huh? Stevens must have a lot of cabbage, big houses in this neighborhood.
Yeah, I checked that. The wife's got money. Oh, there it is, that 2-story white shop. There's the precinct prowl car in front. The boys are on the job.
Well, let's get with it.
Good evening, Lieutenant. Hello, Bauer. Medical examiner here yet?
No, not yet. Precinct boys just got here.
Thanks. Come on, Rogie.
Wow, this is quite a layout. Wife's got dough, huh?
Yeah, and Uncle left her plenty about a year ago.
Makes it nice for Perry.
Oh, what a mind.
Yeah, you know, someday Betty Callahan and I are going to have a chicken ranch out here in this valley.
Look, we're investigating a murder. That's serious business.
All right, Charlie, take it.
Hello, boys. Where is he?
Right in there, Lieutenant.
Thanks.
Well, Lieutenant, it's about time you were getting here.
We came as fast as we could, Stevens. Now, suppose you tell me what happened.
I'll be glad to. My wife and I got home tonight.
Where is your wife?
Is he any right to question me in that tone of voice, Lieutenant?
Where is your wife?
Why, the shock was too much for her. She's upstairs.
Don't blame her. She's had enough for today.
Come on, what happened? You got him with that shotgun, eh?
Yes. I was frightened, terribly frightened, and as soon as I came home, I got my shotgun. I hunted a little, you know, and I put it here beside my chair. It was just a hunch.
Yeah?
The doorbell rang. My wife answered the door. We thought it was a neighbor. This red-headed man walked in. I recognized him at once. He was the man I'd seen run away from Joe's house. He had a gun. He was going to kill me. I suppose because I was the only eyewitness of the crime.
Well, that makes sense.
It certainly does. It's the truth. He turned to talk to my wife. I saw my chance. I shot him. There he is. Your murderer. I've never seen anybody killed before.
Well, he's sure dead.
Yeah. Ever see him before?
No, not that I know of. Hey, what are you doing, Rogie?
Oh, I'm just trying to get some identification on the guy, that's all. So shake down. I thought... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
An alligator billfold. I didn't expect to see one on this guy. And hey, Urban. This is Joe Dale's billfold. And it's full of dough. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, several $100 in it.
Yeah, that's the final piece of evidence.
Mm-hmm. I'll take care of it.
Well, there's the medical examiner, and the newspapers are about due to arrive. You've done a good night's work, Mr. Stevens. I want to thank you.
I'm not a man of violence. I'll never be able to forget this night.
There was something about that wallet that was as strange as the bride in black. Other identification on the body pegged the redhead as one Tom Church, recently of the Navy, now a resident of the Crane Hotel. I watched for my chance to give Urban and his minions the slip and faded away. I went to police headquarters and charged into the Identification Bureau on a dead run. I handed the sergeant in charge the wallet and asked him to dust it for fingerprints. Then I waited. When the sergeant came back, his jaw was stuck out like the business end of a snowplow, and there were icicles in his voice.
What's the deal, Rogie?
Well, what's the matter with you?
All I ask you to do is to give me the identification on the fingerprints you found on the billfold.
Yeah. Do you know whose prints I found, you wise private creep, do you? Yours. Only yours.
We'll return to our story in a moment. First, a word to the ladies. Did you ever make the remark that your hair never was manageable after a shampoo until it was time to wash it again? That's been the experience of many a woman. Well, you can have your hair immaculately clean, lustrous, and manageable, too. Try using Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo for your hair care. This shampoo is made from pure natural oils and leaves your hair soft and manageable even immediately after shampooing. Its creamy, fragrant lather never dries the hair, but cleanses gently, removing dirt, perspiration, and every trace of unpleasant scalp odors. Fitch's saponified shampoo brings out the gleaming, natural color highlights in your hair, too, and leaves it clean and fragrant. A special patented rinsing agent contained right in the shampoo leaves your hair sparkling clean and free from any dull, soapy film. Try Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo the next time you want an extra special beauty treat for your hair. Then use it regularly to keep your hair soft, fragrant, and lovely. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
The news that the only fingerprints on that billfold were mine turned on the floodlights. And one of my hunches picked up a hammer and started pounding against my skull. I left the billfold there for Urban and took off for the Crane Hotel to check up on the red-headed guy named Tom Church. The hotel was a fourth-class flea bag on Main Street. The clerk took a look at my buzzer and answered my questions. That's right, Shorty. I'm the law. And I want some answers. Now tell me, how long has Tom Church been registered here?
Tom Church, 3 days. He came in 3 days ago.
All right. Now let me see his phone calls.
Oh, we don't give out phone calls.
Now don't lip me. Give them to me before I jump over that counter and stand on you while I pick them up.
Oh, okay. You look like just the kind of guy that could do it. I'll get them for you.
I checked the phone calls and found one of them had a message that was going to ring somebody's number for a surprise party. I thanked the clerk and drove to the valley. The pre-dawn gray made way for the sunshine just as I walked up the front walk at Dale's house. An elderly man walked around the next ranch, pushing a lawnmower.
Hey, are you a policeman?
That's right, yes.
A horrible thing, that murder yesterday. Did they get the killer yet?
Well, I think so. Yeah. Were you home yesterday afternoon at the time of the killing?
Yeah, I wasn't paying much attention, you know. I heard the shot, but I thought it was a backfire,
Look, old-timer, I want you to tell me everything you saw and heard after that shot, will you?
Well, you see, I was sitting in my living room reading the evening paper, you know, and I saw you drive up. You sure you're a policeman, mister?
Why, yes, of course.
Yes, well, I'd like to see your credentials. You know, you were the first man I saw enter there.
All right, here's the dope on me. Here, the sheriff's office loves me. There it is. Satisfied?
Oh, yes. I've heard of you, Mr. Rogue. Well, after you drove up, the lady arrived and...
What do you want, Mr. Rogue?
Mrs. Stevens, I'm coming in. I want to talk with you.
No, come back later.
I'm sorry. Go on in and sit down.
What do you want?
Some answers. Sit down. Now, where's your husband?
Asleep. Nothing ever wakens him.
All right, let's get right to it, huh? What were you to Joe Dale?
I don't know what you mean.
Mrs. Stevens, you've been seeing Joe a lot, haven't you? Now, don't bother lying. I've got witnesses. You and Joe Dale were better friends than your husband knew, weren't you?
Oh, no. I used to meet Joe once in a while to talk over investments he was making for me.
Uh-huh. At his house? In the afternoons, usually, huh?
Yes.
Mrs. Stevens, your husband killed Joe Dale. You lied when you said that the two of you had a dinner date with Joe last night. I just talked to your husband's secretary. He was supposed to be in San Francisco yesterday.
No.
Yes. But instead, he went out in the valley and killed Dale. I practically surprised him in the act. He got panicky, knocked me out, and ran.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
I can prove what I'm saying, Mrs. Stevens. You came up in your car alone. Your husband came up in a cab a few minutes later. He had to get back in to get that wallet and the gun to make the murder look like a robbery. He picked the gun up so there'd be a reason for his fingerprints on it. Then he went to my apartment and collected the wallet after choking me half to death. Were you with him then?
You're just making this up. You can't prove it.
Mart! Don't say any more. It's a little late for that, Stevens. You've bungled the job all the way through. And you won't be needing that gun.
Harry, don't. Don't shoot.
Give me that gun, Stevens. You'd be crazy to get in a shooting contest with me. You stay right where you are, Rogue. I'm not afraid to shoot. Marge, they can't make you appear against me. That's the law. If you stay with me... I'm coming after that gun, Stevens. You stay where you are, Rogue. Marge, stop looking at me like that. Nobody knows anything about what I did but Rogue and...
No, Perry. You killed them. And I'm glad to get rid of you.
You... Marge, you can't. Don't sell me out.
I've been frightened to death ever since I've married to you. Take that gun away from him, Rogue. Take it away from him.
Give me the gun, Stevens. Get away from me, Rogue. Marge, you're going back on me. You can't do that, Marge. We're in this thing together. Let me have that gun, Stevens. I should have shot you instead of him. Give me that gun or I'll break your arm off. Give it to me. Okay, Stevens. This is the end of Easy Street for you. Well, that finished that case. Stevens went to the gas chamber on Marge's testimony, and Marge is still in prison on an accessory rap. The red-headed kid, Tom Church, was an innocent victim. He'd been interviewed by Stevens for a job the day before. Stevens knew he had no relatives, no connections, so he decided to frame him for the murder of Joe Dale. He described Church to the police, then called him at his hotel and asked him to come to Stevens' home for an interview about a job. If Church had been in when the call came, I might have muffed the case. But he was out, and Stevens left his number for a callback. That was luck, I guess, but, I don't know. I think I would have solved the case anyway. Of course, I didn't make a dime out of it. Oh, well, money can't buy happiness. But it can buy a lot of things that make unhappiness pleasant, can't it? Oh, you know what I mean. This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it, Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Next week, we have a story for you about a missing witness, a worried rogue, and an ambush that failed. Be with us then, will you? Thanks for listening, and now here's Jim Doyle.
Be sure to tune in again next week, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Laugh a while, let a song be as bad. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use Fitch shampoo.
After and between Fitch shampoos, you can keep your hair shining and manageable by using a few drops of Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic every day. Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic is not sticky or greasy, yet it gives your hair that well-groomed look.
Here's Ted DeCorsia in the Mickey Spillane mystery, That Hammer Guy.
You've got your feet propped up on the corner of your desk and you're all tilted back and relaxed. It's your favorite slouch. Not so much because of the load it takes off your spine, but especially because it angles your eyes just right to watch Zelda across the room.
7 o'clock at night, and it gives me 10 pages to do.
You give her back a smug grin and make a note about the pretty curve her neck makes rising from her shoulders.
You had to get these forms out like I had to dye my hair green.
You'd be the saltiest greenhead on the block.
You get salt from slaving in a salt mine.
Now, you just be a nice office wife and the boss will buy you dinner.
Now, wait just 1 second. Is this a strange left-field plan to tap me into getting sick on spaghetti again?
What's wrong with Mario's spaghetti?
It wiggles on the plate all by itself.
So we'll eat someplace else.
Now?
Carry on, my dear. Caress those cheeks.
Oh, Mike.
Saved by the bell. Answer it.
Answer it yourself.
Mutiny. Yeah?
Mr. Hammer?
Yeah?
I don't know you, Mr. Hammer, but we have a mutual friend.
What do you want?
Jim Gordon. I'm calling about Jim. You've got to help him. He's got his back up against the wall, and they're gonna...
Yeah? Hello? 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 You had a big night all planned out just for you and Velda. But the phone call cuts it out before you can even start. You and Velda get on the phone and start checking to see what kind of a gag this is. You try the trucking office where your old friend Jim Gordon runs his freight business, but nobody answers. You call Jim's brother, but he's not around. You run out of phone calls just in time. Hello?
Mike, I've been trying to get you all night long, but your lousy phone's been ringing busy.
You don't like the sound of Pat Chambers' voice, and when you hear what he's got to say, you like what he says even less.
Word's around, you've been looking all over for Jim Gordon.
Well, I'm looking, but what's that got to do with homicide?
Plenty, Mike. I found him.
Yeah, where?
In his office in the freight terminal.
So what has that got to do with me?
Nothing. Unless you can tell me why he put a bullet through his head.
You know all the answers, all right, but not to a question like that. Because you know Jim Gordon, too, and he just isn't the type. You've crawled in the mud with Jim Gordon and watched him fight. And when he got it hanging on the barbed wire, you saw him grab his last ounce of life and slam away until he came back. Nobody like Jim Gordon turns a gun on himself. And it's going to take a long, cold hunk of proof to try to prove otherwise. You take Velda along with you to see a guy both you and Jim knew. He isn't a mutual friend.
That's the way the ball bounces, Hammer. Some guys just don't have it.
Craig Lawrence has plenty, but he's the kind of a grabber that never thinks he has enough. His favorite method is to buy up the trucking competition, and if that doesn't work, he forces them on.
Look, Hammer, we talked enough. Now, how about you and this dame getting out of my office?
Oh, what's your hurry, Lawrence?
I'm a busy man. I run a trucking business, not a quiz show.
You're really broken up about Jim Gordon, aren't you?
Gordon was nothing to me, just a wildcat punk who scrubs for nickels on short hauls. He wants to knock himself off, that's his business.
That wasn't what he told me a couple of weeks ago.
Which means?
You tell me.
What's the tell?
How about starting with the reason why you wanted to buy him out?
So I offered to buy him out.
He also told me you were turned down flat.
Nobody turns Craig Lawrence down flat.
Maybe the police would be interested in that angle.
Look, you two, don't go making something out of nothing.
It's more than nothing to me.
So he was your friend, that's got nothing to do with me.
Maybe it hasn't. If it was really suicide.
What kind of a crack is that supposed to be?
You've got a clear track with Jim dead.
That is, if you can make everybody believe he killed himself. But his friends know he wasn't the type. He knew better.
Look, it was suicide up and down. If you'd have been here before when the cops were around, you'd have gotten the story straight.
How straight can a story be without witnesses?
You could be wrong about that, Hammer.
What do you mean?
Maybe there was a witness.
Who?
Henry Bryant, Gordon's dispatcher.
Where is he?
How should I know?
Oh, nice and pat, huh? Just a little too pat.
Okay. Suppose you check with the cops. They're satisfied it was suicide.
I don't know what kind of a cop would go for that suicide, Jan. But maybe Captain Chambers will have a different idea, and I'm going down to homicide and talk to him.
Yeah. You do just that, Hammer. Because Chambers is just a cop who went for it. Chambers was here. He said it was suicide.
You dropped Velda off on the way down to Pat Chambers' office. You always figured Pat, for a smart cop, but his attitude now could go down in history as a guy bucking for stupid.
I only know what I see, Mike. I don't read crystal balls. I work right down the fact road.
You're ready to blow your stack. You just can't figure how Pat can swallow a yarn like that.
Now, take it easy, Mike. Take it slow and easy.
But I told you, a guy called me about him being in trouble. I told you about Lawrence trying to buy Jim up. You know what kind of a muscle man Lawrence is. He's got a reputation that'd make Bluebeard look like a cream puff.
Yeah, I know.
Then how can you have the gall to call this a suicide and close the book on it?
What else can I do?
Oh, I don't get you, Pat. For the first time, I don't read you at all.
Well, if you think I'm convinced that Jim Gordon killed himself, you better buy some new bifocals.
Well, then why?
Give him some string. Ride along. When they think they're getting away with it, we'll catch him off base.
Where did you get that badge? From a correspondence school?
Mike.
You've worked the truth out of tougher guys than Lawrence. Why don't you book him on suspicion?
Lawrence? Not him. It's the other guy I'm worried about.
What other guy?
Henry Bryant, the Gordon dispatcher.
Oh, come on, Pat. You don't suspect Bryant, do you?
Why not? The handlers down at the terminal told me that Gordon and Bryant were given to dispatching each other from time to time instead of the freight.
Pat, they're like you and me. Just because we level off from time to time doesn't mean we kill each other.
Then where is Henry Bryant? Why'd he disappear?
I don't know. But we'll have the answer when we find him.
We? What do you mean we?
Well, I'm going to help you find him.
In a pig's eye you are.
Now, look.
I'm trying to be a nice guy. I'm asking you politely to stay out of this. No interference, get me?
Interference? A friend of mine dies and you...
I'm asking you just once, stay out. We'll find Henry Bryant our own way. The city pays us to do that, not you, understand?
Pat, I can't hear a word you're saying.
All right, then, I'm through asking you nicely. Now I'm telling you, lay off. If I find you sticking your nose in this, it goes down in my book as obstruction of the law.
And now, back to the Mickey Spillane mystery, That Hammer Guy.
Obstruction of the law. You've been as thick with Pat Chambers as frozen glue. And now, when you want to help him get the guy you're both looking for, he tells you to lay off. You'll lay off, all right. You'll lay off like a desert rat lays off water in an oasis. You pick Veld up just in time to keep her from going to sleep.
Don't let it get you, Mike.
She tries to find the words, but everything she says makes the steam bubble inside even more.
You can't blame Pat for trying to work things out his own way.
Well, that isn't good enough for me. To him, it's just another job, another file in his office. But you know Jim was more than that to me.
Yes, I know. But there's nothing you can do now.
There's plenty I can do.
Sure, plenty. Like getting into trouble, like risking your license.
I know, Velda, but I just can't help it. It's a chance I gotta take. So you take the chance. The chance of locating Jim Gordon on your own. Zelda finds Henry Bryant's address in a phone book for you, and then you both head uptown. You figure maybe somebody in the house can give you a lead.
Mike, you're just raking over dead ashes. The police must have been there already. They must have questioned everybody.
Sure, but sometimes even the cops don't get all the answers. It's in this block. Now, remember, I'm going to say I'm Bryant's cousin.
All right. Hey, take it easy. Why try testing your brakes now?
Look up the block there, that parked car.
What about it?
That's Lawrence's Nash convertible.
What? Are you sure?
Positive. He had it at the loading dock at the freight terminal.
Hey, maybe your hunch was right.
Hold it, Zelda.
What now?
Look. That guy running down the steps. The guy with his hat pulled over his face.
He's his car.
There they go. We're going to tail him.
Who is he, Mike? I couldn't see his face with the hat pulled over it like that.
Why do you think he had it pulled down? And I'll bet all the stage in your grandma's course that guy under that hat was Henry Bryant. Wherever the car is going, it doesn't waste any time. You break a few speed laws across the town and then follow it across the bridge and out into the country. It slams north onto the main highway for 25 miles and then suddenly cuts over into a side road. That side road turns out to be bad luck for you.
Mark, I don't see the car.
Honey, I like that for luck. Lost them.
Maybe they took the turn at the fork a few miles away.
They came this way, all right. Oh, this is great. I keep on their tail for over 30 miles, and then I have to lose them out here in the middle of nowhere of all the lousy brakes.
Well, at least we know in which direction they were headed. We can notify Pat Chambers.
Oh, sure, Pat. You know what he'll say about me cutting in.
Obstruction of the law.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just have to take the chance and tell him.
And your license will go with it.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a building off the road up ahead.
Yeah, the only one. I'll phone Pat from there. While I'm there, I'll take a look around.
Wait, there's a sign. Waring Sanitarium.
Yeah.
Maybe Pat will let you off easy.
Well, don't bet on it. You wait here. I'll be out in a minute.
May I help you?
The name's Mike Hammer.
I'm Frank Waring, the administrator of this sanitarium. How can I help you?
Well, you can help me by letting me use your phone. I have to call the police.
Anything wrong?
No, I get these crazy impulses from time to time to let them know I'm still alive.
The police? Of course, Mr. Hammer. This way, please. I assume it's very important.
Yeah, sort of. I've been trying to track down my cousin, Henry Bryant.
Henry Bryant? He's your cousin?
You mean he's here?
Yes. Mr. Hammer, how did you know?
Well, I followed him here from the city, and then I lost the car on the way. But I wasn't sure he came to this sanatorium. I got to see him right away.
No, I'm sorry. It may not be wise to disturb the patient.
Patient? What are you giving me?
Mr. Bryant is in a very serious mental state.
Now, hold on, Waring. Somebody's giving you a routine. There's nothing wrong with Bryant. The guy he worked for was killed early tonight, and he was there when it happened.
Early tonight? Why, that's impossible. You see, Mr. Hammer, Henry Bryant hasn't been out of the sanitarium since he was admitted at 5 o'clock last night.
When your jaw stops bouncing off the floor, Waring takes you to his office and shows you the records. The report states that Henry Bryant was admitted to the sanitarium at 5 o'clock the evening before. But you're not satisfied at all. The whole setup reads as phony as a set of aluminum teeth. You're in for a bigger surprise when Waring tells you he has no objections to your seeing the patient.
Mr. Bryant is in the room up ahead.
He leads you down the corridor to a corner room.
This is the door. Please remember, do not excite him unduly.
Yeah.
Mr. Bryant.
Huh?
You have a visitor. This gentleman, Mr. Hammer, claims he knows you.
His name isn't that. He's lying. I never saw him before. Please, don't let him hurt me.
Henry, you remember me, Mike Hammer.
No.
I came to see you about Jim Gordon.
Jim! You're one of his spies. Jim sent you to...
Henry, Jim's dead.
Oh, you're just saying that. Mr. Waring, he's come to kill me. Please don't let him kill me.
No, Mr. Bryant. No one is going to harm you.
Please don't let him kill me. Please don't let him. I don't want to die. Please don't let him do it.
You'd better leave now, Mr. Hammer.
Well, maybe he'll quiet down a minute, then I can ask him.
I'm sorry, I can take no further risk with the patient. Please wait for me in my office.
You don't bother to wait. You get back out to your car and belt her. You wait till you get out to the main highway before you fill her in.
Sounded like he was insane.
Zelda, Henry Bryant's no crazier than I am. But I'll tell you one thing for sure, he's scared stiff.
What do you mean?
Well, I just can't put my finger on it, but Bryant is really frightened. It wasn't part of his act.
Well, you think he knows something about Jim Gordon's death?
Plenty. He was the guy we saw get into Lawrence's convertible.
But you told me Mr. Waring said Bryant was admitted to the sanitarium last night.
Waring was lying. Bryant was wearing the same suit that I saw on him when he got into Lawrence's car back in town.
Then Waring must be in on it, too.
Up to his eyeballs. Henry Bryant is being hidden at that sanitarium for a reason. He's only faking insanity. And Waring's tied up with it. Yeah, I got all the answers, but go prove them.
Maybe we can prove them, all of them.
Okay, Veldy, you tell me how.
Okay, I will. Take the next turn to your left. That'll bring us to the village of Glendale.
Well, what's Glendale got to do with it?
Dr. Harris has his office there. You remember him.
Harris? Oh, yeah, the nice old guy we helped out last year.
And now Dr. Harris can help us.
Come on. What are you getting at?
You want to prove that Henry Bryant isn't insane, don't you?
So
I figured it'd be a good idea for Dr. Harris to have me admitted to that sanitarium as an emergency patient.
Hey, now, wait.
Of course, under an assumed name, like Jane Barnes.
Nothing doing, Fellow. Of all the crazy ideas.
We're going to talk to Dr. Harris right now.
Absolutely not.
You're not going to talk me out of this, Mike. If Henry Bryant is as frightened as you say he is, there's a good chance he might confide in a sympathetic fellow patient like, well, poor Jane Barnes.
In just a moment, we'll return to the Mickey Spillane mystery, That Hammer Guy. And now, back to the Mickey Spillane mystery, That Hammer Guy.
You thought you'd be a smart guy and keep Velda late at the office so she'd have to have dinner with you. Instead, you're both on a wild goose chase after a guy who might be a material witness to a friend's murder. Now, to make matters worse, Velda's got the bright idea that she can get the dope you want by having herself committed to the sanitarium where the witness is.
Yes, Mr. Waring, that's correct. Miss Jane Barnes. Yes, I'll bring the patient over immediately.
You sit in the corner and stew while Dr. Harris makes all the arrangements. The more you think of the deal, the less you think of it.
No, that wasn't so bad, was it?
Look, Felder, will you please listen to me?
Mike, we've been through it all. Everything is settled.
Not as far as I'm concerned.
You'll feel much better when we get the facts that will make Captain Chambers thank you for interfering.
Listen, I'm going to call Pat right now and tell him everything.
Oh, no, you're not.
Felder, can't you understand that you're walking right into the middle of a nest of rats?
I can take care of myself.
Don't kid yourself. Craig Lawrence is mixed up in this, and Lawrence plays the game for keeps. What happens if you get stuck in there and need help?
Oh, I've thought of that, Mike. You stay right here in Glendale. If I do need help, I'll phone Dr. Harris. I'll say, I want my brother to come and visit me. That'll be a signal, all right?
And I can't talk you out of this.
No.
Okay, Velda. Or is it Jane Barnes?
Now, you remember the signal for help.
I want my brother to come and visit me.
And now we'd better have Dr. Harris deliver his patient to the sanitarium.
You wait. You sit at Dr. Harris's phone and wait. But nothing happens. Every time the phone rings, you jump for it, but it always turns out to be a routine call for the doc. He finally takes off on an emergency case, and you flop down on his operating table to wait some more. The night is almost over when the phone rings again. Hello?
Dr. Harris, this is Miss Jane Barnes.
It's me, Velda, Mike.
Yes, Dr. Harris, I know.
Dr. Harris was called out on the case an hour ago. I've been standing by in case you phone.
Dr. Harris, I'm very lonely here. I want my brother to come and visit me.
Okay, Velda, I'll get Dr. Harris right away and come over and get you.
Please hurry, Dr. Harris. Please hurry.
You don't bother to wait for Dr. Harris. When you swing into the side road leading to the Waring Sanitarium, you change your mind about the direct approach. You leave your car down the road and get to the building from the rear. The basement entrance is open. You come through the lower corridor and head up the stairs. Nobody's around. You head for the door where you saw Henry Bryant and try the door. It swings open. Bryant is lying on the floor, and you have to get down real close to see that he's still alive.
Scared. I was scared.
You kneel down close to him and beg him to talk.
I walked in on Lawrence and Jim. I saw him shoot.
And Jim didn't kill himself.
Lawrence, I saw him. They made me come here.
Zelda, where's Zelda?
Who?
The girl that was brought in.
They said they'd kill me.
Brian, tell me, where is she?
Kill me. You know what?
What?
They
You watch Henry Bryan's eyes turn blank as the fear washes away. And it washes over you when you think of what they could have done to Velda.
Rather strange visiting hours, brother.
You check around to see Waring standing against the door jamb, pointing a gun at you.
Don't move abruptly, Mr. Hammer. I hate the sight of blood.
Well, you're a pretty sharp guy, aren't you?
Sharp enough to know what's going on in my own sanitarium. I'm afraid your girlfriend is in a much more serious condition than I thought.
Meaning?
Delusions, you know. She said she called Dr. Harris.
So?
She couldn't have, Hammer. Dr. Harris is dead.
What?
One of our doctors was called out 20 minutes ago. There was an auto accident down the road, and Dr. Harris was killed in that accident. Now, Mr. Hammer, you will please go down the hall to my study.
He handles the gun like it was part of his hand. So you head down the hall and wait as he unlocks the door.
Well, young lady, you wanted your brother to come and visit you. Here he is.
Hello, fella.
Micah, I'm sorry.
You're going to be sorrier, Hammer.
Lawrence.
I've been waiting for you with open arms. And this
Mike.
gun. You two should have kept your noses out of where they don't belong.
Rick, why didn't I listen to you? I've made a terrible mess of things.
No. Take it easy, fella. It was a great idea while it lasted.
What about the car, Waring? It's out in the rear, Mr. Lawrence. First, make sure Bryant's dead. Then get in and bring it around the side entrance. I'll take care of these two. Right away, Mr. Lawrence. Yes. Handy to have a stooge running a plant like this, isn't it?
Mike, what are they going to do to us?
I'd rather not ask.
You don't have to, I'll tell you. You two and me are going for a ride, but you're not coming back. All right, start walking.
Oh, after you, Mr. Lawrence.
Wise guy.
Huh? Just being polite.
You'll just be dead if you try any phony moves. All right, get going. Down to the door at the end of the hall.
I'm sorry, Beldy.
What I wouldn't give for the sight of Captain Chambers right now.
You can double that for me and add $1 million.
If I hadn't been so stubborn, if I... Mike, got shot. I thought you...
No, baby, I'm okay, but how did Lawrence get it?
I'm Howard.
Captain Chambers.
Pat, where did you come from?
I was hiding around the corner of the corridor. I had to clip him because he had his gun on you, and he might have used it on you two if he'd seen me.
Waring. He went for the car.
You just relax. We grabbed him when he came down the hall before.
Pat, how the devil do you happen to be here?
I used a new correspondence school system.
Okay, rub it in.
No, I had a tail on Lawrence all the time, Mike. When I got word he was on his way out of town, I just made up my mind to see where he was going personally. While I had this sanitarium spotted outside, I happened to see you go in.
Huh? You mean you were outside all the time?
Yeah, right.
Well, why didn't you stop me right then and there?
Stop you? I figure there's only one sure way of stopping you. Lock you up, say for obstruction of the law.
Oh, Pat, you wouldn't do a thing like that.
Or would you? I would. If you haven't learned a lesson.
Oh, believe me, Pat. I've learned it for the both of us.
I'm sorry, Lee, but we have to go.
I'm not a socialite, and I'm not a politician. Why do I have to rub shoulders with the so-called elite?
Boss's orders. Senator Hardy is a personal friend of a guy right at the top of the FBI, or very near the top. Now, Senator Hardy has sent an invitation to you. You have to attend.
I'll send Johnny and you along.
No good, Lee. No, better get along home and change. Black tie. We're expected at Senator Hardy's home at 7 for cocktails, the three of us.
Goodyear presents The Sounds of Darkness. Good evening. The Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of passenger, truck, and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce, and industry, bring you Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges The Sounds of Darkness. In tonight's Sounds of Darkness, you will hear Tony J. as Lee Masters, James White as Johnny Bridges, and Elaine Lee as Samantha Darlington. Others in the cast are June Seymour, John Hayter, and Hugh Rouse. Now let's join the world of Lee Masters in tonight's Sounds of Darkness for 2 pins.
Miss Samantha Darlington, Mr. John Bridges, Mr. Charles Masters.
Charles? Where'd you get that from?
Lee is short for Charlie. Charles. Where he got it from, I wouldn't know.
Good evening, Mr. Masters. I know you so well that I feel I should call you Lee. Know you by reputation, I mean. You mind?
Not at all, Senator. My secretary, Miss Darlington.
Hello, Miss Darlington.
Assistant, Mr. Bridges.
How do you do, Senator? May I present my secretary, Miss Duncan? She's acting as my hostess tonight. Unfortunately, my wife is not feeling well. She had to miss the party. She's most disappointed.
How do you do?
Senator and Mrs. Blackwell.
If you'll excuse me, the bar's at the other end of the room.
Go right ahead, Senator. Miss Duncan. We'll look after ourselves.
I need to wait at the bar. Follow me, Lee.
Something soft for you, Lee?
Please, but you go ahead. We're off duty for once.
I'll have a bourbon. You, Sam?
I think I'll be a real Southern belle and have mint juice.
I'll get the barman's eye.
What does this place look like, Sam?
Well, like I told you as we came out the drive, it's more like a castle than a private house. built, well, I guess you'd call it Moroccan, Moorish style, you know, pointed windows, big dome to the room, and on a very grand scale. We're in what is obviously the banqueting hall. Grand stairway curves down from the upstairs.
Really? How many stories?
Ground floor and one upstairs. Very, very expensive, the whole set.
Here you are. Mint julep for Madam, and
thanks,
root beer for
Johnny.
you, Lee. Oh, thanks. Wow, see the band that's playing? It must have cost a fortune to lure them away from Las Vegas. Hey, Sam, would you care to?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, don't worry about me, children. Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. It's later than you think.
How about it?
Oh, Johnny, I'd love to.
And I hope you put on your dancing shoes. Daddy's really going to jump tonight.
Jump by all means, Daddy, but not on my feet.
Hello, Mr. Matthews.
I'm enjoying the music and the company, Miss Duncan.
The company?
Yeah, I've been eavesdropping into some very interesting conversations. Lucky for the people concerned that I'm not a gossip columnist.
Senator Hardy was so pleased that you were able to come.
What's the shindig in aid of?
Oh, well, in the world of politics, nothing is done without a good reason. This particular reason is to introduce a man that the senator's backing for the district attorney of New York in the next election.
Oh, who's that?
His name is Meredith, John Meredith.
Yeah, I heard the name.
Oh, so now you know the reason for the party.
But I don't know the reason for inviting me.
Oh, why, Mr. Masters, you're a celebrity. That's the only reason. The price of fame, you know.
That's good for my ego, Miss Duncan. But I wonder if that is really true.
Why, what do you mean, Mr. Masters?
Oh, nothing. Maybe I just have a suspicious mind.
Oh, thanks so much, Johnny. I enjoyed that. Whew, that's enough.
What do you mean enough? Not tired, are you, old lady?
4 dances in a row is enough to remind me that I'm closer to being an old lady than I was 5 years ago.
What's the time, Johnny?
5 after 10.
You think maybe we could make a duck for it? I've had enough socializing to last me for 10 years tonight.
Oh, I suppose we could.
Look, if you and Sam are enjoying yourselves, just find our host for me, and I'll make my apologies and phone for a cab. You two don't have to tag along with me.
Oh, here comes the senator right now.
Well, Mr. Masters, I'm sorry that I have neglected you all evening. Have they been looking after you?
Oh, fine. No. Everything's fine, Senator. But I think if you'll excuse me, I'll call it a draw. My bed is calling me.
You want to leave? Oh, I wouldn't hear of it. The party's only just starting.
Well, Mr. Bridges and Miss Darlington will stay on, but I think if you don't mind, I'd prefer it if you'd excuse me.
But it can't be a 10:15 yet. Have another drink.
I've had so many root beers that it's coming out of my ears.
Well, some more to eat then. The buffet is scheduled to run right through till breakfast.
Really, Senator, your hospitality overwhelms me, but I think...
What was that? What was that? It sounded like a shot. Good heavens, I hope... Well, it came from this side of the house, I think.
Let's follow him, Johnny. Don't lose him.
Okay, Lee. Hang on to me. I'll push now. Excuse me.
Good heavens, I hope I'm mistaken. That shot seemed to come from my wife's room. This is my wife's room. Celia! Are you all right, Celia? It's locked. She must have locked herself in. Oh, dear heavens, I hope there's nothing wrong.
You any reason to suspect that there would be, Senator?
Why, she was very depressed this evening and has been for the last couple of days. And then the shot we heard, of course.
Yeah, of course, the shot. Johnny, take a look through the keyhole. Does the key seem to be on that side?
No, Lee, it's not there.
All right, break it down.
Okay.
Senator, I must ask you to allow my assistant to go into the room first.
Oh, very well.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Looks like she's been shot. She's dead, all right.
Right. Now the fingerprint boys have been over the place and the body has been removed. Let's start from the beginning.
Right. It's a smallish room compared to the others in this mausoleum. Just the one door which we came through. 2 windows, both in the wall opposite the door.
Open or shut? The windows, I mean.
One's closed, the other's open. Mm-hmm. Oh, but these ain't ordinary windows. You know, this place is built sort of like a Spanish castle. They're very narrow pointed windows and they're burglar-proofed. Absolutely impossible for anyone to have got through either of those.
The body?
She was sprawled over her writing desk, to the right of the door as you come in. A suicide note on the table. Gun found on the floor beside a chair. A .22 Italian pistol.
And the key to the door was found on a small ornamental table right in the middle of the room, huh?
Oh, that's right. Oh, look, Lee, what's bugging you? It must have been suicide. The key was on the table inside the room. The door was locked. No other way out of the room.
Yeah, I know. Classic sealed room. Like a darn detective novel.
But it must be suicide, mustn't it? I mean, unless it was an accident.
I don't like it, Johnny.
But it can't have been murder. If it had been, the murder would still have been in the room when we unlocked the door with the other key, wouldn't it?
Well, that's what we're supposed to think, Johnny. That suicide note. Where is it?
Oh, the fingerprints boys took it with them. See if I can remember it. It was oddly worded, I remember. Yeah, hang on, it's coming back. Yeah, I remember now. I can't take it anymore. This is the end. Celia.
As you say, odd. Very odd.
But its meaning is very clear.
Is it? What couldn't she take anymore?
Well, life, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, what is it, Lee?
This is murder, Johnny.
Huh?
I'm sure of it.
But how? I mean, a room locked and the key inside, no way out?
That shot. Did you hear it?
Well, sure, we all heard it.
Doesn't that strike you as odd?
No, should it?
Sure it should. This house is built like a castle, thick walls. We were in the ballroom, the other side of the place. There was a band playing, people shouting, talking. And the murder weapon is supposed to be a .22?
Yeah, now I get you, of course. Would we have heard it?
No, we wouldn't. For sure we wouldn't.
But we did.
Well, that's what first made me think there was something screwy. What we heard was a high-powered rifle shot, not a pistol. A rifle, Johnny. And it sounded to me at the time as if it was fired outside. How about that?
The open window?
Yeah, have a look outside. I'll bet you'll find a couple of footprints outside the window. And maybe, if we're lucky, a cartridge case. A cartridge case from a rifle.
You are listening to For Two Pins, tonight's Sounds of Darkness, brought to you by Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber.
You're right, Lee. You're absolutely right.
Cartridge case?
Yeah. And in the soft earth of the fire bed under the window, a couple of perfect footprints.
So, very interesting. How big are the footprints?
I phoned the lab boys to get down here again, but they look pretty small to me. Well, come to think of it, very small.
What size feet has the senator got?
Hardy? Oh, no, he's got pretty big feet, I think. He's a pretty big man.
Well, it doesn't always follow. Have a look next time you talk to him.
Yeah, okay. Now, wait a minute, Lee. The senator was with us when we heard that rifle shot. He couldn't have fired the gun.
That's right, Johnny. He couldn't.
So the suicide was a fake job. She was shot through the window. Is that the score?
It would seem like it, wouldn't it? But who? And why? Like you say, at the time the shot was fired, Senator Hardy was talking to us. You know something, Johnny? It struck me as a bit odd at the time. But didn't you think that the senator was very disappointed at the idea of me leaving?
Yeah, come to think of it.
I mean, what am I in his young life? Why the heck couldn't I go if I wanted to? But he was most insistent that I stayed. Unnaturally insistent, I thought. Didn't you, Johnny?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that, yeah.
I've been puzzled from the start as to why we were invited to this joint in the first place. I'm no politician. I'm no use to the guy or of no interest to the guy. Not in the normal course of events. But supposing he wanted to establish an alibi. How about that, then? What better alibi could he have than the fact that he was standing talking to me at the time the shot was fired?
You're right, of course. But it is an alibi, a perfect alibi. He was standing talking to you. So he couldn't have fired that shot, could he?
So what did you get, Bob?
Oh, I got a couple of good casts from outside the window. Very small foot. Must have been a very small guy.
Or a woman?
Yeah. Could have been a woman.
From where you found the footprints outside the window, would it have been possible for someone to have fired and hit the woman where we found the body?
Oh, sure. It was in a direct line of fire.
Yeah, I see.
Oh, Lee, I just spoke to the police station.
Close the door, Johnny.
Oh, sorry. I spoke to the police surgeon.
Yeah, so you said. Let me make one of those inspired guesses that fill you with amazement, shall I?
Oh, you can't guess this.
The theory that she was shot from a rifle outside her window doesn't hold water anymore, does it? I mean, now that you've heard the doc's report.
Oh, that's right, it doesn't.
Because the doc has decided that the little 22 was the murder weapon after all. Am I right?
For Pete's sake, yeah. Yeah, you're right. She was killed by a bullet from the gun that we found on the floor beside her body. But how, Lee? How the heck did you work that out?
At the risk of sounding like that famous detective, it was elementary. You see, a rifle fired at that short range would have blown her head half off to begin with. Second, the bullet would have emerged from the back of the head, and we would have found it in the room. We didn't. The wound was small, so it couldn't have been a bullet from a rifle that killed her. You follow me?
Yeah. But where does that leave us? You mean it was suicide after all?
Oh, no, Johnny. It was murder, all right.
I don't get it. Then that shot you heard. I mean, the shot we all heard wasn't a rifle shot after all?
I didn't say that. I said she wasn't killed by a rifle shot. A rifle was fired, all right. And it was fired from outside this window. But Mrs. Hardy was killed by a bullet from the Italian revolver, which was found by her side.
But that's impossible, Lee. You're forgetting that the room was locked, and the key was found on that table over there. And there's no other key. We had to break the door down, remember?
I remember very well.
Then what you're saying proves that she committed suicide.
Johnny, at the moment, I don't know how. But Mrs. Hardy was murdered. Murdered with that 2.2 pistol which we found in here.
But how in the name of Judas's priest was it done? You trying to tell me that somebody shot her, faked it to look like suicide, locked the door, put the key on the table, and crawled through the keyhole?
The windows, you say, are too small.
By a mile. They're little more than slits. In any case, they got burglar proofing on them, and the bars ain't been touched.
Fanlight over the door?
Yeah, there is that, I told you, but that's also tiny. Also a little more than a slit, horizontal one. But a kitten couldn't have climbed through there, let alone a man or a woman.
Why the rifle shot? That's what bothers me. Why the rifle shot?
Search me. Nothing makes sense to me in this business.
Hey, I've got it.
Huh?
The rifle. Wait a minute. The rifle was fired to establish an alibi, all right?
Yeah, but we've been through all that.
No, we haven't. No. Phone the doc. I want to know time of death. Exactly, I want to know it. And I'll tell you this before you phone him. What time did we hear that shot?
About 10, 15 minutes after 10?
Yeah. Yeah, we got to the party at 7. Let's see. The time of death must have been before 6 this evening.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Bye. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
Well?
Time of death between 4 and 6 this evening. That's what he figured. But how the heck did you know he was going to say that?
The rifle shot, Johnny. What other reason could there be for someone firing that shot? We had to hear it. That's why a rifle was used. We had to hear it over all the noise. And the reason was to establish a time of death.
Yeah.
So we would think. A time of death when the senator was talking to me. So he couldn't be the murderer.
That's right.
Again, we're supposed to think that. But it's him, all right.
Huh?
He's the murderer.
Well, I'll be...
He shot his wife. He shot her before any of the guests came to the party, and he rigged it to look like suicide. He couldn't shoot her too much before the party, otherwise rigor mortis would set in and everyone would know that she wasn't killed at the time she seemed to be.
Now, hold it, Lee. Hold everything. You're forgetting one important fact. The room was locked. The key was on a table in the middle of the room, and there wasn't another key. We had to break the door down to get in. So, admitting your theory for the time being, Senator Hardy planned the whole thing, killed his wife, shot her early this evening, and then either took the body to her room or shot her there. Doesn't matter which at the moment. But then what? How then did he lock the door and leave the only key inside?
Well, that's just one little problem we have to solve. That and the suicide note. That table. The table where the key was found. Where is the key, by the way?
It's still there on the table, right where it was when we came in here. No prints on it.
Anything else on that table?
No, nothing. Oh, hang on, wait a minute. Yeah, a pin.
A pin?
Yeah, an ordinary pin. That's all, nothing else.
Wait a minute. Take me over to that table.
Well, it's right here. Here you are.
Thanks. Uh-huh. What do you see here, Johnny? Here. Right here where my fingers are.
Nothing. Oh, I see. Wait a minute. That looks like pinpricks.
Try again. They're not pin pricks.
No, that's right. They're deeper. Two little holes. I'll tell you what they could be. They could be the holes that would be made if somebody stuck 2 pins in the top of the table.
Or stuck 1 pin in twice, huh?
Of course.
That's it. 1 rehearsal, and 1 when he actually did the job. Johnny, I want you to get Senator Hardy and his secretary, Miss Duncan, here. They did it. He killed her, and she fired that rifle shot to establish a false time of death. Bring them here. And I only wish I could see their faces when I tell them that they'll go to the chair for this.
Now, look here, Master.
Don't interrupt, Senator. I want to tell you a little story. But first, how long has the love affair between you and your secretary been going on?
Masters, you go too far. I'll see you're busted down so low that they won't even use you for garbage collection.
We found the rest of the letter. You should have burned it.
What are you talking about?
The letter that started the whole thing. The letter your wife wrote to Miss Duncan, telling her that she wouldn't put up with things any longer. She showed it to you, and you realized that the last page could be used for a suicide note. That's when you got the idea.
You can't prove a thing.
Oh, yes, I can. I knew that note was screwy from the start. You see, if a suicide leaves a note, then he's very much aware that this is the last thing he or she is going to write. They spread themselves a little. They always do. And they nearly always sign their full names. A note reading, "I can't take it anymore. This is the end, Celia," might have sounded like a suicide note to you, but not to me. Not even "forgive me" or "love." No, it stank from the start.
That's nonsense.
She wrote to Miss Duncan and told her she couldn't stand your love affair with your secretary any longer.
It's a lie.
This was the end of the marriage. But that didn't suit you at all. So you rigged the suicide. You shot her, left the gun and the note beside her, and locked the door of her room, so that the body couldn't be discovered until you were ready.
You're talking nonsense. Anyway, you've got no proof.
I haven't finished yet. You arranged with Miss Duncan that at 10 after 10, she would fire a rifle shot outside your wife's window. At that time exactly, you would be talking to me. Your only reason for inviting me to this affair in the first place. No one would miss your secretary, and you hoped that no one would realize that the shot was a rifle shot and not a 2-2. It had to be a rifle so that we would hear it over the noise.
It's lies. It's all lies.
We found the shoes that Miss Duncan wore. They fit the footprints.
You're guessing. You're guessing. The key was inside the locked room. It was suicide. You can't prove otherwise. You can't even advance a theory.
You killed her, locked the room from the outside, and put the key back inside, and I can prove it. Take him away. And, Senator, I hope you burn for this.
But how did he put the key back inside? It don't make sense.
The pin, Johnny. The pin and the slit over the door. That's how he did it.
I still don't get it.
Look, he shot her. He went out of the room and took the key.
Yeah.
He locked the door. But before he did that, before he went out and locked the door, he took a pin. An ordinary pin, and he tied cotton to it, just below the head.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Then he stuck the pin in that table where we found the key. The other end of the cotton he led through the slit over the door.
Yeah.
Then he went outside the room, locked the door, stood on a chair or something, threaded the cotton through the handle of the key, and let it slide down.
Of course.
Through the slot and land on the table inside. Then he pulled the cotton free. But the pin was left behind on the table.
Yeah.
You know, if it hadn't been for that pin, I wouldn't have known how it was done. And our friend, the senator, might have got off.
So ends tonight's Sounds of Darkness, presented for your entertainment by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of world-famous passenger tires, truck and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce and industry. Join us next Friday and every Friday night at 9:30 when Goodyear will again present the blind detective Lee Masters in The Sounds of Darkness.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story, A Streetcar Named Shultz.
It was 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. Me and a bunch of muscle-bound wrestlers and a scared blonde. You didn't have to be an expert to know the difference between a broken toenail and a stranglehold. It began in the office of my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. He'd called me in to meet a new client. Young guy, handsome, muscular, about 27 or 8, dressed in I did a take. He was dressed in a black cutaway coat, striped trousers, gray vest, and silk ascot. Without a program, you couldn't tell it from a wedding or a funeral.
Jeffrey, come in. I want you to meet our new client, the Earl of Gardner.
Hiya.
How'd you do? Jeffrey, our client, the Earl, has quite a problem.
Oh. Jilted at the church?
No, of course not. This is serious, Jeffrey, very serious. The Earl is a famous wrestler. Surely you've heard of him?
No television set.
Yes. Well, perhaps I'll let the Earl tell you his own story.
I think that would be advisable, gentlemen.
Okay by me. Start from the top.
Last evening, Mr. Regan, I was engaged in a match with a chap who called himself the Atomic Assassin. It was 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. Naturally, I won.
Naturally.
Shortly after the completion of the match, the Atomic Assassin suffered a stomach disorder. I'm not certain of the technical name for it.
Well, we can skip that.
The Atomic Assassin is no longer with us.
He retired?
He's dead.
It was in the papers.
The police have discovered poison in a post-mortem completed only a few hours ago. They suspected me of murder.
That part wasn't in the papers.
We must help our client, Jeffrey. He's given us a retainer of $100. You understand, Jeffrey, our client is innocent.
Oh, sure.
Yes, go on, Earl.
Well, the police are annoying me with their insinuations. The State Athletic Commission is being downright rude. I will not put up with this any longer. Do I make myself clear?
We find out who killed the Atomic Assassin, and you sidestep a murder rap.
Precisely.
What do you know about the other guy? The assassinated Adam?
Nothing.
Well, that's no help.
Well, he's a crude fellow, ill-mannered, dubious family background.
Look, you want a murder solved or a family history?
Just a moment, sir.
Jeffrey, our client...
Drop the vaudeville, Earl. Murder isn't show business. Give me some facts, and fast.
Okay, I tell you, I don't know anything about it.
Well, that's better. At least I don't have to cut the accent with a knife.
$100 is a lot of money to me, Regan. I want answers, and I want them now. I don't like the smell of gas.
Well, that's normal.
Jeffrey, you are going to help the Earl.
Yeah, I'll help him. But just one thing, Fatso.
Yes, Jeffrey?
He's the wrestler. He takes the falls. All I got out of the Earl was that he trained at Mike Turner's gym downtown. Mike was also the guy who promoted the fatal match, so I headed there. 20 minutes later, I'd pushed my way through jammed-up L.A. traffic and walked up 2 flights of stairs to Turner's gymnasium. It was packed with big muscles and cauliflower ears, the smell of liniment and the smell of sweat-stained leather. Somewhere behind the massive biceps, a little man came toward me. He was mopping his brow, trying to shake off the heat of the clammy room.
Hiya, want to work out?
Looking for Mike.
For why?
For reasons?
Whose reasons?
My reasons.
Okay, so I'm Mike.
The name's Regan. Lyon Detective Bureau.
The lights are. Yeah.
You promoted the match last night?
What match?
The Earl of Gardner versus the Atomic Assassin.
Oh, that match.
What can you give me on it?
What did I get? Trouble. Please, Regan, let a guy live and forget, huh?
What about the assassin?
Truck driver. I picked him up. Named Jay Morley. No family, nothing. Just a guy.
Enemies?
No. Nobody knew him around here. He just started in the business a month ago. Came from Toledo, I think.
Let's try the Earl of Gardner.
Shultz? Oh, that's different.
Meaning what?
Enemies. Enemies all over the place. Nobody likes him, but nobody.
His name's Shultz?
Yeah, Stanley Shultz. I gave him the title Earl of Gardner. Good, huh? He kind of fit. He used to be an actor. Then a streetcar conductor. He needed the dough, so I picked him up. He draws a crowd.
2 guys wrestle, one of them turns up dead. It's too simple. There's more somewhere.
Yeah, there's always more. Listen, maybe a workout will help you, huh? I'll get you some trunks.
Some other time.
Okay. Take a look around, Regan. The joint is yours. I got work to do. Big match coming up tonight.
The little man walked off, mopping his brow. I decided to take his advice, look around. I watched a barrel-chested guy in black tights grapple with a heavy bearded character in a turban, both practicing groans. Near the wall, a big guy, big even in that place, stood raising and lowering a 200-pound barbell. I walked over. His big arms flexed as the black weights went up and down, but his breathing was easy. There was something about the guy you couldn't help notice. His hair. It hung down his back almost to his trunks, in 2 long braids. I turned my back to him. That was a mistake.
Hey, Regan, look out!
I stepped aside in time to miss the 200 pounds of solid iron that fell from the big guy's uplifted hands. Fell and crashed 6 inches from my head.
Regan, you okay?
Sure, Turner. I feel great.
King, come here.
You want me, Turner?
Yeah, King, I want you. What's the idea letting that barbell slip like that? You could have killed Regan.
Regan.
Go on. Tell him you're sorry.
Sorry.
Save the tears.
What'd you say?
He didn't understand you, Regan.
Yeah, but I understood him, and I don't like the joke.
Now, he's okay, Regan.
Okay.
Sure, you're okay. You just happened to drop 200 pounds of cast iron when my back was turned.
Now,
you're okay.
Regan, it's no use in getting sore about it. King didn't mean it. Now, go on, King. Get back to work.
Work?
Yeah. That's good. He's just a big, dumb stoop, Regan. He didn't mean nothing.
What's his name?
Harry Walsh. He calls himself King Cobra. He fixes up those braids when he goes into the ring. They look like snakes. He draws a crowd.
Yeah, so would my funeral, Turner. Only the gate receipts wouldn't do me any good.
Well, no, it's no use being sore, Regan. The King's a little over-anxious, that's all. Got a big match tonight.
Who with?
The Earl of Gardner.
What?
I'll say that. That's right. You were asking about the Earl. Yeah, him and the King are set for the feature go tonight. Should be the match of the year.
How'd you get that?
Oh, didn't I tell you? They hate each other like poison. House is sold out. Should be nothing short of murder.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Turner. Maybe that's an idea. I headed out the door. It made sense. I couldn't lose anything having a talk with the cops. King Cobra weighed in at better than 300 pounds. And it made more sense. I wasn't going to continue the argument with him. It was late afternoon, half-empty streets. I was heading toward my car when I picked up the footsteps. High heels, walking fast to keep up with me. I slowed, they slowed. I picked up the pace. So did the high heels. Somebody had damned it.
Oh, wait.
You wanted something?
Oh, you're a detective, Mr. Regan, and I need your help.
Name?
Jean Turner, Mike Turner's wife. I saw you talking to Mike back there in the gym.
So you followed me?
Oh, please. Couldn't we talk somewhere?
Sure thing, lady. Come on. It was a combination bar and cafe. Baffo's, the sign said. I opened the door, place empty, and the girl walked on in. She was maybe 5'4", blonde, young, good-looking. Seemed straight on nylons on nice legs. She turned, looked deep into my eyes, turned away, scared.
I've changed my mind. It really wasn't important.
Let me decide. Back booth.
Oh, all right.
Hiya, patrons. Can I help you?
No, thanks. We'll take the back one.
The back booth? You won't like it.
Yeah?
No television. The only booth in the house where you can't see the television, patron.
We'll suffer.
You don't like television? You're nuts. Everybody likes television. It's here to stay.
Sure.
Okay, only you're going to miss time for Beanie. Okay. Be a reactionary. It's your life.
What's on your mind, Mrs. Turner?
Jean, please, Mr. Regan.
Okay. Jean?
Well, it's about the wrestling match.
Well, that's a good start.
Well, I'm terribly worried. Something horrible is going to happen.
It already did. The atomic assassin's dead, you remember?
Oh, that match.
Oh, that's what your husband said. Makes sense, will you?
But, Mr. Regan, I'm talking about the match tonight. King Cobra is wrestling with the Earl of Gardner.
King Cobra? Well, what's that got to do with the murder of the guy last night?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it has nothing to do with it, but... Oh, but Mr. Regan, if you don't do something, there's going to be another murder. I'm sure of it. Now...
So you don't like television, huh? Maybe you'd like to hear what happened to me with television?
If you'll excuse me, Mr. Regan, I'll be right back.
What's wrong with her?
I didn't ask.
You should have. She got tears in her eyes. Oh, well, where was I? About television and me. Yeah, now there's a story for you.
Make it short.
I used to be a wrestler. Buffo the Blockbuster is what they called me. And I was great. Until along comes television and they cancel me after my first match. You want to know why? I'm too pretty. Can you imagine that?
Rough.
Me? Oh, well, I'm philosophical. Look what happened to thousands of silent movie actors when they brought in sound. Who am I to stand up in the way of progress?
You know, that's a very good question.
Yeah, and besides, even my name, Buffo the Blockbuster, it's out of date. Now they got Jet Sam, Roger the Rocket.
4 shots from somewhere out back. Buffo and I headed that way in a hurry. Back alley empty. No traffic, nothing. Back inside, a storeroom empty. Buffo and I looked at each other.
What goes on here?
What else have we got back here?
Nothing.
Well, what's behind the bar?
Storage space, washroom, telephone booth.
Where?
Phone booth's right over the... Oh, you don't think...
Look first, then think. Wait
no,
here.
No, I hope not. Oh, no, that's not true. My place.
Shut up. Jean Turner. 4 holes in her back. She was right, Buffo. There was going to be a murder. Hers. A wrestler who called himself the Atomic Assassin was dead after a match with another wrestler who called himself the Earl of Gardner. That's when the Earl hired my boss, the Lion, and me to find out who done it. I met a promoter named Mike Turner and another wrestler named King Cobra. Finally, I met Turner's wife, Jean. Only our acquaintance didn't last long. She wound up in a phone booth with a lot of slugs in her back. It made sense Lieutenant Candid of Homicide would have some comments.
Hello, Regan. Have a chair.
Thanks.
Which one's yours?
The Earl of Gardner?
Him.
You don't like my client?
Made a pass at my telephone operator.
I saw her.
Sure. What's on your mind?
You got anything on the Earl? I mean, real?
Maybe.
That's no answer.
Jean Turner makes a lovely corpse, Regan.
What about the Atomic Assassin, Candid? 2 murders fit. Somewhere.
Sure, maybe they do. Takes time, Regan. It's a shame a guy'd kill something as nice as that Turner dame. Whew. It's a shame.
Try once more. What about a wrestler named King Cobra?
Doesn't interest me.
What about the husband, Mike Turner?
Nope.
Okay, I'm sorry I asked.
Don't get sore, Regan. You know how these things are. It takes time.
Then you're going to let the Earl wrestle tonight?
Why not? Maybe he'll get himself killed. Save the taxpayers a lot of expense. Tell him for me, Regan. If King Cobra doesn't break his neck for him, maybe somebody else will.
I headed for my car outside. Candid was playing it close, all right. It gave me nothing. But I did have a wrestler who makes passes at a cop's telephone operator. My client, the Earl of Gardner, alias Shultz. About as popular as a case of measles. Chances were I'd find him at the arena checking in for the big match. I swung the car around in a hurry. I found him all right, stretched out on a table, getting a massage. He didn't seem happy to see me.
Oh, Mr. Regan, I presume.
Questions, pretty boy?
Something troubling you, Mr. Regan?
You.
Go on, Mr. Regan.
What makes you so popular?
Me? It's ridiculous. People hate me.
Why?
My job, Mr. Regan. I'm a professional villain. I'm paid to have people hate me.
You're taking your work home with you.
Other side, Oil.
Okay. I'm listening, Mr. Regan.
What about you and King Cobra? He says he's going to kill you tonight.
It's publicity.
Who's kidding who?
Max.
Max, you better leave.
Okay, I'll...
Now listen, Regan, I like you. You're working for me. But King Cobra and I, well, that's business. Gate receipts.
Have it your way. I think different.
Well, I'm going to tell you something, Regan. Something maybe you ought to know about me.
You got the floor.
Oh, sure. Sure I'm a no-good heel. Out there in front of a crowd, everybody hates me. I make more money that way. It's my living.
Ever try anything else?
Plenty of things. I wanted to be an actor once. Like a lot of young punks, I came to Hollywood. I didn't get anywhere, Regan. I took jobs where I could find them. I ended up as a streetcar conductor.
A streetcar named Shultz.
Sure, why not? My father was in show business. I know what it's like to miss meals. It isn't fun.
Go on.
Well, Mike Turner spotted me on that streetcar. I got a good build, and he liked me. Mike's a square shooter, Regan. He gave me the title and the promotion. I eat now. Every meal.
See what you mean.
Huh? That's it. End of story. I eat now.
Okay, Shultz. It's your business. I got business, too. To clear a murder rap and keep you out of hot water.
Thanks, Regan.
You know why anybody would kill the atomic assassin?
No. Honestly, I don't. I never met him before the match last night. We shared the same dressing room. He drank some water after the match. He was poisoned.
What about Jean Turner?
Well, I've seen her around here. Sweet girl. I like her, Regan. Used to walk her home nights Mike was busy.
That's all you can give me?
That's all.
Okay, Earl. You wrestle and I'll watch. But be careful. I got a hunch King Cobra and you haven't been reading the same publicity notices. It was beginning to make sense now. The Earl of Gardner, professional villain, wrestles unknown name of atomic assassin. The assassin dies, the Earl lives. No motives. Only if you switched it around, gave the Earl the poison, you got motives all right. Motives by the dozen. Things could add now. I put in a phone call to my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
Lyon Detective Bureau, Anthony J.
Okay, it's me, Fatso. I got a job for you.
Jeffrey, what's the rush?
I need an answer, and I need it within the next hour. There's a wrestler around town named King Cobra.
I know, and you want me to find out if he has a record. I'm ahead of you this time, Jeffrey.
Yeah, check the police on that already. Lyon, I want to know if King Cobra's married.
What?
Find out where he lives. Run out there. Meet the wife, if he has one.
Jeffrey, are you out of your mind?
It's important. Our client wrestles King Cobra tonight.
Yes, so I read in the... Oh, so that's your scheme, is it? Send me out on some wild goose chase while you enjoy the wrestling matches. Probably put it on the expense account, too.
You guessed it, Fatso.
Jeffrey, I'm sick and tired of having you pad your expense account. Not only do you include yourself, but tonight you'll probably take some lame brain numbskull along.
Lyon, you're absolutely psychic.
Psychic, schmichic, this has got to stop. What bum are you dragging along this time?
You, Fatso.
You see, what?
Well, I figured you'd like to see the matches, and that way we could both put it on the expense account.
Jeffrey, what a brilliant idea. Positively brilliant.
Yeah, and bring that information I need. King Cobra's wife. It's business, Fatso.
Jeffrey, what on earth are you insinuating?
Never mind. Get busy. You may be the difference between just another wrestling match and murder. Things were moving now. It was after 8 o'clock by the time I finished dinner. At the box office, somebody handed me 2 ringside seats Mike Turner had left for me. Free. When I got in, the place was mobbed. One of the prelims had just wound up. By 9 o'clock, there wasn't an empty seat in the house. Power of the press, power of the imagination. Everybody there. Everybody expecting to see something special. You could tell it from the looks on their faces, the atmosphere, the tense excitement. Everybody waiting for the big match, the Earl of Gardner versus King Cobra. Pretty soon, the Lion showed up, led in by music and a big cigar.
Jeffrey, I thought I'd never find you in this mob.
Sit down, Fatso. It won't be long.
Ringside seats, eh? How much did this cost the company?
Passes from Mike Turner.
Passes? Oh, delightful. Think of the money we saved.
Never mind that. What about King Cobra? Married?
Oh, you should see her, Jeffrey. Cool green eyes, red hair, dimples, everything. Legs, lovely, lovely.
That settles it.
Jeffrey, what on earth are you driving at?
Of that handsome, noble gladiator, that magnificent specimen of humanity, that glorious champion from Dover, England, that 14 stone 10, wearing white trunks with his family, dressed His Highness, the Earl of Gardner! From the wilds of the timberland of the Northwest, from the rugged earth of our great nation, comes that giant, that modern-day Paul Bunyan, that towering figure of humanity, at 311 pounds, wearing black trunks, King Cobra!
Jeffrey, you still didn't tell me why you wanted to know about King Cobra's wife.
Later, Fatso. We came to see a match, remember?
Hi, Regan. Mind if I join you?
Oh, Lion, Mike Turner. Mike, my boss, Anthony J. Lion.
Well, howdy do, Mr.
Howdy,
Turner.
how are you? Going to be a great fight, Regan. Great fight.
Yeah, but your wife couldn't make it.
What? Oh. Yeah, see what you mean. Think it's funny that I'm here, huh? My wife murdered?
Maybe.
Why lie about it, Regan? Jean and I didn't get along. We were split up. She didn't love me. Let's watch the match.
It was 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. The referee gave them their instructions. Brief, simple. Don't kill each other. But from the look on the face of King Cobra, he didn't hear good. They started. The Earl, the King. I didn't have to be an expert to throw out the publicity theory. The aloof look was gone from the Earl, the crowd forgotten. Both of them tumbling, spinning, twisting, fighting. 10 minutes. First fall to the King. 20 minutes. Second fall to the Earl. Both men growing weak, tired, cut, angry, fighting.
Jeffrey, I don't like it. Something's wrong.
Real wrong.
Something should be done.
Turner.
Yeah. What do you want?
Are you going to stop it?
What? Stop the match? You're crazy.
They mean business.
Well, sure they do. They're good men. Great show they're putting on.
That's no show, Turner.
Huh? No show? You kidding? They're the greatest fakers in the world.
They weren't faking. The crowd sensed it. The referee sensed it. Even the cops lining the aisles moved down a little closer to the ring. Everybody knowing what was happening. Nobody making a move. It was what the crowd came to see. Something special. 50 minutes gone, 10 to go. 2 beaten men, evenly matched. The Earl, lean, fast, clever. King Cobra, massive, powerful, slow. Nobody winning, both of them losing. The referee long since just another guy watching. The Lion on the edge of the seat. The crowd on its feet, screaming. Then it happened. 5 minutes to go. Mike Turner got up. He hurried to the referee. They pried them apart. Turner talked to King Cobra, and then to the Earl. 5 minutes left. Match even, 1 fall each. And it looked like it was over. The crowd didn't like it. Neither did the wrestlers. And then Mike Turner signaled them to go back into the ring. And that's when I decided to move.
Jeffrey, come back here! Jeffrey!
I got to the ring in a hurry. The police tried to stop me. The spectators tried to stop me. The referee tried to stop me, but I got there. I got there and grabbed King Cobra.
What you doing?
Give me that.
I'll kill you for this.
Give me what's in your hand, King.
I'll kill you for... the police.
All right, men. All right, grab him.
Let go.
I'll
Let
take
me...
the evidence, Regan.
Sure. Here, Candid.
Okay, Regan, clear out of here before you get yourself killed. The police will handle him.
20 policemen, Lieutenant Candid, King Cobra, and Jeff Regan left the ring. Alive. The cops led the interference, and we made our way to the dressing room.
All right, King, let's have it.
I do nothing. Nothing.
Yet. Only a couple of minutes and...
Nothing.
Hey, what's the idea of stopping the match, Lieutenant? I want Regan arrested. He's got no right to
To stop a murder, Turner?
Quiet, both of you. Regan was out of bounds, Turner. We can take care of that later. But I want an explanation as to where your wrestler got a small sack of prussic acid.
Prussic?
Poison, Turner. Chances are the same kind that killed the atomic assassin. King Cobra palmed it.
I don't know nothing about it, see? If Cobra tried to pull a stunt like that,
Cobra
I
didn't pull anything, Turner. You gave him that poison sack when you went to his corner to talk to him. Yeah, that's why you interrupted the fight.
What? That's nuts.
That's right. Mike gave me sack.
Okay, Turner. Talk.
Look, you got nothing on me. You can't prove anything.
You killed the atomic assassin, Turner, by mistake. He and Earl shared the same dressing room. You were after the Earl then, just like you were tonight.
You got nothing. Nothing, do you hear? Just a bunch of lies.
The Earl was a
lies.
nice-looking guy, Turner. Women liked him. He used to be friendly with your wife, Jean. You drew some wrong conclusion about that.
That's a lie. She and him were...
Finish it, Turner. You killed Jean to keep her from telling what a jealous maniac you were. That would have been the real tip-off. You used the same stunt with King Cobra. Told him his wife was playing around with the Earl. Got him sore. Worked him up to a real anger. Almost got him to kill for you.
That's right. Mike Turner told me that. Wait. He says my wife...
King, shut up!
Never mind, Turner. The police never let you out of their sight for a minute after your wife was shot.
No.
We got all we need on you. Regan just brought things to a boil.
Oh, thanks, Candid. Thanks a lot. That's how it was. Mike Turner, jealous husband, knocked off 2 people trying to satisfy a rage. The atomic assassin by mistake. His wife on purpose. The Earl of Gardner was close to being number 3. King Cobra got off with a light charge, but Turner was scheduled for the works. When I got to the office the next morning, my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, was reading the morning paper. He looked puzzled.
Hey, Jeffrey.
Brushing up on the race results, Fatso?
No, Jeffrey. I was reading about the Turner case. You know, I simply can't understand it. Mike Turner seemed like such a nice fellow, giving us those passes to the match and all.
To throw off suspicion, Fatso. And to have us right next to him in case anything went wrong.
Well, I must confess it was clever of you, Jeffrey, to check up on King Cobra's wife. Imagine Turner using the jealous husband routine to inflame King Cobra to attempt murder.
Jealous husbands, Lion. You never know. Now, take you, for instance. You went out to see King Cobra's wife.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, that was business you sent me.
Yeah, but suppose King Cobra didn't look at it that way. Suppose he found out you were with his wife. After the things Mike Turner's been telling him. Well...
Jeffrey, no, you don't think...
Just a thought, Fatso.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, it was business, simply business. You sent me out there to see the woman.
Yes, and you said she was lovely. Cool green eyes, legs, things like that get around, Lion. Who knows? Maybe King Cobra's looking for you right now.
But Jeffrey, you've got to get me out of this. You've got to explain it. It was...
Phone's ringing.
Yes, so it is.
Well, don't you think you ought to answer it, Fatso? Never can tell. It might be business.
Yes, of course. Lion Detective Bureau, Anthony J... What? Who? No, he's not in. No, this is his assistant, Mr. Smith. Anthony J. Smith. That is John Smith. No, he's gone for the day. He may be gone all week. Yes, I'll tell him when he comes in.
Who was it, Fatso?
Wrong number, Jeffrey.
Oh, really? Sounded like a woman's voice to me, Fatso. Anybody I know?
Jeffrey, it was Mrs. King Cobra. She called to invite me out to dinner.
Like I said, Fatso, never can tell.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at this same time. Bob Stevenson speaking, and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Dick Powell played Richard Diamond, Private Detective, from 1949 to 1953. A very popular show, with Diamond being a somewhat lighthearted and humorous version of the harder-boiled private eyes of other shows at the time. Of course, he also usually sang a number at the end of each show, with OTR fans today either loving or hating that segment. For copyright reasons, I have cut the musical number, so my apologies to those of you who love them, and you're very welcome to those of you who don't. In the Jacoby case, a criminal named Liam Jacoby has returned to America after being deported years ago, and already 3 bodies have piled up, all of them witnesses who had testified against him previously. Lieutenant Walt Levinson asks Diamond to help locate the suspected killer. This is a great story, as Diamond discovers that he is on the list of people that Jacoby plans to kill, since he also helped to convict him. It aired November 19th, 1949. Mr. and Mrs. North ran from 1942 to 54, based on a series of 26 novels, a Broadway play, a motion picture, and several other radio and television shows. It received the first Edgar Award from the Mystery Writers of America in 1946, and starred several actors as Jerry North and several actresses as Pam North. The husband and wife detective team spent all their time getting involved in dark, twisted mysteries that often baffle the police, which they invariably solve. Throughout, the tone is a lighter one speckled with humor and wisecracks. In Russian Restaurant Murder, which aired February 3, 1943, the hat check girl at a Russian restaurant is murdered by a stiletto in her back. The Norths can't even go out for a nice meal without getting involved in a murder mystery to solve. Great story, lots of the trademark North humor, and some really surprising twists. Next up is a lesser-known show, True Detective Mysteries, which was based on the magazine of the same name, presenting a true crime story every week. Some were told from the detective's point of view, and some from the criminals. It ran from 1929 to 1930, and offered rewards to listeners who provided clues or information that led to an arrest. In this one, Murder in the Horror House aired August 19, 1937. This one is a lot different from other detective and crime shows, perhaps because it was from an earlier decade, I don't know, but it definitely had a different level of production and story, and I'll say acting, from the shows from the 40s and 50s when the detective genre was pretty much at its peak. Still, an entertaining story, and I hope you enjoy it. Next up is The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, which ran from 50 to 51 and starred Sidney Greenstreet as Rex Stout's famous armchair detective in the title role. Wolfe liked orchids, beer, and he hated going outdoors. Wolfe's assistant, Archie Goodwin, who did most of the legwork, bringing back the details and clues for Wolfe to solve, was played by several actors over the show's run. In Stamped for Murder, which aired October 20th, 1950, a team of swindlers is trying to get their hands on a phony treasure map, and they're willing to pay $10,000 for it, and they've already murdered several people to get it. Why? Wolfe, with Archie's invaluable assistance, tries to answer that question. Then we have Michael Shayne, Private Detective, which had 3 iterations over the years. First from 44 to 46, starring Wally Mayer in the title role, then with Jeff Chandler after that, and the name changed to The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, and then finally The Adventures of Michael Shayne from 52 to 53, with 3 different actors playing Shayne. In Case of the Model Murder, with Chandler in the title role, Shayne is hired by a man in a seafood bar to find Marianne Shebney, a girl who will lose $8 million in inheritance if she isn't found, after running away from home. To make matters more difficult, Shayne only has 24 hours to find her. And the man who wants her found is her father's business partner, who will get the $8 million if she isn't found. A really interesting and exciting tale with a lot of apparently illogical and confusing clues. And then the last show in this group, Miss Pinkerton Incorporated, a lesser-known detective show, even rarer since it features a woman as a detective, which was typically a man's domain in those days. It ran for a few months in 1941, and only one show survives to this day. Joan Blondell stars in the title role as a lawyer who inherits a detective agency from her uncle. And instead of selling it, as she originally planned, she decides to become a detective. It co-starred Dick Powell as a police sergeant, Dick Powell from Richard Diamond detective fame. In this, the first episode of the series, and the only surviving one, Miss Pinkerton takes on a case of an emerald that is stolen while on display. It's a shame that more episodes didn't survive. I think this one could have been as popular as, say, Candy Matson. Now let's sit back and enjoy, and I will see you on the other side for more.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Diamond Detective Agency, the Smiling Gumshoe.
Rick.
Sign up for our new contest and win yourself a beautiful all-chrome, pre-tested, genuine electric chair.
Oh, lovely. What do I have to do?
Just tear off your scalp and send it along with 25 words or less why you love Richard Diamond.
I can do it in 2 words.
What are they?
You're pretty.
Oh, you win, you win. Where do you want the chair sent, madam?
975 Park Avenue, but I think I have AC current.
No problem with the Jiffy Toaster chair. It works on any current AC/DC. And we have it in 3 speeds, 45, 78, and long playing.
Oh, no. Oh, Rick, that's awful.
Hello, baby.
Hi. What are you doing?
Oh, nothing. What's with you?
Oh, I just thought I'd call and find out if I'm still going to see you tonight.
Yes, ma'am. We going to stay in?
Well, I thought I'd have Francis fix dinner and we could sit around and listen to records or something, but if you'd rather go out,
No, baby. I think that would be lovely. And so does my bank account.
Oh, broke again?
Not quite. A little bent. I hope the next client I get has a big, fat trust fund.
Well, don't you worry about it. I'll see you around 8.
Okay. Bye, baby.
Bye.
Now, let's see. 6 shirts, 4 pairs of socks, and... Hey, how did that get in there? Well... Oh... Okay. Yeah?
Well, what's the matter with you?
You lost up my laundry.
What are you talking about? Today isn't Tuesday.
Okay, Walt, so it isn't Tuesday. Nothing's happening around this place. I felt like doing some washing.
Why don't you put it away and come on down here? I'll give you something to do.
What do you mean? You sound like you're surrounded by Sergeant Otis's relatives.
I got a big headache. I think maybe you can help me with it.
Trouble?
All over the place. You don't have to, but I'd like to, sort of kick it around with you.
Sure. I'll throw a few more things into soak and I'll be right down.
Oh, thanks, Rick.
Hey, it's really serious, isn't it?
Now, what makes you say that?
Look, Father, every time your ulcers hold a rally and you want me to come down and join in, you say, thanks, Rick, just like I'd laid an egg or something for you.
Oh, you think you're pretty smart, don't you?
Sure. If I listen to everybody who thinks I'm not, I'd wind up playing mumbly peg in a straitjacket. I'll be right over. Well, that's the way trouble can get in the way of an otherwise quiet afternoon. Walt doesn't usually call me like that, but when he does, I know things are bound to get pretty rough. I tossed all of my shirts into soak, closed up the office. 20 minutes later, I was walking into the squad room of the 5th Precinct Police Station. I spotted Sergeant Otis hopping around like a crapshooter on his 10th pass. Well, what's with you, Otis?
Huh? Oh, don't bother me now, Shamus. I gotta get these reports into Lieutenant.
Well, get you. What's the matter? Did you suddenly discover you were working for the police department?
Now that's very funny. Ha. Okay, you gotta laugh. Now beat it. The lieutenant expects you.
Well, all right, but for Pete's sakes, Otis, stop acting like that and don't bust into the lieutenant's office like that. You'll swear you've been doped and start an investigation.
Shamus, someday I ain't even going to bother to answer you.
Sergeant, the day you don't open your mouth to say something stupid, the whole world will start singing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And when I think about it, why don't you start combing your hair?
What's the matter with it?
Looks like a mattress after the lions got through with it.
Oh.
Hello, Walt.
Hello, Rick. Sit down.
Oh, maybe I should have worn black. That or a propeller on my hat. First, I run into Otis, acting like he was shot out of a cannon. Then I waltz in here, and you give me that big hello like you just discovered a body in your desk.
Land Jacoby is back in town.
What?
Yes.
Oh, but we got an indictment on him. Got him deported 6 years ago.
Look, Rick, there's no mistake. One of our stoolies brought us word.
Oh, but that's crazy. Jacoby knows the feds will pick him up in a second. How'd he get back in?
Who knows? Florida, maybe. Last we heard, he disappeared in Italy. And about 6 months later, we got a report he was seen in Cuba.
Oh, are you just going to take the stoolie's word for it? What else have you got?
I got 3 bodies to date, and they're all very dead.
Jacoby?
It's got to be.
Why?
Well, the first 2 are the guys that turned state's evidence and helped to put Jacoby away. You remember them, Ross and Kreisel. Jacoby swore he'd get him someday.
Who's the third?
The stoolie who gave us the tip. Walked out of the station, and somebody with a Thompson scattered them all over the front steps.
Right in front of the station?
Yeah, it'll be in the evening papers. The commissioner is very unhappy.
How about the feds? Are they working on it?
Up to their necks, but nobody can find out how he got in or where he might be hiding out. Oh, here's something else that makes us sure it's Jacoby. In this town, there are at least 5 of Jacoby's old mob. The minute this thing broke, we started to check. They've all disappeared.
You think they're organizing again? Oh, Walt, come on
Rick,
now.
I don't know what to think. That's why I wanted you to come down. You're one of the guys who worked on the Jacoby case. You remember a lot about it.
Well, sure, but... Oh, now you can't tell me Jacoby is going to try to start operating again. It's a one-way pass to that little green room up at Sing Sing.
I know it, but you tell me. I don't know how to figure it.
You can't find anybody else who's seen Jacoby.
No, just the stoolie. He's going to make a swell witness.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
We just got a report on the teletype.
Jacoby?
Yeah. Florida reports the body of a man found out in the Biscayne Keys. They checked and found out he was a Cuban, chartered boats for fishing trips. And the immigration boys checked with the authorities in Cuba, and it turns out that this dead guy took a party of 2 out for a trip and never showed up again.
Wait a minute. You said a party of 2?
Yeah, a dame and a guy.
Well, what makes you think the guy with the dame was Jacoby?
Because the description fitted Jacoby exactly. And the feds say that Jacoby married a dame in Italy. And the dame that got on the boat fits the wife's description.
Mm-hmm. Well, Rick?
That's ridiculous.
Okay. We now agree on 2 things. Leon Jacoby is back in the States, and it's ridiculous. Will you give me a hand? I need somebody who really knew Jacoby.
Hey, Diamond, did you really know Jacoby?
Sure, Otis. We used to go out and shoot dumb police sergeants together.
Oh, hey, Lieutenant, why don't he ever give me a straight answer?
Because it wouldn't fit your crooked head. Now go out and dig up some more reports.
Okay.
All right, Walt. Now let's say Jacoby's going to start operating again. He's made sure of one thing. Nobody who's seen him is alive enough to testify.
So?
So this. I'll 8 to 5. Jacoby's going to make a quick haul someplace and do one more killing.
You expect the killing?
I expect an attempt. He's gotten 2 of the guys who put him away. He's just got one more guy to tag.
He said he'd do it himself and with a knife. That means he's got to find you.
Yeah. The haul must be really important for him, the risk coming into the States. He probably needs money to keep going, so he'll pull off the job and then try to get me.
And he'll leave the country the same way he came in. Nobody can ever swear they saw him.
Except the 5 guys in his mob. I think he'll kill every one of them, too.
That's a lot of doing.
Jacoby's a lot of killer. Now, we've got to find out where at least one of those guys is. We'll find Jacoby and try and stop the slaughter.
Yeah, but you've got to watch your step, Rick. There's no telling when he's going to pull off the job and try to go to work on you.
Look, I'm not happy about it. I'm really the guy who's responsible for putting Jacoby away, and I know him pretty well. He's got a vendetta, Walt, and guys like Jacoby don't figure they're their brother's keeper. The score is 2 out of 3 with 1 to go. He'll try his best to kill me and even it up.
Well, where do you say we start?
I don't know. Oh, give me a list of the 5 guys you think are with Jacoby and all the information on them you got.
It is right here.
All right. Put 2 of your best men on these 3 guys at the bottom of the list, and you and I will start with these 2 on top.
Okay, but I hope we find Jacoby in time.
Walt, so do I. The way he uses that knife, I'll have to have all my clothes made out of bandage. Walt assigned 2 of his best men to start checking on the 3 names at the bottom of the list, and we took off for Flatbush. Our first man was a hoodlum named George Vale, and one of his favorite hangouts was a pool hall on Church Avenue.
Snooker or straight pool?
We want to talk.
You want to talk? Go over to the park. Get yourself a box.
Oh, look, your wisecracks can only give you a hollow mouth. Show him the badge, Walt.
Oh, cops. Well, what do you want?
You know a man named George Vale?
No.
Let's go.
Hey, wait a minute.
Look, I'm not going to fool around. The answers here will be a lot easier. We know Vale comes here a lot. If you don't want to tell us about him, the boys at the station have got time to help your memory along.
You can't haul me in. What's the charge?
Withholding police evidence. It can get you a couple of years.
Let's go.
Hey, wait a minute. Okay.
Okay, what?
Oh, wait a minute. I just want to be sure no one sees me talking to you. Okay. I don't know much. Vale ain't been in here for a couple of days.
Where does he live?
I don't know. I swear I don't, but I do know it's in the neighborhood. Sometimes I see him coming out of a little delicatessen across the street with a bundle of groceries.
Let's go, Walt.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Sporty. It's guys like you who make the police department such a happy little group.
So, good afternoon, gentlemen.
You own this place?
Yes, there's something wrong.
Does a man named George Vale come in here much?
Oh, something is wrong. I told Mama that George was on no good.
Then he does come in here.
You're a policeman, maybe.
Yes, we're policemen. Now, would you mind telling us, please, if whether...
Mama! Oh, she must be out and back. I want to show her. She liked this George fellow. He was always with the flattery. Now I want to show her what happens to that no good. Mama!
Please. We haven't got much time.
Oh, I'm sorry, gentlemen. You must excuse an old man. There's so little excitement. So, now what can I do for you?
Do you know where George Vale lives?
Sure. I'm sending him over stuff lots of times. It's up 2 blocks, but he ain't there.
How do you know that?
Because his wife, she's coming in for the last couple of days. She said he was out of town on business.
He's got a wife?
Sure. A blonde. She's not bad looking. Well, You know.
Yeah. What is Vale's exact address?
Here, I'll write for you on a piece of paper.
What time you got, Rick?
2:30.
Dear gentlemen, I hope you catch him for whatever he's done that's no good.
We'll have to ask you not to mention this to anybody.
Not even to Mama.
Well, okay, to Mama, but you tell Mama to keep it a secret.
Oh, a secret. Well, maybe I'm not telling her for a couple of days yet.
Come on, Walt.
We going down to see Vale's wife?
No, I got a better idea.
Don't you think she'd know where Vale is?
Maybe, but she's not going to tell us. But if we throw a scare into her, she might tell her husband something.
If she knows where he is.
Get Otis down here with a recording outfit. We'll wait until we see her leave the apartment and bug the place. No sense in tailing her. If Vale is with Jacoby, he wouldn't give her the address.
Maybe he didn't tell her anything. Maybe he just took off.
That's a chance we got to take. Maybe he gave her a phone number where he could be reached. On the way down to the Vale address, put in a call at the precinct.
Right. KXKB to KQAR. I'm at the corner of Flatbush and Church. Have Sergeant Otis report to me on a code 3 and tell him to step on it.
Walt finished his report, and we both went over and talked with the landlady in Vale's building. She told us that Mrs. Vale was still in her room and gave us an accurate description. Also, she agreed to pull down her window shade when Mrs. Vale left the building so that there wouldn't be a chance of missing her. Then we went back to the car to wait. In about 15 minutes, Otis showed up carrying a small, portable recorder.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
All right. Get in the back seat.
We're going to wire somebody's apartment?
No. I just thought it might be fun to play cops and robbers. Now, relax. We might be here for quite a while.
Not so long, Walt. Look, there goes the landlady's signal.
Yeah. Mrs. Vale should be... There she comes.
Yeah. Otis, get set. We got to go up there and plant a bug before she comes back.
I'm set.
I got 4 cars at the intersections just in case she's got a car. If she walks, I got 4 men to tail her, depending on her direction.
She's crossing the street.
KXKB to KQAR. Cars 7, 9, 3, 14. Stand by. Rick, you notice. Get up there with a bug.
Right. Come on, Otis.
Yeah. Right with you.
Attention. Suspect is turning into Church Avenue, heading for New Lot. Blonde, 5 feet 4, wearing checkered coat and carrying a black bag.
In here, Otis.
Yeah.
Well, this is her room. The landlady said she'd unlock it for us as soon as Mrs. Vale left the building. Bingo. Go on in.
Okay.
Now, plant it just like you knew what you were doing, Sergeant. I'll take the box down in the basement where we can listen. Give me 5 minutes and then give me a quick test.
How long have I got to set it up?
Who knows? Don't worry about it too much. If Mrs. Vale comes in, just tell her you're selling tape recorders.
Oh, she won't believe that.
Otis, with your face, you'll have to believe something as stupid as that. I dropped the wire out of the window and went out and down into the basement. It was a slipshod way of wiring a room, but we were in a hurry, and it would have to be enough. I set it up and waited for Otis to start croaking.
Okay, Diamond. I'll start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6.
Hey, I think I hear somebody coming. I'm going out the window. I'll see you in the basement.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Gee, she nearly caught me. I come down the fire escape.
Come on in.
Yeah. Hey, how's it working?
All right. Listen.
Hey, she ain't got a bad voice.
You probably got me plugged in with Morton Downey.
What are we going to do? Just sit here and listen?
The lieutenant's going to give Mrs. Vale a scare, Otis. Then we're going to listen.
I don't get it.
Shh. That's Walt.
Who's there?
The police, Mrs. Vale.
Huh? Oh, well, wait just a minute.
Hey, it sounds pretty good, don't it?
Shut up, Otis.
Yeah?
I'm looking for your husband, Mrs. Vale.
He isn't here. He's out of town. What's wrong?
He's wanted.
For what?
Murder. Mind if I come in?
Got a warrant?
Okay, make it tough. Where's your husband?
I told you.
Well, we're out of town.
You didn't tell me.
Okay, I'll be back with a warrant.
Now we'll see if it works.
Well, operator. Evergreen 33349, please. I won't call again. Bye, baby.
Okay, Otis. Stay here and keep this thing going. I gotta get back to the lieutenant. Did it work? Yeah, like a dream. She called Evergreen 33349 and talked to George.
I'll check the number. You start driving north, so we'll be in the general exchange area. KXKB calling KQAR, code 600 and Evergreen 3.
We headed across town while Walt put in the code to the precinct. In less time than it takes Sergeant Otis to say, oh, yeah, we had our address. Well, wouldn't you know it? Another pool hall.
Yeah, guy must like the game.
Hope he's in.
Pretty crowded, I don't... Oh, yeah. Yeah, there he is.
He sees us. He's going for the back door. Let's grab him.
Right.
Hey, let me go. Take your hands off me. You're busting my arm.
Just take it easy, Vale. All we want to do is talk to you. Come on, outside.
Okay.
Go on, Vale. In the car.
Quit shoving. I'm going.
Walt, I'll wait.
Now, Rick.
Where did that shot come from?
Got Vale in the chest.
Yeah, across the street. Stay down. Yeah, look. Look, Vale, you're not going anyplace now. We know you're working for Jacoby, and we know he's close. The guy who just shot you is working for Jacoby, too. You're not going to cover up for a louse who just fingered you, are you?
Jacoby's looking for you, too, Diamond. He's going to cut you up bad.
Where's the hideout, Vale?
I'm going to put in an 800 on this, Rick. I want this whole area surrounded.
Come on, Vale. Where's Jacoby?
455.
Vale. Oh, swell.
Repeat, code 800 from Central Park West to 10th, from 59th Street to 64th Street, KXKC, now at Pool Hall, 9th Avenue, 60th Street. Okay, Rick, what's with Vale?
Yeah, nothing.
Dead?
Yeah. Gave me half of Jacoby's address, 455, and then made the trip.
455? Well, come on, there can't be too many 455s within walking distance.
What about Vale?
Yeah, I'll call in for the wagon.
Go ahead, I'll start checking apartment numbers.
Now, you wait a minute. You better take it easy. Jacoby would like nothing better than to have you go knocking on his front door.
If I know Jacoby, Walt, he's got the radio on, and he knows just what you're doing. Besides, that fingerman will tell him about Vale. Somebody's got to find him before he makes a break. He's done enough killing.
Well, if you do run into something, you wait for the boys.
Walt.
Yeah?
I took off and started checking addresses that began with 455. The first was Cold Turkey, nothing but a married couple who looked like they were in training for Madison Square Garden. I moved on. Somewhere in that neighborhood, Leon Jacoby was listening to his radio.
Car 3, code 800, 455 to 61st Street. Cars 16, 17, and 18.
Shut it off, Jane.
61st
But,
and
Leon,
5th Avenue,
they're
same
surrounding
code.
this whole area.
Shut it off.
All right. All right. I wish the boys would get back.
All right, take it easy. Take it easy. Yeah, who is it?
Eddie, boss.
Okay.
Boss, the cops...
Come in.
2 cops picked up Vale in the pool hall.
Oh, so that's what it's all about. That Vale will talk.
No, he won't.
What do you mean?
Well, I waited across the street. Got Vale when he came out with the 2 pigs.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, you did me a favor, Ed.
When I figured he didn't want anybody around that might squeal, you know, Vale, wife and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what else you did, Ed?
What? No, what?
When you plugged Vale, you brought the whole New York police force right down on my neck.
Huh?
Yeah. So, I gotta return the favor.
Well, what do you mean? I just didn't think.
No, you didn't.
Leon, come on. We got to get out of here.
Will you shut up?
Hey, now, wait a minute. What's with you?
I got a present for you, Ed.
Huh?
Leon!
Oh, no, boss. Put that knife away.
Sure.
No.
Leon!
Oh.
Oh, Leon. Oh, no. No.
What's the matter with you?
What did you do that for?
I'm in a tough spot. I go faster alone, baby.
Alone?
Yeah, baby.
You mean...
Yeah, that's right.
You'd leave me.
Look, I got no choice. You know how it is, kid. 1 might get through, but 2, no chance. Nothing to say, baby?
Yeah. Go on, get out.
Just like that, huh? Then what would happen to you? You might help the cops find me, huh? Tell me, aren't you a little scared?
No. Just sick. I've been sick since we got here. I wish I'd known what you were really like. I'd have laughed at you when you asked me to marry you.
Oh? Well, go on, baby. Laugh now. Maybe it'll help. Well, go on. Laugh your head off. Nothing funny. You're trying not to act scared. Jacoby don't scare you none, huh? Now I laugh. You're scared plenty because you think I might kill you. Well, say something. Don't just stand there. You're scared. You gotta be scared. Everybody's scared of Jacoby. Yeah. You slapped Jacoby. Okay, baby. Nobody slapped Jacoby. Not you, not the cops, not anybody. Maybe you like to beg me not to kill you, huh? Good. Go ahead, go on, beg. Oh? Okay. I think about you when I'm back in Forenzy, baby. Arrivederci.
Jacoby, hold it.
What?
Stop, Jacoby. Well, Jacoby had waited 6 years to get a crack at me, and it looked like he was going to finally get his chance. The alley was a dead end. I stopped and listened. The back of the alley was stacked with boxes, and along the sides, garbage cans. He could have been hiding anywhere along the line. I'm coming in, Jacoby. You want to give it up, or do you want to play? The block's surrounded.
Okay. I ain't got a gun.
Come on out.
All right. Only don't shoot, Diamond.
Walk over here.
Hey, you see, I ain't got a gun. Now, don't shoot, please.
Shut up, slob, and start walking out.
What you gotta act like that for, huh, Diamond?
Come on, Jacoby, move.
So, what do you cops got against me? What'd I do, huh?
Nothing, Jacoby. Not a thing. Start moving.
Well, why you gotta get so tough? Or maybe you're scared.
Scared to death. Now, if you don't hurry up and move, I'm going to shoot you full of holes. I'm so scared.
All right, Diamond, all right. I ain't got no gun, so you can push me around like that. What are you going to do to me, huh?
Why, not a thing. Haven't you heard? The city went out and bought you a yacht. They like the way you kill people, so they're going to give you the yacht and send you back to Italy. Now, walk out of that alley.
Okay.
Now, you dirt.
Rick! Over here, Walt. Over here.
He pulled his knife on you, huh?
Yeah, I didn't think I'd see it.
Well, you're lucky you're dead.
Yeah, well, I expected it. There used to be an old saying 6 years ago. When Leon Jacoby wants you dead, he'll use a knife and you'll lose your head. Yeah, he should have remembered. I keep up on slogans.
Oh, Rick, that's an awful story.
Well, you wanted me to tell you about it.
But it's so terrible, and you're so lucky.
Yeah, I guess so.
You'll certainly know better next time.
Oh, I'll never make the same mistake again.
Oh, I should hope not. Imagine being in such a hurry you've forgotten threw your socks in with all those lovely white shirts.
Plaid now, baby.
The color run that much?
Sweetheart, when I got back to the office, it looked like Picasso had been in my wash basin. My shirts are ruined.
Well, don't you fret. Mommy's going to buy little old Rick a whole new batch tomorrow.
Oh, no. Really, I couldn't. It's just against my principles to take anything from a woman.
It is, huh?
Definitely.
What's that song you're playing?
16 neck, 33 sleeve. What?
Oh, you idiot.
Oh, I was bad. I dropped a real old hint.
Well, I'll drop a little old hint, too. Very subtly, of course.
That, honey, huh?
Baby, you're the craziest.
What? Now, where did you pick up that expression?
Oh, I get around now and then. I know a couple of musicians.
Oh, I bet they all play lead kazoo.
Come here.
What do you want?
I want to lay one on you.
What? Oh.
What'd you think of that, Pops?
You want the honest truth?
Uh-huh.
Solid.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg. Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, David Ellis, Gene Bates, Edmund MacDonald, and Charles McGraw. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written and directed by Blake Edwards. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Sunday evening means stellar listening on NBC. Tomorrow, be sure to hear the American theater's foremost acting couple, Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne, in the whimsical comedy The Great Adventure on the Theater Guild on the Air. And for another great adventure in comedy tomorrow, remember to hear the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Great entertainment Sundays on NBC. Next, it's Death in the Rain with Maureen O'Hara on NBC.
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin, and brought to you by
Woodbury, 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 for the skin you love to touch.
Jerry and Pamela North, those lovable, laughable salvas of mystery. For years you've read about them in books and magazines. You've seen them on the stage and on the screen. Now here they are in person in The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. Joseph's is a little Russian restaurant tucked away on one of the side streets of Midtown Manhattan. And here we find Jerry and Pamela North just finishing dinner. There's a popular belief among epicures that music has power to aid digestion, but Jerry has some doubt about this.
Oh, boy, listen to that fiddle. No wonder there's hardly anybody in the place.
Jerry, I want to hear.
What? Pam, please, it's dreadful.
But, Jerry, that poor fellow's playing with his heart.
Oh, that's it. I was blaming it all on the violin.
I suppose if a swing band were going full blast, you'd think it was dandy.
Well, at least I could keep time while I chewed. Oh. Come on. Are you finished? Let's get out of here.
All right, dear.
A waiter. A waiter. Here, let me help you with the coat, dear.
Ah, gentlemen, lady, it was all to your satisfaction?
Yes.
Oh, yes, thank you.
My wife even likes the music.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Dimitri, enough. Go back to the kitchen.
Oh, does he cook, too?
Dimitri? Oh, no, he washes the dishes. My wife, she cooks.
Oh, are you the proprietor?
No, lady, I own the restaurant.
Oh.
I am Joseph. Dimitri is my brother. Vasya is my wife.
I see, a family affair. I suppose the girl in the check room is your sister.
No, that is not possible. But the doorman, he is my uncle, Vasov.
Oh, how nice. Isn't that nice, Jerry?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear, will you give me a coat check? My compact's in your overcoat pocket.
Yeah? Well, let's see. Oh, here it is.
I'll fix my face while you're paying the check. See you in the lobby, Jerry.
Now, gentlemen, let me see.
Have you the bill?
Oh, yes. Even now I subtracted. $20. So. $240.
What? Let me see.
Perhaps it is wrong.
No, not very. It's $2.40. What? That's Pam. I'm coming, Pam. I'm coming.
Oh, Jerry, it's terrible.
In heaven's name, what happened?
Look, there in the check room.
Where?
Over the table.
What? Good Lord.
Jerry, I think she's dead.
She certainly is. That's a stiletto in her back.
We'll rejoin Mr. and Mrs. North in just a moment. But meanwhile, ladies, do you realize for just 10 cents you can buy a trial-sized jar of Woodbury cold cream, a cream proved to give as fine or even finer beauty results than the costliest creams. And I mean proved. Proved by a test among more than 1,000 women. These women use 6 leading creams, including Woodbury cold cream and some of the costliest brands you could name. The creams were all in plain, unlabeled jars. Yet the majority of the women picked one cream as definitely best, Woodbury cold cream. Actually, they preferred Woodbury even to those costliest creams. Well, here's why Woodbury is so outstanding. Its 4 special ingredients and its fine oils cleanse thoroughly, leave your skin feeling gloriously fresh and clean. They lubricate, help ward off aging dryness. They make your skin gorgeously softer and smoother. And besides, There's an element working in the jar to keep the cream absolutely pure, and no other cream at any price has that. Why not send out now for Woodbury Cold Cream? If your skin isn't lovelier after using it only 7 days, return that jar to Woodbury at Cincinnati, Ohio, and you'll get double your money back. Regular sizes at 25 cents, 50 cents, 75 cents, and a big economy jar at $1.25. Remember, Woodbury will save you so much compared with your former expensive cream that you can buy more war stamps and bonds. And Uncle Sam will like that. Tonight, start using Woodbury. That's Woodbury, Woodbury Cold Cream. And now, back to the adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. A few minutes have passed since Pam and Jerry discovered the body of the checkroom girl in the Russian restaurant.
Oh, what is to become of us?
Please, Mr. Joseph.
What can I do? Stabbed here in my own restaurant.
All right, Pam.
Did you get Bill Wagon, Jerry?
Yes, he'll be right over with the homicide squad.
Oh, good.
Joseph, who is this girl?
This girl I do not know. Her name, it is Betty.
Is that all you know about her?
Oh.
But you hired her to work for you, didn't you?
No, I did not hire her. She was sent here by the man who has the concession for hats and coats.
You mean someone actually paid for the checkroom concession in this place? Why, it can't possibly pay the girl's salary.
He did not pay for the concession. He come one day, say I must let him run hats and coats. I say no. He say yes, or he will have my license taken away.
Oh, a racket.
Why, that's shameful.
He's big man. Lots of politics.
Who is he?
Charles Moran.
Chuck Moran, huh?
Jerry, isn't he the man who runs the Club Rouet?
Yes, and a lot of concessions and hotels and clubs around town. Now I see why he's got a monopoly.
I wonder if... Jerry, look. There's a purse hanging on the hook. Couldn't we go through it?
Why, yes, I guess we can. Wait a minute.
Oh, Jerry, be careful. Don't touch her.
Don't worry.
Look how she fell forward across that little table.
I'm afraid Wigan won't find many clues.
Why not, Jerry?
Whoever did it must have slipped in quickly, plunged that stiletto into her, and gone out just as fast. You don't leave any traces when you work like that.
Jerry, I wish you wouldn't say you. Oh, let's see the bag.
Here, we'll put everything on this other table. Wigan will want to see all this stuff.
Well, it's not much. Lipstick, compact... Oh, there's a key.
Oh, wait. Here's a piece of paper. A milk bill. Made out to Mrs. Charles Moran, 596 East 54th Street. Apartment 9A.
Mrs. Charles Moran? Do you suppose
Chuck Moran's wife.
His wife? Can it be possible?
I'd better go over and find out.
Jerry, you're staying right here.
Now, Pam, we don't want to make any mistakes. If this is Chuck's wife, he should know about it. If she's not, well, it might be wise to find out what he does know.
Well, why don't you phone?
Phone? He has no phone. I can never get him.
I guess he has a phone, all right. But only the people he wants have the number. Now, Pam, when Wigan gets here, give him all the details.
But, Jerry, I don't...
Remember, Pam, you're the one who found the body.
The body? Here in my restaurant?
It's not far from here. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Take it easy. I'm coming. Well?
Excuse me, is this where Chuck Moran lives?
Right.
Is he in?
Who wants to know?
My name is North. Gerald North.
Oh, you friend of Chuck's?
Well, I've seen him around town. I'm a publisher.
Oh, you publish those detective stories, don't you?
That's right.
Oh, say, I was just reading that one, The Kiss of Death. It's swell.
It has been rather successful.
Oh, say, come on in. Chuck ain't here right now, but he ought to be along any minute.
Thanks. Are you Mrs. Moran?
Do I look it?
Well,
No, I'm Francine Laporte. I sing at the Club Rouet.
I thought you looked familiar. I've enjoyed your singing.
Oh, thanks. Well, sit down. The sofa ain't busy. Have a drink?
Not now, thank you.
Well, you better. Chuck may not show for a while.
Well, then, I really can't wait.
Oh, come on. Sit down. Oh, scat, Pinky. That cat is all over everything. You know, Mr. North, another one of your books I liked was Murder in the Mint. Gee, I didn't know who done it until the last page.
Yes, Herman is a good writer. But what I came to see about was Mrs. Moran.
Oh, Betty?
Yes, do you know her?
One of my best friends. And let me tell you, she's got brains. She can figure out those detective stories where I can't. Her only trouble is money.
Money?
Yeah, you see, Chuck's the front in the concession business, but Betty runs it. She keeps all the check bills in line, hires them and fires them, and, well, she squeezes the nickels till the buffaloes yell.
I see.
Yeah, right now she's doing a little trick herself in a little Russian joint because, well, it don't pay to keep a regular girl there.
She and Chuck get along all right, don't they?
Say, why all the interest in Betty?
Oh, nothing, just inquiring.
Well, I don't know what you're after, so I ain't going to talk out of turn. You'll have to wait for Chuck.
Well, I really must be going, Miss Laporte.
Oh, stick around. I'm leaving in a minute for my act at the club, but we could spend a little time talking about murder stories. You got any new ones coming up?
Several. I'm afraid I'll have to go now. I'm sorry.
Somebody's going to step on that cat's neck someday, and that'll finish him.
Tell Chuck I called, will you?
Sure, tall and handsome. And drop around the club sometime, huh?
I'd be delighted, Miss Laporte.
Oh, call me Francie. Everybody does.
All right, Francie. I'll be seeing you.
Okay, big boy.
And that's all I can tell you, Bill. That's the way Jerry and I found her.
All right, Pam. Thanks. Medical examiner's busy in the check room. Maybe he'll turn up something. Hey, Mullins.
Yeah, Lute?
Bring in that big Russian.
You mean the doorman with the fur hat?
That's right.
Okay, Lute.
Jerry didn't seem to think that you'd find many clues, Bill. He said that the way the murderer worked, he wouldn't have time to...
Lieutenant Wigan, here's something you might find interesting.
What's that, Doc?
When I moved the girl's body, I found this menu on the table under it. She was trying to write a message when she died.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see, Bill.
Scroll from one end of the card to the other. W-O-M-E-N. Women killed me.
Women? Gollies.
That means the girl didn't know who her assailants were. If she had, she would have tried to write out their names before she died.
You can move the body any time you want, Wigan. The stiletto did the trick, all right. I'm going down and file my report.
Okay, Doc. Good night.
Bill, I can't believe a woman could be so cold-blooded.
They come always, Pam. This girl didn't know who they were, so that rules out friends. Let's see.
This way, Cossack. Lieutenant wants to see you.
Hello. What's your name?
It's Vassoff, Lute.
Were you on the door outside all evening, Vossoff?
I was, for truly.
You see any women come into the restaurant?
Women, yes. Women. Men, too, also.
I mean just a party of women, 2 or 3. They must have come in and left immediately.
Women, yes. Men, yes.
Not very definite, is he?
Yes.
Think you could identify these women if you saw them?
Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Women come, go. Yes, many.
Well, I guess it was one of them. All right, Vossoff.
You want to hold him as a witness, Lute?
Yes, take him to headquarters, Mullins.
Right. Come on, Cossack. We don't want to lose you.
Now, Bill, here's what I think you ought to do. Find out if any of the girls working in these concessions had it in for Betty.
Please,
and then
Pam, just a minute. I've got to think this thing out.
Hello, anybody.
Oh, Jerry.
What success?
Did you find Chuck Moran?
Hello, Jerry.
How are you, Bill?
Jerry, I'm asking you a question. Did you find Mr. Chuck?
No, dear, he wasn't home. But I did find out the dead girl is his wife.
Chuck's wife, are you sure?
Yes, Bill. Name's Betty Moran.
Where's Chuck?
The girl in his apartment said he was due there in a little while.
The girl?
Okay, I'll give orders to have him picked up. I'll be back in a minute.
Jerry, who is the girl?
Francine Laporte. She sings at the Club Rouet.
Francie. Fancy. And is she a redhead, dear?
Why, yes. How'd you know?
There are red hairs all over your coat.
Hairs?
Jerry, what were you doing up there?
Oh, they came from that cat in the apartment.
A cat, huh?
Yes, a cat named Pinky.
Yeah. Jerry, you haven't answered my question. What were you doing up there?
Well, nothing. We talked about Moran and his wife and about detective stories.
Detective stories? In the old days, it used to be etchings.
Now, Pam, for goodness sake.
Oh, you needn't get so flustered, Jerry.
Who's flustered?
You are, darling. Is she good looking?
In a way.
I see. Do you think she killed Betty?
She? Well, Pam, whatever gave you that idea?
Bill Wygant had a menu with a message that the murdered girl wrote on while she was dying. It said, "Women killed me."
Women?
Yes, and this Francie may be one of them.
Well, that doesn't seem possible.
Jerry, you're a very poor judge of women. You never can tell when they're lying to you.
Now, Pam.
Come on, Jerry. We're going over to that apartment. I want to talk to Miss Francie Laporte.
You can't. She's at the Club Rouet by this time.
All right, then we'll go to the Club Rouet. Come on, Jerry. This is a good table, huh?
Uh-huh.
You can see everything, Jerry.
I'm afraid we should have told Bill Wygant where we were going.
Bill Wygant is no better judge of women than you are, dear. All I want to do is to talk to her for a few minutes, and I'll be able to tell whether she had anything to do with that murder.
I hope this doesn't lead to trouble.
Listen, Jerry.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our great pleasure to introduce at this time a delightful singer of French songs, Miss Francine Laporte. Have a hand for her.
Oh, she's French.
Mm-hmm. From Brooklyn, France.
She's very attractive, isn't she, Jerry?
What? Oh, yes, she is, dear.
Jerry, you don't always stare that way when you listen to music.
Well, it's a bit different from Dimitri and his fiddle.
Well, she's not singing from her heart. Jerry, she sees you.
Yes, she does.
As soon as she's through singing, I'm going back to her dressing room.
We'll both go.
Oh, no. You're going to stay right here. I'll be able to judge her better if we're alone.
All right, dear, but be careful what you say.
Beautiful, Francie, beautiful.
No encore, Joe. I got a beat to play a dance number, will
Okay, Francie. 63 from the top, boys. You ready? 1, 2.
Hey, Chuck.
What's the matter, Francie? You finished already?
Listen, that guy north that was up in the apartment,
Yeah?
he's out front with a dame.
I wonder what that lug's up to.
Oh, he's poking around for something, Chuck. If he's just come to see me, he wouldn't have brought no dame.
Yeah, I wonder what. Quiet.
Yeah, get behind the screen quick.
Whoever it is, get rid of him.
Okay, keep your shirt on.
Miss Laporte, may I see you for a minute?
I got a change for my next number.
It won't take a minute.
Will you get out? I haven't got no time to...
I'm Mrs. North. You met my husband, Mr. North, up in Chuck Moran's apartment.
Yeah? Well, what do you want?
I just want to ask you one question. What did you and my husband talk about tonight?
Detective stories. Why?
Oh, didn't you talk about who killed Betty Moran?
Killed Betty?
Oh, didn't you know she was dead?
What are you talking about?
Betty Moran was murdered tonight.
Hey, what's this all about?
Miss Dame says Betty was bumped off.
I heard. Where'd you get this from, sister?
The police found her. Are you Chuck Moran?
Yeah. Who got Betty?
The police are looking for you.
Yeah, well, I'm going out looking for the police. Get your hat and coat, Francie.
Oh, you can wait right here. The police will come for you.
Out of the way, lady. Hop to it, Francie.
I'm ready, Chuck.
You'd better not leave, Mr. Moran.
Get away from that door.
Ouch! Let me go.
Come on, Chuck, will you?
Just a minute.
Jerry, stop them. That's Chuck Moran.
Out of the way, jerk.
Get back, Moran.
Yeah?
Sure.
Finish him, Chuck.
Jerry,
Go on.
hit him. Go on.
ahead. Do what you do.
Jerry.
Here, you. Get away from that phone.
Try and stop me.
Why, you little... Ow! Oh! Ouch!
Hello?
Give me that
Phone
phone!
operator.
Give me that
Quick,
phone!
the police. Help! Murder! Police! Jerry, are you sure you're all right?
Yes, dear.
Good. I want to look out the back. Oh, gollies. Jerry, you know this is the first ride I've ever had in a patrol wagon.
I hope it's not your last.
Shut up, Moran.
You gonna let him get away with that, Chuck?
I'll kick his teeth in.
Jerry, look out.
I'll handle him.
Oh, you're
Go
going to
ahead, Chuck.
Hey, pipe
Go on,
down,
get him,
man.
Jerry.
Break it up,
Go on,
or I'll
hit
break
him.
it up with my stick. You'll have plenty of time for shouting when we get to the cooler.
As soon as we get there, officer, I want to see Lieutenant Wigan.
All right, lady, but quiet down. I can't hardly hear the gun.
Hello, Doc. Oh, Lieutenant Wigan. Came down to the morgue here to take a look at them.
Well, there they are, in the trunk.
Some package. How were they killed, Doc?
Bullets through the head. Close range.
Crammed in the trunk after death?
Right. If one corpse hadn't bled, they might be on the way to California by now. The expressman noticed the blood coming out of the corner of the trunk.
Yeah, that's the standard way of getting rid of bodies. Drop them off at the express office and ship them off across the country.
Well, Wigan, now you've got 2 cases on your hands.
Any identification on the bodies?
No, not a clue on them.
Hey, Luke.
You got them, Mullins?
Yeah. Come on, Cossack, in here. Come on.
What's up?
Lieutenant, it is not since the days of the Tsar.
Just a minute. I'm sorry we have to hold you as a witness, Bosov. But it can't be helped. I want you to take a look at these bodies.
Say, Lute.
Yes, Mullins.
Mr. and Mrs. North. They were just brought in the wagon.
Pam and Jerry?
Mm-hmm. For disturbing the peace. Mr. North got into a fight with Moran.
They got Moran. Good. Settle the charges and bring Pam and Jerry down here to the morgue.
I done that already. They're coming as soon as you can
Excuse me, is Lieutenant Wigan... Oh, there you are, Bill.
Come in, Jerry.
He's here, Pam. Come on.
Oh, Bill, we've just had the most exciting... Oh!
I'm sorry, Pam. Not a very pretty sight.
Good Lord. Who are these men?
We don't know yet. How about it, Bosov? You recognize those bodies?
These men I know.
Yeah?
What?
Oh, you do?
Where from?
The restaurant. The night they go in, come out.
Uh-huh. You're positive about that?
I see them only 2 hours ago. A Bosov never forgets.
They're the ones that done it, Lute.
But that note, Bill, the one she wrote, it said women killed me.
Yes, it doesn't fit. I wonder...
Hey, Bill, have you that menu with you? I've got an idea.
What, Jerry?
Yes, here it is.
Huh. Yeah, that could be it, all right. Sure.
What, Jerry?
Well, look at this menu. See, the girl started the word women right at the edge and wrote across the page.
Yes?
Now, when she wrote this, remember, she was dying. Things must have been going black for her.
Jerry, don't talk so much. Just tell us.
What's your idea, Jerry?
She started her writing off the edge of the menu. There's a letter missing, a T.
A T?
Yes. And what do you get when you put a T in front of the word women?
To women. To women. Oh, Jerry, that doesn't make sense.
I see what you mean, Jerry.
Sure. Spell it out, Pam. T-W-O-M-E-N. 2 men.
Oh, I see.
She tried to write 2 men killed me.
Of course. Why, how clever of you, Jerry.
Well, we've got the 2 murderers.
Yeah, in a trunk. But who got them?
Wait a minute. I think I have it.
What, Pam?
Yes, sir, those bodies. That's it. Why, Jerry, it's right in front of you and you can't see it.
Pam, will you make sense?
Bill, have Mr. Moran and that girl brought down here right away.
Pam, you'd better tell us what you're going to do.
No. This takes very delicate handling. I have to do it my way, Bill.
But, Pam...
I won't say another word until they're here.
All right, Mullins. Bring them down.
Come on, in here, both of you. Come on.
Say, what's this all about?
We're going to find out right now, Moran. Sit down. And you take that chair, Miss...
That's Miss Laporte, Bill.
Close the door, Mullins.
Okay, Lute.
Now then. Mrs. North is going to ask a few questions. I want them answered.
Say, who does she think she is?
Let her ask. See what it gets her.
Yeah, well, when she's finished, I got a few things to ask. Only it'll be through my lawyer.
All right, that's enough. Go ahead, Pam.
Well, Mr. Moran, your wife, Betty, was murdered tonight.
You said that at the club. I don't know nothing about it.
Didn't you sneak into the Russian restaurant tonight and corner your wife in the check room and stab her to death?
You're crazy. I wasn't near the joint.
This man I don't see by the restaurant tonight.
You see?
Quiet, please.
Bosov tells the truth.
All right, Bosov. Well, he ought to know. I wasn't there.
Then where were you?
Say, what is she, a woman, Dick?
Answer the questions, Moran.
Where were you?
Home. In my apartment.
Jerry, did you see Mr. Moran when you were at his apartment?
No, only the girl.
That's because you didn't look, fathead. I was out in the kitchen all the time you was there. Ask Francie.
That's right. He was there all the time.
All right, Mr. Moran. You admit you were in your apartment all evening.
Sure. I got an alibi. I can tell you everything that guy said.
All right, Bill. Arrest Mr. Moran for the murder of those 2 men.
What? Say, what is she trying to hang on me?
He didn't kill nobody.
Can you prove this, Pam?
Look at the bodies, Bill. Their coats are covered with hair. Cat's hair. Just like Jerry's was. Those men were killed in Moran's apartment.
That's a lie. I was there.
Mullins, take hairs from the clothes of these bodies and get samples from the apartment.
Right.
If the hairs match, it's going to send Moran and this girl straight to the electric chair.
No, not me. You can't.
Shut up, Francie.
You can't do this to me. He shot them. I didn't have anything to do with
You
it.
crazy ape.
Oh! He did it. He hired those guys to bump her off. Then when they came around to get paid, he shot them.
Why did he want to get rid of his wife?
She knew too much. The police are looking for 3 girls that disappeared. Girls that used to work for Moran. I don't know what happened to them, but Betty did. She was going to tell the police because Moran was playing around with me. She was jealous.
Why, you're lying, little
That's
double
enough.
crossing.
Take them away, Mullen.
Come on, move with
All right, give 50 grand.
Well, Pam, that was a smart piece of detective work.
I'll say.
How did you know about the cat's hairs?
Jerry had them on his coat. Thank heaven.
Thank heaven is right. It solved the case.
Oh, I don't mean that, Jerry. I mean, thank heaven they were from the cat, not that red-headed Francie.
Girls, here's what lovely Paulette Goddard said about you, your beauty, and that man of yours in the war. She said,
"He's fighting for you. It's up to you to look the part. Why not see how my 3-minute care with Woodbury Cold Cream will help keep your skin smooth and alluring? I call it WBNC. That's short for Woodbury Beauty Nightcap. Try it."
and lovely Veronica Lake says the same. These gorgeous stars prefer inexpensive Woodbury Cold Cream. For it's true, you can't give your skin better care at any price. And yet Woodbury costs just 10 cents to $1.25. And here's special help for women with extra dry skin. Help you need right now when winter weather can coarsen your complexion terribly. It's Woodbury Dry Skin Cream, and it costs just 10 cents, 25 cents, 50 cents a jar. Try this exceptional cream. See for yourself how it helps eliminate those dry skin lines that tend to make a woman look older. Helps bring back supple softness to rough, dry skin. Ask for Woodbury Dry Skin Cream. Tune in again next Wednesday evening at the same time for another adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North. Pamela buys a turtle and a spy plot snaps in her face. For thrills and laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? This is Ben Grauer saying good night for
Woodbury, Woodbury, Woodbury. For the skin you love to touch.
And now we bring you a thrilling crime detection story taken from the pages of the leading detective publication, True Detective Mysteries magazine. Our story begins in a little farming community of Florence, Colorado.
All the fresh! A vegetable, all the fresh! Oh! Oh, stop you! Wow, you don't like it, wheat, eh? If you don't like it, stop! One, not only say whoa. Hello, Mike. Bring you a nice vegetable. Nice and fresh.
Yeah, sure I know. Like yesterday's, eh? You don't know what a fresh vegetable looks like. They turn rotten when you touch 'em. Even your horse can't stand working for you.
How come you say that? Neroni's a very kind of man. He has the best farm in the whole neighborhood. I tell you, take a look at that lettuce. So nice and crisp.
I don't know why I buy anything from you. Now give me 6 heads.
And the tomato?
You call them tomatoes? I thought they were cherries.
You like always making the fun when I...
What's the matter?
Beautiful.
What in blazes are you talking about, Neroni?
That the girl over there. She is beautiful. What's her name?
Her? Well, she's Antonietta. Works here as a waitress.
Don't I got to meet to her. She's beautiful.
No, you don't. She's a good girl, Neroni. Hey, come back here. Hey, what's the idea of running away?
I didn't run away, Mr. Riley.
Oh, I didn't mean you, Antonietta. I was talking to this guy.
Don't you worry about this guy. I just want to talk to this girl a few minutes. I go soon.
Yeah, I'll see that it is soon.
You're the boss. He's a very nosy guy, eh?
Mr. Riley, we all think he's a real gentleman.
Oh, sure. What's your name?
Antonietta. I'm new here.
Yes, I know that. I come here for 8 months. I never see a more beautiful girl than you.
Oh, stop that, mister.
Call me Tony. Antonio Neroni is my name. But you call me Tony.
All right. Tony.
And I call you Antonietta? Antonietta. That's a nice name.
Hey, Neroni, you still in the vegetable business?
Sure thing. I'm a-coming. I'll see you again tomorrow, Antonietta. Tomorrow, maybe. Goodbye, beautiful.
Goodbye. Goodbye, beautiful. Oh, hello, Helen. You kidding me?
Who's the new Romeo, and why doesn't he get his pants pressed?
I don't know who he is. Well, that is, Mr. Riley buys vegetables from him. His eyes. They're so...
Uh-oh.
What do you mean by that?
You aren't falling for that farmer, are you?
Oh, don't be silly. I fall for a guy like that.
I recognize a little something in that tone. Okay, beautiful. Far be it from me to come between you and your farmer boyfriend.
Come on, girls, break it up.
Yes, Mr. Riley, I'll go up front.
No, you stay here, Antonietta. I want to talk to you.
I get it. So long.
Antonietta, I have no right to speak to you this way. It's none of my business, but, Nerone, well, his reputation ain't so good in town.
Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Riley. He doesn't mean a thing to me.
Yeah? Well, I'm not so sure, see? Remember, I'm telling you this for your own good.
Sure. I understand.
He has a way with him, like a snake.
Now, Mr.
Now,
Riley,
let me finish. Now, he hypnotizes you, and then... Well, now that I've told you, you can do as you please.
Thanks, Mr. Riley.
Yeah, I can tell you. Riley, he don't like me.
It isn't that, Tony. He just told me that some people said you weren't so nice, I guess.
Oh, that's all he's saying, eh? You know what for he talking like that? You know? Well, I tell him. He loves you, that's why. He wants you.
Don't be foolish, Tony. I don't mean this much to Mr. Riley. He certainly doesn't mean a thing to me.
Maybe yes and maybe no. Oh, I'm done yet. I want to speak to you. Well, what do you want?
What do you have, folks?
Go on, you, and I want you a call.
Hey, don't be so sassy, mister. This ain't no waiting room. We want customers here, see?
Bring me some ginger ale, please.
Right.
Tony, you have a terrible temper. It'll get you into real trouble if you don't watch out. Try to control it, please.
All right, I'll take care. Antonietta, oh, I love you. I want you to marry with me.
What? Marry you? Why, I've only known you since yesterday. How can you expect me to answer? Well, such a serious question.
What? Tell her you can answer easy. All you gotta say is yes. I have a good farm. I make a good living for you, Antonietta. Tell
Here
me.
you are, miss. Ginger ale.
Oh, that's the way to bother me on the first.
Tony, watch your temper, please.
Oh, sure, I watch. Tell me, Antonietta, you love me a little bit?
I don't know if I do or not, Tony. There's something about you that
Not the what?
that attracts me, I guess. Your eyes. Oh, but then your temper. I know I'd never be able to get along.
Well, why not try it for a little while?
What?
Oh, I see you. You don't get what I mean. I mean, a worker for me. Be cook for me and my partners. And then maybe you see if you love me.
No, I couldn't do that.
Cause of why?
It wouldn't be right, that's why.
That's so wrong, Antonietta. You don't have to be afraid of anything. I pay you more than Mr. Riley. And you work, and that's all. I want you to know me, to love me. You don't think I'm going to do anything wrong, do you?
No, no, no. I won't work for you. Absolutely not.
How you like our new cook, eh, Dominic?
What's the difference? The older one was just as good.
You hearing what he say, Antonietta? You're no better than the older cook. He's a crazy, my partner is. The older one was not half as beautiful.
Remember what you promised, Tony.
Sure thing, I'll remember.
Got a more soup?
Sure, all you want. Here.
Where is Ackley?
Working.
Listen, why don't you call him and tell him a dinner is ready?
If he don't know, why should we worry?
Oh, you're a nice partner, eh, Dominic? Go get that collie, I say.
All right, but don't howl.
Fools. That's what they are, fools. Maybe they think I care whether they eat or not. Fools.
Why did you make him call your other partner?
You want to know why? Listen, I tell you. Because I love you. Because I want to be alone with you, that's why.
Tony, you promised.
You talk like a foolish girl, Antonietta. I promise, sure, but to keep a promise, that's the difference. You know, I love you. I love you the first time I look at you. Now, I want you to marry me.
Oh, no.
You got to change your mind. I'll make you change, Antonietta.
Here comes Hercule. Now, you don't bother me no more, Tony.
What's the matter, Hercule? You need a butler to ring the dinner bell?
No, I want to finish your work and let us punch. Too many weeds there.
Next time, you get no dinner if you come late.
What do you mean? Who do you think you are, huh? We know work for you, Tony. We are partners, see?
Yeah, Hercule is right, Tony. You do too much around here lately. This farm is as much ours as yours. We not have to stand for you make this place a love nest or...
Oh, so that's it, huh? You don't want I should love Antonietta, eh? Maybe you fellas love her.
Don't be crazy.
Yeah, you're nuts, Tony. We love her.
What's the matter with her? Eh? What's the matter?
Nothing the matter with her, only...
Only what?
Only the whole of town says she must be crazy if she see anything in you. That's all.
So, the whole of town are not minding his business, eh?
You big of fool, Tony. You ask her Dominic, he tell you, no? No use to getting sore.
Tony, I'm going to leave in the morning. I can't stay here. You heard what they said.
I tell you, you don't leave. I fix everything. Just you give me a little time to think. I'll be back as soon as I gotta think.
Tony, you can never take her on the chin, eh?
He never could.
I don't know what to do. I can't stay here.
Sure, I know. You can't stay here and you can't run away. That's what they always say about Tony. He hypnotize you like a snake, and then he strike.
Then he strikes?
Dominic, he's all right, Antonietta. If you want a peace, leave. Leave now. There's no tell what Tony will do when he gets it back. I can see him on the field now. He gets him mad by the minute. Burns himself up.
Sure, yeah. And if he know we tell you to leave him, he stop it to nothing.
Sure.
I know Tony. He even a kill.
Dominic, he's all right, Antonietta. He's all right.
What you say? Tell me what you talking. Antonietta, what they tell you?
Oh, nothing. But I have something to tell you, Tony.
What? Listen, I know it is you're mad at me, eh?
No. I'm leaving you tonight, now. I can't stand this any longer.
Oh, now I see. I understand. My partners, they talk to you, they give you ideas, eh? You know what Neroni do. You know what I do.
I don't want any letters, I told you. But there's one thing I do want, Neroni. I want to know where Antonietta is.
She ran away.
Well, he said she ran away, but I don't believe him.
I don't either. Where's Dominic?
Dominic and Antonietta ran away.
So did Hercule. Nobody's seen him for days. Neroni's partners and Antonietta have gone. Nobody knows where they are.
Maybe he killed her then. Neroni killed Dominic and Hercule and Antonietta. She would have married him, so he killed her. And where did he hide them? Let's find out where he put
Tell the police. He's dangerous, that man.
Police? No, we never talked to the police.
Where's Dominic?
Now, you people know what I'm talking about. Why don't you answer?
What do you know about Neroni?
What happened to his partners with that girl who was working for him?
Well, it's no use, Chief. They won't tell us a thing. They know we're police.
I guess you're right, Gabe. Come on. I've got an idea. Sit down, Fabrizio. I want to talk to you.
Yes, Chief.
I don't suppose you know what this is all about, Fabrizio. So I'll give you the whole story in a jiffy. We need your help in a tough case. We think you're the only man that can handle this job because it involves your people. You understand them and they believe in you. We can't get a peep out of them.
I'll do anything I can to help, Chief.
Well, it sure looks like we're going to need help. Plenty of it.
What's it all about?
Well, I'll tell you. You know that farmer named Neroni?
I don't know him, but I've heard about him.
Well, he had two partners named Dominic and Hercule, who shared his home. That is, if you can call that joint a home.
Yeah, it's an awful-looking dive.
Now, a few weeks ago, this Neroni guy goes gaga over a waitress named Antonietta. He met her in Mike Riley's coffee pot while delivering vegetables.
Well, what kind of a girl is she?
Was, you mean. We can't find her. We can't find Neroni's partners.
I understand. Where does she live?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Neroni induced that girl to live up at his place and cook for him and his pals. I understand he paid her more than she earned waiting on tables. Well, anyhow, as I said before, the three of them disappeared. We looked everywhere for some little clue, but found nothing.
And we arrested Neroni.
That's right. Now, we're holding this guy, but we can't hold him for long without any evidence. He's trying to find a lawyer now who'll get him out for writ of habeas corpus.
The looks on your faces, I assume that you suspect...
There's no use of us mincing words, Fabrizio. We suspect the worst. Murder. And we grilled him for hours, but all he says is they run away. My guess is he'll never crack.
I have an idea, Chief.
I thought you would, Fabrizio. What is it?
You say he's in jail?
Yep.
All right. Let's do this. We'll send for...
Get in there, you mug.
Hey, don't push, copper.
How long will you keep me here?
I don't know, sweetheart. Here. I brought you a roommate if you're lonesome.
Now, listen, come back and let me get out of this place. I tell you, you can't keep me in a jail for nothing.
Hey, pipe down, you punk.
You calling me?
Now, look here, you crumb. I'm sharing this bunk with you, see? Go on that corner and shut up. I'll wrap this stool around your neck, understand?
You're not kind of talking to me like that. I mean, no room.
I wouldn't care if you were to set your liberty. Sit down there and shut up.
What's your name? Mine, the Tony Nerone.
I ain't asking you who you are, and I don't care what your name is.
These are police, sir. They arrest you?
No, I arrested myself because I wanted to look at your pan. That's what happened. Hey, turn around. I can't stand that mug of yours.
You're a tough guy, eh?
Wrong again. I'm here for picking daisies.
You steal?
Hey, what's it to you? I ain't asking you what your line is, am I?
Then Donna got an all right to arrest me.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't do nothing.
Hey, listen, pasty face. I don't care what you did or didn't do, see? Keep on squawking. If you didn't do nothing, I'll push you through them bars.
Why you get arrested?
Me? Well, all I did was cut a sailor's throat for $12. They put me here for being so cheap.
You killed him?
What do you think?
Well, that's a murder, to kill somebody.
You're a pretty wise guy to open it all out by yourself.
That's all right. They arrest you if you murder somebody.
So. Hey, what are you here for? For telling kids there ain't no Santa Claus?
No, they got no right for arresting me. I don't do nothing.
Yeah, that's a hot one. You didn't do nothing. What'd they charge you with?
What?
They must have arrested you for something. What you here for, you help?
Police say that maybe I killed somebody.
Oh, maybe you killed. Well, did you?
No.
You mean to say they put you in this jug for nothing?
I no kill.
Well, then I can't help you.
You can't help. What do you mean you can't help?
Listen, you punk. If you're here for doing a man-sized job, I could teach you the ropes. Tricks of the trade, sort of. If you're here for nothing, I don't want to have nothing to do with you.
I don't want to do nothing.
Okay, so you didn't. Now shut up and leave me alone. I want to think.
Then what?
Well, I used every trick I knew, Chief, but he wouldn't fall.
It looks like my plan didn't work.
No, we must work fast or he'll be out of jail. Nerone has already retained a lawyer. Can't stall much longer.
Well, want me for anything else, Chief?
No, you can leave if you want to. If I need you again, I'll call you.
So long.
Right. Furnace speaking. Hello, Richards. What's up? What? Yeah. We sure are working on that Nerone case. Who? Giuseppe. He's who? Oh, brother, eh? That's nice. Yeah, sort of makes it a nice quartet, four of them. When did this happen? Yeah, I see. I get it. Okay. Right. So long.
What's the matter, Chief?
What happened?
Oh, another guy disappeared. The gossipers charged that to Nerone, too.
Well, how could they? He's been in jail the last week.
I know, but this man disappeared before we arrested Nerone.
Before? Who is he?
A fellow named Giuseppe. He's Dominic's brother.
Brother? Good heavens, Chief. You don't mean to tell me that Nerone killed all of them?
Well, it doesn't seem possible, but I don't know what else could have happened to them. Richards reports that Giuseppe told his wife he was going to see his brother Dominic. He never returned.
4 people missing.
Missing or murdered? Only we can't prove it. We've gone over his house with a fine-tooth comb. Can't find a single clue. Not even a drop of blood.
I've got another idea, Chief. It's a long shot, but I think we ought to try it.
I'll try anything. What is it?
Nerone knows that we're holding him here as a suspect of the murder of 3 people. As far as he's concerned, we know nothing of this 4th man.
That's right.
Now, Nerone doesn't know me, but he's heard of me. I've done a lot of favors for his people in town.
Yeah, they know of you, all right, and they like you.
All right. Now, my plan is this. I'll see this Nerone and tell him I can save him.
I'll follow you, Fabrizio.
Well, there's nothing Nerone would rather do than leave this country. He'll believe me when I tell him that I can get him a passport because I've done that for some of his friends.
I still don't understand. How are you going to find the bodies we're looking for by promising him a passport? Is that it?
I'm going to make him tell us.
All right, there he is.
All right, thanks. Well, what are you waiting for? I told you I wanted to speak to this man in private.
All right. You don't have to be so sassy.
Those jailers are sure fresh. You're Tony Nerone, aren't you?
Yeah.
Gee, I had some tough time getting in here to see you.
Who you are?
Fabricio's my name. You must have heard of me.
No.
Well, that doesn't matter. I've come here to help you.
I'm no Sander for you.
Yes, I know, but some of your friends sent me here.
Because of why?
I told you to help you. Now, listen. I don't want any of those nosy Americans to hear me. Come over here.
What you want?
I've been sent here to see that you get a passport to go back to your native land.
Yeah?
Yes, and if you're interested, I'll tell you how you can show these fool Americans that we're smarter than they are.
Sure, we're lots of smart.
Not so loud. You're here because the police suspect you of killing 3 people.
Not to me. They run away. I no kill.
Shut up. There's only one way for you to prove that you didn't kill those 3 people.
How?
Tell the police the truth.
You mean the truth?
Yes. Tell them how Giuseppe killed them and hid the bodies.
Giuseppe?
Not so loud. The police don't know that he ran away yet. What you've got to do is to tell them how Giuseppe killed Antonetta and the others. How he threatened you and then ran away.
Suppose they don't believe.
Don't be foolish. Why shouldn't they believe you? You saw Giuseppe kill them, didn't you?
Tell me, how can I prove Giuseppe killed Antonietta and my partner?
All you've got to do is tell them that what you saw, that's all. They'll try to arrest Giuseppe, discover he's run away, and that's that. And they'll have to let you go then.
Okay, I get that. That's all of what I got to do?
Yeah. When the police ask you why you didn't tell them this before, tell them the truth.
The truth?
Sure. Tell them that you were afraid, that Giuseppe threatened to kill you if he ever found out that you told on him.
Okay, I see.
I'm leaving now, Neroni. You do what you want to, but my advice is to tell them the truth like I said.
Sure, I tell them.
Now, remember, don't lie to the police. By the way, you know where he hid the bodies, don't you? Then tell the police. Tell them the truth. That's the best way. Goodbye, Neroni. And don't forget the truth. The whole truth.
How'd you make out?
Well, we'll wait and see. Unless I'm wrong, our fine friend will bite on the bait I've given him.
You mean to say he fell for that yarn?
Sure.
Oh, Chief, Neroni wants to see you right away. Says he's got something important to tell you.
He has, eh? Okay, I'll be right down. Gale?
Yes, sir?
Get Sloan to bring the bloodhounds to Neroni's farm.
Yes, sir.
Get the car ready. We're going to take Mr. Neroni for a little ride so he can tell us the truth. All right, Neroni. Come on. Tell us how it happened.
Tell him the truth, Neroni.
Let's see like this. I was sitting in the house with Antonietta and Dominic and Ethel. We all talk.
Dominic, you so
See, Antonietta, Dominic, you say you were good to cook.
Sure, she make a good wife.
That's right.
No can be a good wife, Dominic.
What?
All the wives are bad.
You hear that? You hear that, Antonietta? Ethel, say. Giuseppe, what for you come?
Shut up. I come because I want to come. Ask my brother. He know.
Hey, what's the matter, Giuseppe? Why are you looking that way?
You don't know it, Dominic? You don't know what for I come?
No, I don't know.
You lie.
Your brother, he's a fool. Sit down, Giuseppe. Have some wine. We talk, eh?
I don't want to know wine. I don't want to know talk. I come to teach my brother a lesson.
What's the matter, Giuseppe? What have I done? Giuseppe, put down that gun.
I'm going to kill him.
That's just how it happened. I get the frightened and quick run away.
After he shot his brother, you ran out.
Yeah.
You didn't see him shoot Antonetta or Ercole?
Oh, no.
Then what happened?
I run into the woods there. Later, long time, I see Giuseppe come out and dig a great big hole. Then he go in the house and they carry out a body in the tub. 3 bodies, one by one, and the bury.
That's why we couldn't find any blood around. He carried them in a tub. And then?
Then he run away.
Which way did he run?
Tell him the truth, Neroni.
That way.
That's where the bodies are buried?
That's right. Over there. My barn.
Okay, men. Dig over there with the barn.
Right, Chief. Do you know why Giuseppe killed his brother?
No.
Looks like you frightened your horse, Neroni. Even he doesn't like you. You know why Giuseppe killed the others?
No, can't see.
You loved Antonietta, didn't you?
Sure, gonna marry.
Were your partners jealous?
Tell him the truth, Neroni.
Jealous? No.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah, find anything?
Come over here.
Right.
Hey, look. Look at that.
Merciful heaven. 3 of them. 3 innocent people.
Shot through the head, every one of them. Look, there's the tub. No wonder the bloodhounds couldn't help us.
Awful. Terrible. Gale?
Yes, sir.
Phone the coroner. Have him send up the wagon.
Okay, Chief.
I okay, a free man now?
You what?
I a free man. I'll tell you how it happened. I can go away now?
You go away? Sure. Sure you'll go away.
What's the matter? You laugh. You're telling me you're my friend.
I just want to ask you one more question. I want you to tell the truth now. The real truth, understand?
I don't gather what do you mean. You say I tell.
Yes, I know. You told us a story and you think you fooled us, didn't you?
We're stupid Americans, aren't we? Well, maybe you're right. We're stupid enough, though, to want to know what you did with Giuseppe's body.
You double-crossed me.
That's not half as bad as murder, Neroni.
You lied to me. You lied. You double-crossed me. I kill you. I kill you. I choke you.
That'll keep him quiet for a while.
Yeah, you almost broke your gun on his head, Chief.
Too bad I didn't kill him. It'd save the country a lot of money if I did. You all right, Fabrizio?
Yes, fine, thanks.
How are you, wise guy?
He double-cross. I'm gonna kill him. He double-cross.
What did you do with Giuseppe?
He run away. Giuseppe run.
Let's take him back, Chief. We'll find that other body if we have to dig up this whole farm.
Right. Boys, carry this guy to the car.
Okay.
Did you see this dispatch here, Chief?
Antonio Neroni. Serving of life sentence for the murder of 4 people whose bodies were buried on his farm, was found dead in prison last night. He was beaten to death by a fellow prisoner when he attempted to attack a party of visitors.
Yeah, nice guy, huh?
Yeah, nice and ferocious.
Yeah, you remember how he looked, though, when we blasted his phony alibi by finding Giuseppe's body?
A real look of horror.
Yeah, matched the house he lived in. A real horror house if ever there was one. You have just heard a thrilling story taken from the pages of True Detective Mysteries magazine, a McFadden publication.
Stay tuned for Nero Wolfe.
My boss is the smartest and the stubbornest, the fattest and the laziest, the cleverest and the craziest, the most extravagant detective in the world, Nero Wolfe.
It's the adventure of Stamped for Murder, with that brilliant, eccentric private detective, orchid fancier, and gargantuan gourmet, Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet.
Instructions for this morning, Archie. Your notebook, please. First, Mr. Salinsbeck. Inform him that the Long Island peafowl he sent were most unsatisfactory. Peafowl's breast flesh is not sweet and tender unless it is well protected from all alarms, especially from the air, to prevent nervousness. Long Island is full of airplanes.
Look, Mr. Wolfe,
I shall want a dozen chickens that have been raised on blueberries and a fresh-killed lamb for tomorrow.
Mr. Wolfe, please listen. There's...
Mr. Goodwin, be quiet, and then dinner on the following day becomes a problem.
Mr. Wolfe, dinner any day is going to be a problem if we don't pay Sausenbach's bill.
Then pay it.
With what? The bank account's empty.
Ridiculous. There were $4,000 yesterday.
But you bought that shipment of orchid bulbs from Winold Gluckner. Mr. Wolfe, we need money. You've got to stop eating and drinking beer long enough to earn some...
Phew, you're an alarmist.
Will you, for the love of heaven, stop turning down clients and turn an honest dollar? I've got a couple of prospects right outside the door.
Send them away.
No, sir.
Send them away. Tell them I've gone to Egypt.
Nothing doing, sir.
Confound you, Archie. Obey orders. Send them away.
Miss Kent, Mr. Rodman, come in, please.
Thank you.
Confound you, Archie. You're mutinous.
Yes, sir, and you're stuck with it. This is Miss Gloria Kent and Mr. Rodman. They arrived as advertised with a pressing problem.
Good morning. You people are here by sufferance only. I shall speak to Mr. Goodwin about it later. Yes, indeed. I don't like pressing problems, Miss Kent. What are yours?
My father.
Indeed, I'm not a court of domestic relations, Miss Kent. What did your father do? Beat you? Withhold your earnings? Discourage your suitors? Mr. Goodwin should have informed you this office does not undertake cases involving marital or family problems.
But that's not...
If Mr. Goodwin had not been beguiled by your pretty face, he might have warned you and avoided this embarrassment to you and annoyance to me.
Now, take it easy. How many times have I told you don't know how to handle women?
Then suppose you let Miss Kent handle me.
Well, it's simply this, Mr. Wolfe. I had some money my mother left me. My father's just spent it without my permission. I want it back without a scandal.
Thanks, Miss Kent. How much? How spent?
$10,000. Father bought a treasure map.
Indeed, from whom?
A pair of swindlers named Cross and Halleck. They've driven him crazy, talking about fortunes salvaged from the SS this and the SS that. He's got a map and old letters he studies. He's childish.
Many fortunes have been recovered. Many more await on the sea bottom. How do you know your father has been duped?
Well, I know.
You do, Mr. Rodman.
Yes. Cross and Halleck bought some old letters from me, written by my grandfather from Hawaii. They used them to manufacture the map and evidence. And that's what they sold to Kent.
Father thought he was being so clever. He had the paper analyzed. Of course, the document research laboratory said the letters were genuine. They were. But something new had been added. I'd have never known if Mr. Rodman hadn't told me.
You're a party to the swindle, Mr. Rodman?
I was not. I never knew what they were up to.
Mr. Wolfe, you've got to help me. I can't do anything with Father. I can't convince him. Even Mr. Rodman can't.
No, Miss Kent, I'm sorry. This is not for me.
Oh, but you must. You must.
Not in my office, madam. No tears. Please, Archie, stop her.
Okay.
Archie, when Miss Kent has finished her disgraceful exhibition, show them out.
How dare he walk out on us like he was...
Easy. I know him. You don't. He gets into a panic when women cry, or else he's curious about what Fritz is cooking for lunch. Now, just wait a minute, please. Oh, aren't you ashamed of yourself walking out like that on that poor kid?
That hysterical gamma.
She's lost all of her money. She needs help.
I charge high fees, Archie.
So charge a small fee. Do you want her to starve?
Good heavens. Starve? How monstrous.
I'm not kidding. While you'll be in here smelling your dinner, she and her father will be starving.
I thought you were bringing me a paying client.
Well, this is different. She's,
beautiful. Archie, you're impossible. Oh, very well. Go back into them. Get names, addresses, facts. I am not committed to Miss Kent's case, but we'll see. Be a tribute I pay for your weakness for a pretty face.
Rodman and Gloria Kent were gone, however. So all I had were the few facts they'd given me before they met Wolfe. I felt guilty about that when he came back into the office and sat down in his specially built chair. He closed his eyes, and I glared at him. Well, how much of you is awake? Mr. Wolfe? Well, they disappeared. Did you tell me you were going to help this girl just to get her out of the office, or did you mean it?
You're a gadfly.
No, sir. You made a promise, and you're stuck with it.
What did you get from Rodman?
Name, address, occupation. He's a librarian, that's all.
Very careless, Archie. You missed a significant point.
Such as,
How did Rodman discover the letters he sold were being altered by forgery and used for swindle? How did he locate the dupe, Mr. Kent?
I guess you're right. I'll ask him next time. But what about now? Are you going to get Gloria's money back?
I assume you call Miss Kent Gloria solely in order to annoy me. It does. Stop it. Get Cross and Halleck.
On my way.
You'll find them at the Hotel Bogart.
Wrong, sir. According to my notes, their address is...
Never mind their address. The Hotel Bogart is the headquarters for successful confidence tricksters. They celebrate their victories there while the money lasts. You will possibly find Cross and Halleck drinking whiskey or lunching, probably both.
I located Cross and Halleck in the hotel bar and lured them back to our place on 35th Street. Wolfe was sitting behind his desk with his hands crossed on his impressive middle, at peace with his lunch and the world when I ushered them in. He sat bolt upright and scorched me with a look. Good afternoon, Mr. Wolfe. The tall one's name is Cross, the short one is Halleck. They want to help me invest my money. Gentlemen, Mr. Nero Wolfe.
What?
Who?
Nero Wolfe.
Hey, what is this?
Confound you, Archie. How drunk are they?
Not too drunk for business.
Let's get out of here. Come on.
Wait a
Dirty
minute.
shill duck decoy.
You want me to keep him here, Mr. Wolfe?
Not by violence, Archie. Come back here, gentlemen. Unless you want 7 years in the state penitentiary.
What? You got nothing on us, Wolf. Nothing.
I have the Kent case.
The Kent? That's a laugh. We're sitting pretty.
You are not, sir. You imagine you possess legal immunity. Mr. Kent believes you are grotesque balderdash and will not sue for fraud. Miss Kent cannot sue because she is reluctant to accuse her father of wrongfully obtaining her money. Ergo, you think you are invulnerable.
Now, listen.
But you forget me. I'm a detective with a fee to earn.
A big fee.
Quiet, Archie. I am determined to get that fee. Therefore, as Miss Kent's agent, I can and will bring action against you. I'm indifferent to her tears or her father's disgrace. I'm indifferent to anything outside of money. You will return the $10,000 to me at once, sir, or you'll be in jail by morning.
You mean that?
I do, Mr. Cross.
Alec, come here.
Come on, hurry.
Okay. Here, Mr. Wolf. Alec and I have decided we don't want to get in any trouble with you. Here's your $10,000.
Let's have it.
Give the dough to Kent, Mr. Wolf, and get the letters and map back for us. You've got a reputation for being tricky, but honest. We trust you. Come on, Alec, let's go.
Well, how about that?
Preposterous.
No, sir. Take a look. $10,000, genuine coin of the realm.
That man Cross is a fool. Does he imagine I am to be fooled so easily?
What do you mean he left the money?
He surrendered too quickly, Archie. Too easily. And that money in the envelope he was carrying all ready to refund. Why?
Well, maybe he's got a better sucker. I heard him mention a Ben Sanford.
Nonsense. Does he need Kent's forged letters and map to cheat this Ben Sanford? Couldn't he prepare another set?
I guess you're right. Something's fishy.
In any event, it's no concern of mine, thank heaven.
Why not?
I'm not committed to Miss Kent in any way. As a favor to you, I undertook to regain her money. I have done that. You may take it back to her and obtain the forged papers in return.
But,
Silence, Mr. Goodwin. Go to your red-haired charmer. Leave me in peace. I intend to spend this afternoon with my New World Atlas.
I left him 3,000 miles up the Amazon with his magnifying glass and drove up to East 69th Street. The Kent house was a broken-down little brownstone, and as I went up the stoop, the door opened and Gloria Kent burst out like a skyrocket. Hey, Miss Kent, easy.
Let go of me. Let go.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Wrong. Nothing is wrong. Nothing at all.
Well, how about seeing your father?
You want to see my father? Come inside.
Oh, for the love of heaven.
Come inside, Mr. Goodwin. I'll introduce you. He's in a back room. Come right through the living room.
What else came through this living room? A hurricane?
No, Mr. Goodwin. Something else. There's my father, Mr. Goodwin.
What in the devil? He's dead. His throat's cut.
Father, this is Archie Goodwin from Nero Wolfe's office. He and his boss refused to help while they could. Maybe he can help you now.
Stop it.
All I'm good for now is revenge. That's all.
Stop it and look at me. When did it happen?
I don't know.
When did you find him?
Just now.
Keep looking at me. Who went through this house like a hurricane? You?
No.
Where did you go after you left the office?
To the laboratory.
What lab?
Document research. The place that checked the map.
How long were you there?
Until an hour ago. I was with Mr. Rodman.
Keep looking at me. And then?
I had lunch.
With Rodman?
Alone. And then I came home.
All right. All right, now listen to me. I want you to go to Mr. Wolfe's house right now. Have you got cab fare?
Yes.
All right, take a cab. I've got to stay here, but I'll call Mr. Wolfe and tell him you're on the way. Now, get. I called Wolfe, told him everything, and he instructed me to advise Inspector Kramer, who arrived with the homicide squad. I gave the inspector everything while the squad photographed and measured, print dusted and detected. At 3:30, Kramer took me back to the house on 35th Street for a fight with Wolfe.
It's a great story, Wolfe. Great. Kent buys a phony treasure map. Everybody knows it's phony except Kent. But Cross and Halleck try to buy it back, and Kent gets himself murdered.
Did you find the map and letters in the house, Inspector?
No, I didn't.
The killer was after the map.
The phony map?
Certainly.
Why?
Well, if we knew that, we would know why Cross and Halleck so willingly paid back the money and why Kent was murdered.
Maybe it's not phony.
I'd better see the girl now.
Oh, you fancy her for the murder?
Well, I'll know after I ask a few questions.
Tonight. She's had a shock, Mr. Kramer. She needs rest.
Look, Wolfe, I want her.
Why bother with her when there's so much to be done?
Yes, such as?
Cross and Halleck, find them. And the mystery man they spoke of, Ben Sanford. These are the men you want now, not this poor, overwrought girl.
Yeah. All right. The girl will be here for questioning tonight, though, huh?
Tonight, Mr. Kramer.
Okay. You'll hear from me later on.
Well, you buffaloed him out of that, okay. Say, why don't you want her questioned? Is she guilty?
I don't know.
Well, what did she say when she got here?
She said nothing. She never arrived.
She never what?
She never arrived.
Well, then why did you tell Kramer she was resting?
Would he have believed the truth? She must be found. More important, we must learn why forged letters and forged map produces turmoil.
Find the killer and you find the map. You said so.
I said the reverse, which is an altogether different statement. Archie, I want a photograph of that map. Get it.
Oh, sure. Any particular camera you want me to use?
You'll find a photograph of 200 Vanderbilt Street.
Are you kidding?
The lab cannot check the authenticity of old papers without photographing them in ultraviolet light, infrared light, and so on. If this document research lab has examined those papers, they will have photographs. Get them.
He got out of his chair and waddled back to the house elevator. It was 4:00 and time for his regular afternoon session with the Orchids. I drove down to the document research laboratory on Vanderbilt and got such a shock that I grabbed the office phone and dialed Wolfe at once.
Nero Wolfe.
Mr. Wolfe, Archie here.
What's the matter? You lost?
No, sir, but I found something.
Photographs?
No, Mr. Wolfe, I don't think you'll ever see any photographs of the Kent map. I don't think any were taken.
Indeed.
But guess who runs the document research laboratory? No, don't guess. You probably know. A man named Ben Sanford, and he's sitting right here looking at me.
Bring him home with you.
Home? But it's 4 p.m. This is the sacred hour when you pray over your orchids.
And Mr. Sanford can join the ceremony.
Hey, how about this place? How about it? There must be a million flowers up here.
No, not flowers. Orchids only. Mr. Wolfe has 10,000 plants.
Never saw anything like it.
And you never will again, brother.
Hey, what kind is that on the bench?
Oh, that's our pride and joy. Odontoglossum harryanum. Above them, the Van Petersirana, and the pink ones are the Coelogiani panduratas. Now, the large object, mulching flower pots, is Nero Wolfe. Mr. Wolfe, Ben Sanford.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi. I came along to be obliging. I've got nothing to say about anything.
How much have you offered Cross and Halleck for their treasure map?
No comment.
Mr. Sanford, I'm going to make some assumptions. I assume that you are not, in fact, a document expert, but an accessory to the fraud of Halleck and Cross.
No comment.
That you actually prepare fraudulent maps for those swindlers, and then, in the guise of an expert, guarantee their authenticity.
No comment.
But this you must answer. You did guarantee the authenticity of the map and letters Kent bought. It's on record.
All right, I did.
Then will you admit they were forged?
What are you, a comic? No.
You guarantee the value of the Kent map?
Yes.
As an expert?
Yes.
Then you've convicted yourself of murder.
Murder? What is this?
Mr. Kent was murdered, sir. Evidently for the map and letters he bought. But of all persons involved, you alone believe in the value of the map. No one else does. Therefore, you alone would have murdered Kent for the map.
For the love of... Now, wait a minute.
Chew it over, brother. Chew it over. Either way, he's got you.
Okay, you want me to level? Here it is.
Level, Archie?
Okay, boss. Thief-type talk. It means tell the truth.
It's like you say. The letters were bought from Rodman. I forged the map and evidence onto them. I guaranteed them to Kent. It was a swindle.
The letters are without value?
Oh, sure, they're old, that's all. From 1851. Just tired family gossip and stuff.
Indeed. There we have the problem again, Archie. Mr. Kent is swindled with a map and letters that are known to be worthless. He alone believes the fantasy of the treasure.
There isn't any treasure. Never was.
Yet Cross and Halleck refunded the swindle money so eagerly. It is obvious they want those worthless documents back badly. Someone else wants them so bad he murders Mr. Kent. Why?
I don't know.
Archie, we must find the girl. There's a chance she turned to Mr. Rodman for refuge. I'm sorry, you'll have to go there at once. If the girl isn't there, bring Rodman.
Yes?
Hello, Rodman. Remember me? I'm Archie Goodwin from Nero Wolfe's office.
Oh, yes, of course.
I came to get Gloria Kent. There's been a change in plans. Tell her to come out, please.
Gloria? Well, she's not here. Why should she be?
Haven't you heard?
Heard what?
Well, I guess you'd better come down and see Wolfe.
Mr. Goodwin, I'm afraid I can't. I'm rather busy.
Look, Rodman, maybe you ought to know. Old man Kent was murdered.
What?
Yes, just after you and Gloria left us.
Kent murdered? Well, this is awful, Mr. Goodwin.
You want to see Mr. Wolfe now? Get your hat.
Murder? Well, believe me, I never wanted this. I'm going to tell Nero Wolfe the whole mess. Every word of it.
Okay, then. Come on, let's go.
Yes, of course. Just a minute. I'll get my hat in the bedroom. Murdered? Kent? I never dreamed.
Oh. Come on, Rodman. Come on. What? I didn't hear you. Oh, Rodman. What the... Oh! Rodman. Oh, Rodman. Good Lord. What next? Come on.
This is Nero Wolfe?
Archie here. We've had a tough break.
Yes?
While I was waiting for Rodman at the front door, he went into the bedroom for his hat. The killer was there.
How do you know?
He cut Rodman's throat.
Devil.
The back window was open. It's a ground floor apartment. He was out and gone before I had a chance.
Archie, where were your wits?
Let me alone. I've had a man murdered 20 feet from me. You think I'm cheering?
Mr. Kramer is here, and he has news for us, Archie. He could not locate Cross and Halleck in their apartment. They had not been home all day. The maid informed him that she was waiting for her weekly salary.
Well, so what?
She was most angry and peppery, Mr. Kramer informs me.
Red pepper?
Exactly.
Okay, maybe I know what you mean. I'll try to deliver the goods this time. Goodbye. I drove down to the apartment house on Gramercy Square where Cross and Halleck lived, took the elevator up to the 10th floor, found the right door, and slipped in with a pass key. Come on out. Come out wherever you are. I know you're in here. You fooled Kramer pretending to be the maid, but you didn't fool Wolfe. You'd better... Gloria! Cut it out, you idiot. Lay off. Archie, you don't... Archie Goodwin from Nero Wolfe's office. Remember me?
Let it go.
Give me the gun, Gloria. Give it to me. That's right. Who did you think I was?
Halleck.
Oh, brilliant. So Wolfe figured you out, huh? Well, you are a brave girl. They killed your father. You came up here and waited for them. You were going to kill them right back, huh? Oh, that red-headed temper. And you bluffed Kramer into thinking you were the maid.
I had to do something. It was the only thing I could think of. To come here and kill him.
Well, you're coming home with Archie. And just remember one thing. When Wolfe's working for you, don't try to do any thinking. It only gets in Wolfe's way. I got Gloria Kent back to the house at 7 o'clock. I parked the car, brought her into the office, and got the shock of my life. There was a convention on. Wolfe was there, with Inspector Kramer representing the cops. Cross, Halleck, and Sanford were there representing the crooks. When Kramer saw Gloria, he scowled first at her and then at Wolfe.
So it was a slick one after all, Wolfe. You didn't have the girl. You had no intention of producing her.
Please, Mr. Kramer, that can wait. There are other matters more important. I dine at 8. That leaves me 1 hour to solve your murders.
Murders? More than one?
Yes, 2. Elmer Rodman.
By heaven, Goodwin, if you...
Please, Mr. Kramer, not now. First, Miss Kent. Good evening, Miss Kent. I presume you have met these gentlemen, Cross, Halleck, and Sanford? Yeah, take your purse, please.
Why?
Don't think me as naive as Mr. Goodwin, miss. When you left your home after the murder of your father, you took the map and letters with you. They are in your purse
Well,
now.
that's not true.
Archie, the purse. Thank you. We have here an interesting situation. There exist some old letters and map, forged and fraudulent. They're worth $10,000 and more to Cross and Halleck and worth 2 murders to a killer. Why? There must be something of great value in the letters.
Yes, such as?
Something which Mr. Sanford could not see, although he worked on the document closely. Yet something which could be made manifest. What is the answer, Miss Kent? You know it?
I swear I don't.
Secret writing, Archie. Bring the chafing dish from the dining room.
Right.
Secret writing?
I saw nothing when I worked on those letters.
Naturally, Mr. Sanford, the writing is invisible. The heat is an agent. It makes most forms of secret writing visible.
The chafing dish, boss.
Thank you, Archie. Place it before me and light it.
Right.
Now I open Miss Kent's purse. From it, you see, I withdraw these ancient letters which he took from her house after her father's murder.
That's not true.
Archie.
That's enough, Gloria. That's enough. From now on, you just listen.
We remove the letters from the envelope and toast them gently. The secret ink vintage 1851 will easily succumb to the agency of heat.
Careful. Those envelopes will catch fire.
Hey, they're caught.
Don't be upset, Mr. Cross, Mr. Halleck.
The envelopes!
They'll burn safely in the dish. We can concentrate on the writing. Watch closely. I don't want to be accused of trickery.
You fat fool. The envelopes are everything.
Put them out, Sanford. Don't sit there. Put them out.
Why, Mr. Halleck?
Well, the stamps, the missionaries, are worth a fortune.
The missionary. Of course. You know that. Mr. Cross knows. So does Mr. Sanford, right?
Yeah.
Of course, Sanford knows, you old fool. Let me...
Mr. Sanford is not alarmed. Why not, sir?
I don't know what you're talking about.
$50,000 or $100,000 is burning before your eyes, Mr. Sanford. Cross and Halleck are burning their fingers, putting out the flaming envelopes. And you sit there quite indifferently. Why?
Well,
You know the value of the missionary stamps on the letters you bought from Rodman. But you know these aren't the real letters. Isn't that it?
Not the real letters?
I told you I'm tough to crack, Wolf. You didn't fool me with those dummies.
Dummies, how do you know? Mr. Cross didn't know. Mr. Halleck didn't know. How did you?
Well,
I'll tell you, sir. Only one man could know I was framing Miss Kent as a decoy. Only one man could know I prepared these dummy letters and pretended to take them from her purse. And that is the killer. The man who murdered her father and stole the map and letters this morning. You, sir, Mr. Sanford.
Well, I'll be...
Mr. Kramer, there's your killer. You'll find the missing map and letters on him or concealed in his home or office. You won't need the evidence anyway. Look at his face. He's self-confessed.
Self-confessed like fun? He was booby-trapped.
No, Mr. Kramer. Not a complicated case, really. Very simple. Elmer Rodman sold a packet of old family letters to the swindlers for a small sum. They used the letters to perpetrate their fraud on Miss Kent's father.
And the stamps on the letters were valuable?
They were a special Hawaiian issue 1851, Miss Kent. Nicknamed missionaries, because missionaries used them for writing home. They are extremely rare stamps worth upward of $25,000 each.
Hey, no wonder they were worth 2 murders. We found 5 of them on Sanford.
Excellent. Somewhere or other, Rodman discovered the value of the stamps after he sold the letters. In his effort to get them back, he communicated his discovery to the swindlers, Cross, Halleck, and Sanford.
So that's why they refunded the money so fast.
Precisely, in an effort to have the sale rescinded. Rodman sought out Kent and tried to convince him of the fraud. Alas, he would not listen to the truth, Mr. Kramer.
Oh, I get it. And while the others were hassling around, Sanford tried to steal a march and quietly resorted to murder.
There you have it.
Ha-ha! Great job, boss. Great job. So Gloria not only gets her 10 grand back, but 5 times 25, which is about 125,000 worth of goodies. Now, figuring your rates by the hour, that means you've done a gratis job worth about...
Miss Kent, I did not, nor will I demand a large fee for what I have done. I will not go back on my word. But I can beg for a favor.
I'll only be too happy to...
Wait. I asked something that would not be easy to grant.
What is it?
Will you use your red hair, your pretty face, your admirable figure, and your ample fortune to lure Mr. Goodwin away from this house tonight? I would like to enjoy my dinner in peace.
That won't be difficult, Mr. Wolfe.
Let's have an understanding right now, Gloria. Difficult for you or for me?
I'll be delighted.
Indeed. To spend an evening with Mr. Goodwin, there is only one word for you, Miss Kent. Intrepid.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's story by Alfred Bester was based on the famous characters created by Rex Stout, produced by Edwin Fadiman, and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Wally Mayer as Archie Goodwin, and Gene Bates, Howard McNair, Jay Novello, Larry Dobkin, Bill Johnstone, and Herb Vigran. Music by Joseph Enos. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Careworn Cup. Don Stanley speaking.
Okay, Shayne. Get the picture. A guy in front of you with a .38, a guy in back with a rifle. And you with nothing. If wishing will make it so, you better start wishing to be somewhere else fast, because...
This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to Michael Shayne, that reckless, red-headed Irishman back at his old haunts in New Orleans, in another transcribed episode. We call it The Case of the Model Murder.
Waiter, my compliments to the chef. This shrimp's superb.
Look, maybe I'm talking out of turn, Mr. Franklin. After all, you're hiring me, but 20 a day is mighty short wages for some of the things I get involved in. And I've learned that the phony cases usually have the biggest hospital bills.
Phony, Mr. Shayne?
Yeah, I get a message that you want to see me urgently. Okay, I come dashing down here, expecting you to be tearing your hair or dying from a leaky artery. So what do I find?
You find me in a seafood bar enjoying New Orleans' most succulent river shrimp and sipping excellent dry Manhattan.
That's right. Then you give me a story about a girl, Marianne Chevney. I have to find her and bring her to her home by Friday midnight or she loses $8 million.
Is that too complicated?
No, Mr. Franklin, it's too simple. Instead of giving me any details here, you're going out chewing your shrimp.
And sipping my Manhattans. Waiter, one more of the same, dry. You sure you won't join me, Mr. Shayne?
Look, this picture you gave me, is it the only one you have?
The most recent, yes. It was taken a few weeks before Marianne ran away from home 7 years ago.
Oh.
She never got along with her father.
What about this Friday business? Why Friday after 7 years?
Simply because Friday at midnight, Marianne will be 25.
So she's got to return home by then or she doesn't get her money.
Brilliant. Wait, another order of shrimp, please.
You're sure giving me a lot of time. This is Thursday. I got one whole day. Marianne's father was your partner, half-owner of Chevney Franklin Importers, huh?
That's right.
Chevney died over 3 weeks ago. Why the sudden concern now?
Oh, I haven't been idle. I've been running ads for the girl in the papers.
Yeah, you've been a busy little bee, you have.
Mr. Shayne.
All right. What happens to the $8 million if Marianne Chevney doesn't get home in time?
It goes into the business.
You're the business now.
That's right. Don't look so perplexed. It's quite simple, really.
Yeah, something simple. You're hiring me to find her so that you can lose $8 million.
Precisely, Mr. Shayne. Wait up. Another dry Manhattan.
We'll return in a moment to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the model murder.
From the minute I walked into the seafood bar at the Carlton Manor Hotel and sat down opposite Franklin of Chevney Franklin Importers, I knew I was walking into something with more angles and a course in advanced geometry. My first impulse after hearing his story was to tell Mr. Franklin to go peddle his shrimp. Only I suddenly remembered that the only jingle I could raise in my pockets was the sound of my car keys rattling around. It seems his partner, Chevney, had died some 3 weeks before, and $8 million he couldn't take with him was waiting for his errant daughter, Mary Ann, who'd run away from home 7 years ago when she was 18. I was supposed to find the girl and bring her to her late father's house before Friday midnight, tomorrow night. Well, I took another look at the photo of the girl. The words Harrison Halstead Model Agency were stamped on the back. At least she'd worked there 7 years ago. I decided to give it a whirl. The receptionist was a sugar blonde with a cooperative look in her eyes.
Well, I sure would like to help you, Mr. Shayne, but I really don't know any Miss Chevney.
And you handle a lot of models here.
Oh, that's right.
This photograph help you any?
Pretty. No, I'm afraid not.
It's taken 7 years ago.
I'll just bet you'd go for something a little older.
And you'd have a good bet. The boss around?
Well, yes, Mr. Shayne, but I don't know.
What is I want to... Oh. Yes, sir?
Mr. Shayne's looking for a girl by the name of Chevney, Mr. Halstead.
Sorry, I can't help you.
Now, this photograph.
No. What do you want with her?
Oh, she's got $8 million coming to her.
Sorry, Mr. Shayne.
Oh, that's okay.
Miss Winters, get Miller on the phone, will you? Said he'll be ready at 2 this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
He recognized the photo.
Did he, Mr. Shayne?
You're a real good kid. Company girl, loyal.
Thank you.
Follow the rules.
Uh-huh.
Look, I'm just trying to help a penniless girl get $8 million.
Well, take one of our cards, Mr. Shayne. You just might want to come back.
Thanks. I don't have $8 million, but...
You don't need $8 million.
How much?
Just enough for a writer's steak and baked dinner.
It's a deal. Miss Winters struck me as a girl with the wrong name. There's nothing chilly in her attitude. As for this Halstead character, he was one of those guys with a monogram complex. Everywhere you looked, you found H.H. staring you in the face. Harrison Halstead. On his tie, on the pocket of his shirt. Even the cigarette lighter on the reception desk had the same 2 H's sort of leaning against one another. And the agency card Miss Winters had given me, they were there, too. As I waited for the elevator, I turned the card over. The handwriting was nice and firm. Mady Carter, 2614 Mount York Avenue, might be able to help you. I thought, Shayne, how would you get along without that winning personality of yours? Mady Carter's place was a little bungalow in a court. There was a light on behind curtains. I rang the bell.
Yes.
Miss Carter?
What do you want?
I'd like to talk to you.
What do you want?
I'm looking for Mary Ann Chevney.
I don't know anybody by that name.
Miss Winters at the Halstead Agency.
I can't. I don't know her. She isn't here.
Easy. You're going to lower the volume. What'll the neighbors think?
Come in.
Thanks. Oh, look, Miss Carter, I'm not trying to do anything but find Miss Chevney so I can give her $8 million.
She doesn't want.
Well, you see, it doesn't pay to keep secrets. Where is she?
I don't know.
Well, how do you know she doesn't want the money?
She told me.
Oh, you spoke to her?
No. Why don't you leave me alone? I don't know anything.
Look, all I want... never mind, Miss Carter. Maybe I got a bum steer. Sorry I bothered you. I suppose I could have broken her down if I'd kept at it. But I suddenly found what I came for. There was an envelope face down on the desk. From where I was standing, I was able to read the return address on the flap. Big as life it was. The initials MC, apartment 5, and the address 318 East 54th Street, New York City. MC, Marion Chevney. As I drove back to town, I began to get a familiar feeling. Maybe I don't have eyes behind my head, but I do have a little spot between my shoulder blades that's got a special talent. If somebody's following me, it begins to itch. It had bothered me a little right after I left the Halstead Agency, but I didn't pay much attention to it. And right now, it was giving me the squirms in high gear, and I decided to do something about it. I pulled off the main road onto a side street, but quick. I parked, doused the lights, and waited. Cars kept going by, and I spotted a maroon job with one light dimmer than the other coming around the block for the second time. This time it went about 100 yards past me, and then it parked. I waited. Nobody got out of the car. The spot between my shoulders stopped itching. I knew I was on solid ground. I got out of the car and started up the street. I saw the guy behind the wheel of the maroon job looking straight ahead as if he had nothing better to do than just sit there. I pulled the door open and slid into the front seat. Huh?
What's doing, champ?
Nice tail job.
No?
Pro job.
Well, you're not so bad yourself. Spotting it.
New Orleans does that for me. There's a feel to the city. He must be from out of town.
Yeah.
Working?
Yeah.
Jonathan Franklin?
Never heard of him.
Franklin and Chevney importers. Bananas, I think.
I hate bananas.
Who is it?
You're doing all the talking, champ.
This is a tough town for strangers.
Not so tough.
You're not so tough either. All right, nice tie you got. Slips up nice and easy. You can't talk, champ, but you can sure listen. That's a very pretty color you're turning out. Let's see. Yeah, shoulder holster, 45 automatic. Okay, you can breathe now, but don't overdo it. And take a tip. I don't like being followed, and strangers in town ought to be courteous.
You're a pretty tough boy, Shayne.
No, I'm the easygoingest guy in the world. I just don't like being tailed. Remember, mind your manners when you're in a strange city, champ. Franklin was in the dining room of the hotel carving up some rare roast beef with Yorkshire pudding on the side. I dropped into a chair on the other side of his table and told him what I'd found out. As usual, he got real interested.
New York, eh? Will you join me, Mr. Shayne?
You're real worried about getting Marianne Chevney back here before tomorrow night, aren't you?
Oh, you can't rush things, my boy.
Ah, this case smells clear across the river. Don't you trust me, Mr. Franklin?
One moment, Mr. Shayne. Wait up.
Yes, sir?
Bring me a phone, please. You were saying...
I said somebody's been tailing me. I'd like to know why.
You're implying, Mr. Shayne, that because I don't trust you, I've hired someone to watch you?
In a nutshell.
Now, that is not true. But the fact that someone is following you is very disconcerting.
Your telephone, Mr. Franklin?
Yes. Oh, thank you, Wendy. Your pardon, Mr. Shayne. Travel desk, please. Hello? This is Jonathan Franklin speaking. Will you arrange for a charter plane with the New Orleans Charter Service, please? In the name of Michael Shayne. In about an hour. It's now 8:30. The plane is to go to New York and leave here at 9:30. Thank you.
Well, you're full of surprises, Mr. Franklin.
I've got another one for you.
Yeah?
If you succeed in bringing Marianne back here before midnight tomorrow, there's a $1,000 bonus for you.
Sometimes, Mr. Franklin, your conversation is positively brilliant. A chartered plane to New York and a $1,000 jackpot at the end of the rainbow. I felt like a captain of industry as the plane got the right away from the airport tower and circled in for a landing. New York, great little city. It was 4 o'clock in the morning when the taxi pulled up in front of 518 East 54th Street. I told the cabbie to wait. What's money to me? Took the stairs of the brownstone 2 at a time. Apartment 5 was at the end of the hall on the first floor. I knocked. Nothing happened. I knocked again. Nobody could sleep like that. Then I tried the door. Locked. Apparently Marianne was a dirty stay-out late. Across the hall, the door to apartment number 4 said manager. I walked over and started knocking again.
Well, what is it? What is it?
I'm sorry to get you out of bed all the time, but I'd like you to open the door to apartment 5.
Are you crazy waking a body at 4 in the morning?
Look, I'm a private detective. I'm looking for the girl who has that apartment. I want to get in, so I'll be there when she gets home.
Private detective, huh? I'm sorry. If it was a police, it'd be...
Does this give me the necessary rank?
$5.
All right, make it 10.
Well, why didn't you tell me he was a private detective in the first place? Come on. Hey, light switch. Yeah. Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks. Here's your pound of flesh.
Now, you won't tell her that I let you...
What's the matter with you?
Yeah. Over there. On the floor in the hall.
First, I saw a lot of blonde hair. And then I saw there was a girl attached to it. She probably would have been real pretty without that bullet hole in her forehead.
We'll return in a moment to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the model murder.
A glutton by the name of Jonathan Franklin had waved an ice-cold scent in front of my nose, but strangely enough, it still had a strong odor. My assignment was to find Mary Ann Chevney and get her back to her late dad's home so she could collect $8 million, according to the terms of her inheritance. Well, I picked up the trail at the Harrison Halstead Model Agency where Miss Chevney had once worked. Mr. H.H. and his secretary, Miss Winters, acted like I was after atomic secrets. And as I left, Miss Winters shoved a card in my hand with the name and address of Matey Carter. Well, Miss Carter had the willies bad, but I picked up the information that the girl I was looking for was in New York. Franklin stopped eating roast beef long enough to charter a plane for me. And I arrived at the end of the trail just in time to find my quarry still warm, but with a bullet in her head.
My police, we'll have to call the police.
Yeah, but not before I make a phone call long distance.
Well, it won't be long now, will you? Son, because they get real mad. If you don't tell
long distance, I want you to get me Mr. Jonathan Franklin at the Carlton Manor in New Orleans. Collect Michael Shayne at this end. That's right. This is Circle 65970.
Yeah, my reputation. You know this will be in the papers, don't you? The police all over the place and reporters.
Yeah, and her blood stains a nice carpet.
Yeah,
so I feel real sorry for you. Hello? Hello, Mr. Franklin.
Yes, what is it, please?
Take your earmuffs off. You might like to hear this.
What is it, Shayne?
Just a second, Mr. Franklin. Look, old-timer, don't you have a telephone in your own apartment?
Yes. Well, I never thought of that.
Well, think of it.
Well, Shayne?
The gal is dead.
Really?
Yeah, what do you want me to do?
Come on home. You've done a good job.
You're not sorry?
No. Should I be?
What about the $1 grand bonus? I guess that's cold turkey, huh?
We'll talk about it when you get back.
Yeah.
Cold turkey, did you say?
Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned it. That's an excellent thought. With a glass of cold milk, of course. Goodbye, Mr. Shayne.
I had a little time before the cops had come, so I started moseying around the apartment. First thing that caught my eye was a cigarette lighter on an end table. It looked familiar. Very familiar. All of a sudden, I knew why. There was a monogram on it. Yeah, 2 H's sort of leaning against each other. I got the long-distance operator again and put in a call to Mr. Halstead, also collect.
There is no answer.
Are you sure you got the right guy?
Harrison Halstead's residence in New Orleans, Orange 2435.
Okay, thanks, operator.
Shall I try later?
No, thanks. I didn't know how, but it was pretty obvious that Halstead was in this thing up to his ears. I kept on wandering around the living room, and then I found it. There was a letter on the table in a girl's handwriting. The date was just 2 days ago, and the letter started with the words, Dear Matey. I didn't have to read the signature to know it was Mary Ann. I took a good look at the girl on the floor. Her hair was blonde, only there was about a 1/16 of an inch of dark brunette showing at the hairline. I got real smart then. I finally figured it out. This girl was Matey Carter, and the frightened girl back in New Orleans was really Mary Ann Chevney. Only somebody else had apparently made the same mistake, and it was my guess he was hightailing it back to New Orleans to correct his error. I made a quick call to homicide to pay my respects and then headed for the airport. Luckily, the plane was ready to go when I got there. Oh, Shayne, you had the girl in your hands and then you waltzed off with a dream. One thing was clear. Mary Ann Chevney had plenty to worry about. It took me just 10 minutes from the time I landed back in New Orleans to get to her place. The door to Mary Ann's bungalow was locked and there was no answer to my banging. I started around the house trying to get a look-see inside. Nothing. Nobody home. When I got around to the rear and peeked in the bedroom, I saw why. The place was empty. Either she decided to run or else she'd been taken on a trip without a return ticket. I scrambled over to the Carlton Manor, and guess what? Yeah, Jonathan Franklin was eating.
It seems you made a mistake, Mr. Shayne.
How do you know?
The papers. Wasn't Mary Ann who was killed in New York. It was a girl by the name of Carter, Madeline Carter.
You still want me to find Mary Ann?
Oh, of course. Let's see. It's 3 now. You only have 9 hours left. Oh, will you have some lunch?
No, thanks.
Don't you ever find time to eat?
Yeah, but I'm peculiar. I only eat 3 meals a day. Marianne Shevney's life was in danger, and I wanted to get to her while she was still hale and hearty. I drove over to Halstead's agency. Miss Winters still had that cooperative look.
Well, hi there.
Hi, where's your boss?
Out.
Been in today?
Well, no, as a matter of fact, he hadn't.
Did you try to reach him at home?
Yes, I did.
He wasn't there.
Oh, is something wrong?
Something's very wrong, sweetheart. Look, that note you slipped me last night.
Not the kind I usually write.
Matey Carter, you knew I was looking for Marianne Shevney.
Well, I said Matey Carter might be a help. She's a friend of Miss Shevney's.
You didn't know there was a switch?
Switch?
Matey Carter was in New York. She was killed last night.
Killed?
Halstead could have taken a plane up there last night, couldn't he?
Well, I don't know.
As far as you know, he could have, couldn't he?
Well, yes. I haven't spoken to him since last night.
Tell me, is he a bachelor?
Yeah.
Lives alone?
Uh-huh.
In town or in the country?
Both.
Oh, he has a country place. Where?
Well, I'll tell you in a minute. You want me to look it up?
You bet I do, sweetheart. If I'm not too late, it might make the difference between a long and wealthy life or a 45 slug to Marianne Shevney. It took me almost an hour to drive out to where Halstead had his beach home. The place had a real subtropical flavor, bordering on the Gulf and surrounded by a mass of lush undergrowth and stubby cypress trees. I didn't bother to announce myself. I just barged in. She'd been here, all right. There was a woman's jacket over a chair in the big paneled living room, and her purse half open on the floor. I went to the back door and opened it and looked out. Bounced off a stone, and I caught a glint of the bullet as it whined off on its ricochet. It had come from the left. I ducked back into the house. He had shells to burn, whoever he was. There was no sense in my perching like a sitting duck, so I started toward the front. The living room had been empty a moment before, but now there was a man in it, a man with a gun. Halstead.
Stop where you are, Mr. Shayne, and raise your hands.
Where's Marianne?
It's none of your business. I said raise your hands.
Now, look, Halstead, don't be coy about this thing. There's a guy out there with a gun, a big gun, and he's got big ideas.
So have I. Move back. Against the wall.
Look, who's working for who around here?
You're sticking your nose in where it doesn't belong, Shayne. Told you yesterday if there was anything about Marianne Shevney you ought to concern yourself with.
What did you do with her?
Let's just say she's in protective custody.
Yours?
As I said, that's none of your business. Hello, champ. What you doing?
Still tailing me, huh?
Yeah. And this time, no necktie. Very bad taste. Huh? Drop that rifle. I don't think so. You ought to practice more, you mess.
Oh, this is real cute. Champ was in the kitchen with a rifle, and you're in here with a pistol, Halstead. You both have a grudge against me, only you can't stop worrying about each other.
Shayne, who is that man in the kitchen?
I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet, but I think he's after Marianne, too. Aren't you, Champ?
Could be, but right now I get more places. Missed again. Just stick your head into that doorway once more. Mr. Shayne, I'll give you just 3 seconds to tell me what you want.
I told you.
I want the truth, now.
What difference does it make what I want with the girl if you're already...
All right, Shayne, I want you.
We'll be back in just a moment with Mike Shayne and the thrilling climax to our story.
It was a second or two before I realized Halstead had fired at the laddie with a rifle, not me. But I wasn't inclined to administer first aid to Champ lying in the kitchen doorway because from the look on Halstead's face, he was getting ready for a repeat performance. And then I got a shock. Like when the shower suddenly turns from hot to cold. Marianne, the real Marianne, stepped into the room and went over to Halstead. I figured it was time to call a halt and settle who was who. Hello, Marianne.
You killed Matey.
No, the Champ in the kitchen. It was his work.
Why don't you leave me alone, all of you?
All I've been trying to do is bring you back to your father's home by midnight tonight so you can inherit the $8 million he left you.
Marianne and I were married last night, Shayne.
What?
Now the matter of her inheritance is my business. So why don't you leave us alone?
I will if Marianne or Mrs. Halstead will go back to her father's house.
But why, Mr. Shayne? Why should I go back there?
Well, if the $8 million doesn't mean anything to you, the 1,000 I stand to collect means plenty to me. I knew it was the right time. 6 o'clock when I walked into the dining room at the Carlton Manor. Jonathan Franklin was having breast of guinea hen under glass and a white wine.
Well, won't you sit down? I'll have the waiter get you.
No, thanks.
Yeah. You look calm and relaxed, Mr. Shayne. Success?
Yes.
Splendid. And Marianne?
I found her. And her husband.
Her husband?
That's right. Oh, your boy is down at headquarters, Mr. Franklin.
Headquarters? My boy?
Yes, the Champ. He talked when he came to. He got a little overeager after he trailed me to Halstead's beach house, and Halstead winged him.
Oh.
The way I figured it wasn't a question of Marianne getting back to her father's home before her 25th birthday.
No? This wine is delicious. 1929 Sauterne.
No, it was a question of whether or not she'd reach her 25th birthday. And that's why you had me searching for her, to find her so you could have her killed before she did.
Now, you're not going to spoil my dinner.
You know, there's an old saying, Mr. Franklin, the foolish person eats himself into the grave.
You say he talked?
Yes. He told us why he'd been following me. So that if I found Marianne, he could kill her. He told us how he was sent to New York before I left. I should have guessed that, Mr. Franklin. It only takes 10 minutes to get to the airport from here. Why make the charter for an hour later?
You have a point.
And there was only one person besides myself and Marianne who knew the address of Matey Carter in New York.
Yeah. I should have thought of that, I suppose.
You finished with your dinner, Mr. Franklin?
Yeah.
Because if you are, there are some men waiting for you in the lobby. Homicide detail.
You're spoiling my digestion, Mr. Shayne.
Doesn't matter, Mr. Franklin. From now on, you'll be eating crow. Hearty appetite.
Mike, what I can't understand is why Mr. Franklin was so eager to get his partner's money. He must have made the same amount himself. After all, $8 million.
That's enough bait for anybody, sweetheart. With his appetite, maybe he needs $16 million to keep in groceries, especially with prices the way they are today.
Oh, Mike. Sugar, you're cute.
Now on, eat your steak. And will you have red wine served with it? Waiter, a sparkling burgundy, domestic, year of 1948.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild. Next week, you'll hear Michael Shayne in another thrilling adventure from mysterious and colorful New Orleans.
Miss Pinkerton, Incorporated, starring Joan Blondell and Dick Powell. We present the first in a new series of half-hour comedy detective dramas, complete in each episode, yet featuring the same principal characters in situations of adventure, thrills, and romance. To begin at the beginning, as is customary and proper, the saga of Mary Vance, who may be described as a career woman, and Dennis Murray, whose occupation will be explained later, began of all places on the placid campus of Cornell University. The exact place was the reception room of Mary's dormitory. The time, just a little while ago.
And so you see, Miss Vance, because of your cousin's untimely death, your late uncle's detective agency now belongs to you.
Well, that was awfully sweet of Uncle Mike, but what do I want with a detective agency? After all, I'm a lawyer, or I will be if I can scrape up enough money to finish my course.
You will then sell the agency?
Certainly.
Your Uncle Michael made quite a name for himself as its head, and the business should be worth a considerable sum.
Well, the next move is New York, huh?
Yes, you'd have to go in any event in order to settle the estate. The sale can be arranged later.
How soon must I be there?
Right away.
Mr. Jones, I'm almost in New York right now.
I beg your pardon. Is this seat taken?
I don't see anyone in it.
May I sit down?
As long as you paid your fare, I don't see why not.
You don't mind if I sit on your books and magazines?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. There you are.
Thank you. Oh, I see you're reading the case of the missing thumb. Like it?
Why, did you write it?
Oh, no. Just read it myself a few weeks ago.
How nice.
Well, it's not a bad mystery, but it falls off toward the end, don't you think?
I don't know. I haven't gotten that far.
Want to know who done it?
No, I don't want to know who done it. I just want to read my newspaper in peace. Do you mind?
Oh, no. How's Superman doing today?
Yeah. See for yourself.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's Superman. What a president he'd make. Oh, my. These streamlined trains are certainly quiet, aren't they, huh? I said these new trains are not at all noisy, are they?
No, and I wish I could say the same for you. Waiter, is this the only seat left in the diner?
Yes, I'm sure a gentleman won't mind you sitting at his table. Oh, what could be more pleasant than gazing at a fair lady over one's mashed potatoes? Of course I don't mind.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Have a menu?
Thanks again.
May I suggest the macaroni au gratin? It'll take the wrinkles out of your tummy and put them under your chin.
Waiter, I'll dine when the car is less crowded.
But, ma'am...
Besides, I'm allergic to drafts, and there's certainly a big one blowing through the car right now.
And so we leave the diner and we're back in the club car where our beautiful friendship had its beginning.
Look, don't you want to lie down and play dead?
Oh, come. We've 3 hours of travel ahead. Why not break down and get conversational? I'm not on the make, honest.
Said he with a leer.
Really, I'm not. Now, what's wrong with a little conversation to make a train trip shorter?
Nothing, I suppose.
My name is Dennis Michael Murray. What's yours?
It's Esmeralda. Esmeralda Higgins.
Esmeralda Higgins. Well, it's a pretty name.
Thank you.
Are you going to New York to stay?
No, just visiting.
Are you planning anything definite?
I'm 5 feet 3 inches tall. I weigh 118 pounds. I smoke occasionally, drink less occasionally, and I study law at Cornell.
A lawyer? You?
What's funny about that?
Well, if you'd said anything else, a model or a nurse, even a lady barber, but a lawyer.
What's wrong with my being a lawyer?
Well, you're not the career girl type, that's all.
Oh, so you analyze character, too.
Sure. You're the maternal type. I can see mother love shining out of those beautiful blue eyes. You know, the thing for you to do is to marry some nice fella, settle down in a rose-covered cottage.
And raise dozens of children, I suppose.
Sure, that's better than raising dozens of affidavits.
You know, your kind of thinking went out with the horse and buggy era, and believe me, that's where I wish you were right now. So if you'll pardon my back, I'd like to look at the scenery.
Well, Miss Higgins, we've come to the end of our journey. But that shouldn't end our friendship, now should it?
I don't see why not, Mr. Mulligan.
Murray. Oh, no kidding, Esmeralda. Let's be friends. I'm taking a cab. Can I drop you somewhere?
No, thank you.
Well, maybe I can drop your baggage off where you're going to stay. How's that?
You'd do that for me, really? Well, that's awfully sweet of you.
I'd be glad to. Just tell me where to go.
I would, but I don't use profanity. Goodbye, Mr. Mulligan.
Dear Mom, it's been a bad day.
I'm sorry, madam, but if you want us to trace your husband, you'll have to come to our offices and make the usual arrangements. I know, madam, but yeah, until 5 o'clock. Yes, that's Detective Agency. I'll see if he's in.
Pardon me, but I'm here to see Mr. Parker.
Second door to your left, please.
Thank you.
Come in. Now, please don't worry, Mr. Bentley. Our service has always been satisfactory, hasn't it? Yes, I know it's important. It's just as important to us. I'll have my best operatives there. Goodbye, Mr. Bentley. All right, young lady, what's your experience?
Well, not very much, I'm afraid.
What? There's a fine howdy-do. Well, I'm sorry, Miss...
Vance.
I'm
Mary
sorry.
Vance.
I'm sorry, Miss Vance, but I'm afraid you won't... Mary Vance? Not Mary Vance?
Mm-hmm, positively.
Well, how do you do? I'm Parker, the agency manager. I hope you'll forgive me.
Of course. I gather you were expecting someone.
I was. We're a little short-handed right now. The agency has more business than it can handle.
Well, this is good news.
Ordinarily, it would be. You've heard of the Bentley Emerald?
Mm-hmm, even in Ithaca.
Well, old P.J. Bentley is giving it to his son's bride-to-be as a wedding gift. She's Gloria Van Dusen.
Oh, sure. Sure, the well-known glamour girl.
Exactly. The reception's tonight after the wedding, and the emerald will be on display along with the other gifts. We've been commissioned to see that nothing happens to it.
Sounds like quite a feather in our cap.
It is. His is the biggest account we have. Of course, the police will have their people, too. But old P.J. Bentley is eccentric enough to have no confidence of police and rich enough to get away with it. And that's why we're in a jam.
A jam? I'm afraid I don't understand.
We're in a jam because I haven't a single operative available. At least not for that kind of an assignment. I need a clever woman. I've even had to try the employment agencies. Matter of fact, that's where I thought you were from.
Oh, I see.
Well, our attorney tells me you're going to sell the agency.
Yes, I am, Mr. Parker.
Good.
Mr. Parker, you say you're stuck for a woman operative for the Bentley affair tonight?
Oh, yes.
And it's very important? You shouldn't pass up this job?
That's right, but
And you need a fairly intelligent young woman who looks well in evening clothes, who can pass for a member of the smart set, who can be trusted to keep her eye on the emerald. Is that correct?
You sound as if you were applying for the job.
I am.
You're what?
Applying for the job. Do I get it?
Oh, please, Miss Vance, you're joking.
I'm not joking. After all, I own this agency. I must have its welfare at heart.
But you don't know anything about this kind of work.
But this is a crisis, and I think I can help.
You're not a detective.
Oh, I know that, but I've studied quite a bit of criminal law, and I think I'll do just as well as somebody you'd get from an employment agency, if you got someone.
Now, Miss Vance, I must insist
Now, just
that
a minute, Mr. Parker. I own this agency, and I'm in a better position to insist than you are, and that's just what I'm doing.
Okay, Miss Vance, you're the boss. You'll need a license, and I'll assign one of our men to stand by and keep an eye on you while you're keeping an eye on the Emerald tonight. He's not the type for this kind of a job, but he'll have to do it.
We'll manage.
I hope so.
Yes, sir?
Send in Bingo Doherty.
Gee, Miss Vance, them newspaper guys certainly give you a big play this afternoon, didn't they? When you got your license, I mean.
Yes, Bingo. I never saw so much gallantry in one place before.
Murder. They sure went to town. Too bad all that ballyhoo's going to be wasted.
Yes.
Look, Miss Vance, are you really going to sell the agency? Why don't you run it?
Now, do I look like a gumshoe? No, Bingo. I'm studying to be a lawyer. The agency wouldn't be any good to me, and I wouldn't be any good for it. After all, it's no business for a woman.
Yeah, I guess you got the right idea.
I know I have.
Only, gee, it's kind of shame. Your Uncle Mike run the joint for 25 years, and the name of Vance in the detective business has been like a institution. In other words...
I know, Bingo, but that's the way things work out sometimes.
Yeah. Ain't life sordid, Miss Vance?
Well, Bingo, this is probably the most expensive wedding reception of the decade.
Yeah, there's enough champagne here in this joint to float a battleship.
To say the least. Hey, Bingo, you know what I think? I think we ought to separate, mingle with the guests, perhaps. We don't want to look too obvious.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Miss Vance. You ain't going to leave me alone with all these stuffed shirts, are you?
Don't forget you're doing a pretty good job of stuffing your own shirt.
Yeah, and this starch collar is killing me.
Hey, suppose you wait here and keep an eye on the bride's presents while I sort of drift around and mingle with the upper crust.
Okay, Miss Vance. Oh, say, look at Murray of the Headquarters Society detail in the soup and fish. Ain't he got the savoir-faire?
Who?
Over there by the pillar, the good-looking guy.
What? I know that man. I met him on the train. Is he a policeman?
Detective sergeant, and a good one, too.
Well. Pardon me, Bingo, and don't forget your own savoir-faire.
Huh? Oh, sure. Gee, if the guys at Bonnie's bar could get a gander at me now, they'd swear I was getting, class conscious. Murder.
May I have this dance, Miss Higgins?
I'd be delighted. Oh, it's you.
That's right. Shall we?
But can I lose?
Well, I never dreamed we'd meet again, at least so soon.
It is a small world, isn't it? Sergeant Murray.
Yes? Who told you I was on the force?
Oh, I know all about you, Sergeant. For example, you're on a society detail.
Well, I guess I may as well break down and confess. Yep, I'm always assigned to these society affairs. The inspector thinks I look good in tails.
He's right there, but one tail would be enough.
Sweet child.
And you're here to guard the Bentley Emerald, aren't you?
That's right. Hey, what do you know about the Emerald?
I also know that Mr. Bentley thinks the police force are incompetent and immaterial.
Oh, he does, huh?
Now, Sergeant, don't stop dancing. People are looking at you.
Well, let them look. And how is it that you're so familiar with Mr. Bentley's opinions, Miss Higgins?
No, not Higgins. Vance. Mary Vance. You see, Mr. Bentley hired me to keep an eye on the Emerald. In person.
He hired you?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Vance, you wouldn't have any connection with the Vance Detective Agency, would you?
I own it.
You? Woo, from mouthpiece to gumshoe in 48 hours. Oh, lady, you change careers more often than I do shirts.
What's wrong with my being a private detective?
Now, don't stop dancing, Miss Pinkerton. I mean, Miss Vance. People are looking.
Really, Sergeant, I think you're afraid of a little competition.
Oh, sure. I'm afraid to pieces, but not of competition. Now, look, Esmeralda.
The name is Mary.
All right, Mary. Now, kidding on the square. Go back to your law books, but fast.
Oh, now you think the law is a good career for a woman.
Well, it's better than the racket you're getting into. Crime isn't romantic. It's ugly and sordid. It's rotten.
Is that all, Sergeant Murray?
No, that's not all. You get yourself all mixed up with some really bad boys, and your pretty head won't be worth a nickel. Now, take a guy's advice and go back to school like a good little girl.
Would it be too much of a strain for you to mind your own business?
Okay. Let's dance. People are looking.
Well, that's better.
Don't holler when you get hurt.
I won't. And don't you pout if I make you look bad.
It's a deal. Incidentally, now that you're a working detective, you might as well know the kind of playmate you're taking on.
What do you mean?
You see that man near the French window?
You mean that tall, distinguished-looking man with the gray hair?
Yep. That tall, distinguished-looking man is Silk Jennings, one of our better jewel thieves.
No.
Yes, he usually works for European pleasure spas, but the war killed that. And that man in the corner there...
He reminds me of my English professor.
Well, he's none other than High Pocket's Harry Miller, also a dealer in hot ice.
You mean they're criminals?
Yep.
They're probably after the emerald.
Wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Well, then why don't you arrest them or something?
Because I haven't a thing on them, yet.
You know, they don't look like criminals. I mean,
Of course they don't. That's why they're top-notches. But neither of them would stop at murder, believe me.
Excuse me, just a minute, please.
Where are you going?
Just a part of my nose, if you don't mind.
Well, hurry back.
What happened to the light? Turn on the light! They're on again. What happened?
The emerald, it's gone.
It's been stolen.
Hey, Sergeant, do you know what happened?
Well, looks like they got to the emerald.
Murder! Hey, you see my boss, Miss Vince?
Nope, she disappeared just before the lights went out.
Disappeared?
Yes, and so have two of the slickest jewel thieves in the country. Come on, Bingo.
Only a minute has passed since the theft of the famous Bentley emerald, and the vast ballroom is the scene of excitement and confusion. No one, however, knows of the disappearance of Mary Vance and the two uninvited but nonetheless to be reckoned with gentlemen from the underworld. That is, no one but Detective Sergeant Dennis Murray and the redoubtable Bingo Dorothy.
Well, Bingo, did you talk to the gateman?
Yeah, I conversed with him.
Did he see anything?
Plenty. 2 cars pulling out of the driveway and going like bats out of... Hades.
Oh, that crazy girl. She's chasing two of the most dangerous jewel thieves in the country.
But that ain't it, Sarge.
What ain't it?
Well, what you said. She ain't chasing them. They're chasing her.
Are you kidding?
Well, the gate man says the first car what pulled out had a dame at the wheel, and the car that was following her had 2 guys in it.
But that can't be unless
what, Sarge?
Bingo. You don't think Mary would swipe that piece of green glass, do you?
Hey, if I thought you meant that, I'd load a boom on you.
Okay, let's go.
Where?
Well, after that nitwit boss of yours. Get my car, Bingo.
Going up?
Make this an express stop, will you?
Floor, please.
10th floor.
Say, where'd you get the shiner?
I got caught in a jam.
Would you like some beefsteak?
Thanks, kid. I'm not hungry.
Okay, lady. Here's the 10th floor.
Thanks. Clerk, this is Miss Vance in 1005. I'm not home to anyone, understand? Anyone at all. Oh.
So sorry to intrude.
Who are you? How'd you get in?
With this pass key,
Well, what do you want?
the Bentley emerald, Miss Vance, and don't try to lift that phone.
What makes you think I have the emerald?
We know you got it. Let's not beat around the bush, Miss Vance. Miller and I were after the stone, had the stage all set. You just worked faster than we
I
did.
don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, no? Incidentally, I do want to apologize for the condition of your eye. The darkness, you know. I didn't expect to find someone else reaching for the stone at the same time I did.
Gentlemen, I think you're making a mistake.
He's too smart, Silk. Let's get tough and
If
scram.
you take another step toward me, I'll scream.
Now, just a moment. I'm sure there's no need for violence. Miss Vance, let me explain the situation.
Do.
To begin with, Miller and I went after the emerald on our own hook. You should know that a stone so large and so famous would be extremely difficult to dispose of. Consequently, we've been operating as what might be termed contractors.
Contractors?
Yes. We were hired to obtain the emerald, and for a very handsome retainer, too. You stepped in and almost robbed us of our commission.
Ah, the world's a cruel place, isn't it?
Yeah, for some people. Get to the point, Silk. Miss Vance, we aren't the kind of men to lose a large sum of money with a smile. I suggest that we cut you in and split the proceeds 3 ways.
Oh, you cut me in?
Exactly. To dispose of the emerald, you would eventually have to do business with our employer, who happens to be the most important fence on the East Coast. He's a good man to have for a friend. A bad one for an enemy.
And I'm only to get a third. Is that all?
Well, on this deal, yes. But I think you're a clever girl. We ought to be able to work together. And do well, too.
And if I refuse?
Then Mr. Miller here will be forced to apply his own method of persuasion.
Well, I think you boys have something there. It's a deal. But I want to turn the stone over to your boss personally.
Excellent. You are a clever girl.
Good evening, folks. Papa's got a nasty old gun that might explode and go boom. Right in your puss.
Funny man, isn't he?
Yeah. Now you two step over to the corner and face the wall. That's right. And you, young lady, come over toward me. Say, where did you pick up that black eye? It's a Lulu.
You think you're clever, don't you?
Yeah. Now you stand right here by me while I give these gentlemen the once-over. Toting any artillery, Silk?
I never do.
Sure. But this time you were a little out of your territory.
Yes, and you're a long way from yours. Drop your gun, Sergeant, because I got one right in your back.
What? Are you in with these...
Good work, Miller.
Did you have to hit him with that thing?
Come on. We better not lose any more time.
Yeah, let's get going.
Who is it?
Benny.
Just a moment. Gentlemen, come in.
Thanks, Mr. Latour.
And who is your charming companion?
We'll tell you about that in a minute.
Tell me first, did you get the stone?
In a roundabout way? Yes. You see, Miss Vance here beat us to the Emerald, but we were able to persuade her to join forces with us. At no additional expense to you, I might add.
Excellent.
So she's a very clever girl, Latour. On our way here, she was also instrumental in preventing our arrest.
Incredible.
Meaning what, Mr. Latour?
I mean that you are as clever as you are charming. Where is the emerald?
Miss Vance has it.
Miss Vance?
Of course. There you are.
I confess that I'm baffled.
What do you mean, baffled?
Miss Vance, why you should steal the Bentley emerald, prevent the arrest of my associates, and then so very obligingly bring the stone to me is more than I can understand.
Well, I decided after talking to these gentlemen that I'd like to join forces with you.
Especially since you are a detective.
Oh, she's a detective?
Certainly, you idiots. Don't you read the newspapers? Here's her picture, the story that goes with it. She's taken over the Vance agency.
Hey, what a nervy dame.
Well, anyway, we've got the emerald.
Yes. And we also have a live corpse on our hands.
Yes. Oh, Sarge?
Bingo, where are you?
I was down in the lobby keeping my eyes peeled, like you said, when I seen Miss Vance and them two guys come out. So I figure I better follow them. And guess where they went? They went in the back door of Latour's. You know, that high-class jewelry store on Fifth Avenue.
Well, Bingo. You stay right where you are till I get there, and don't let anybody in or out. And don't go in yourself, you get it? Darn that crazy girl. Give me police headquarters.
Then I take it we're all agreed?
That's right, Mr. Latour.
All right. We leave immediately for my cottage in Maine. It's right on the ocean, you know. By the time Miss Vance's body is washed in, she'll be unrecognizable.
Now, wait a minute. You know murder's a serious business.
But at this stage of the game, so is exposure. I'm sorry we have to do this. Truly, I am.
Come on, let's get going.
Yes, we can leave by the street door. It's late and no one will see us.
We'd better gag her anyway.
Good idea. Take care of it, Miller.
Right. Hey, it's the cops.
Come on, this way.
But the girl. If we're caught with her, we're dead.
I know. Wait. We put her in the vault. She'll suffocate. We can dispose of her body later. Now, hurry. Out the back way.
Let him have it.
All right, boys, the game's up. Come on, up with your hands. Nice work, Bingo. Are you hurt?
Nah, where's Miss Vance?
Yeah, where is she, Latour?
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, boys, we'll make them talk.
Wait a minute. I'm not taking a murder rap. She's in the vault.
Get her out, Latour.
It's not locked. Just throw back the bolt.
Well. Look at little Miss Pinkerton. Come on, out you go.
Think you're smart, don't you?
That's what I get for saving your life. Get back in the safe.
Oh, all right.
Noonan, you can take these gentlemen down to the station now.
All right, Sarge. Come on, get along. Come on.
Now, when and where did you get that shiner, Miss Gumshoe?
When I took the emerald.
And why, if I may be so bold, did you snitch Exhibit A?
Because it was the only thing I could do. I saw this high pockets individual getting ready to turn off the lights. I had to act quick. I grabbed the emerald first.
And,
I got the black eye in the tussle with Jennings, and then I got scared and I ran. I don't know why. I got into my car and they followed me.
But why did you stick a gun in my back and get me knocked out?
Oh, that.
Yes, that.
Well, I found out that they were only part of a ring. The tour was the big shot, the master fence. That was even bigger than the emerald itself. I had to follow through, and then you got in the way.
Uh-huh. And you might add, it was a mighty good thing for you that I got back in your way.
Well, thank you kindly, Sergeant.
No, you're welcome. Now let me tell you something, little Miss Muffet. All you did tonight was to mess up the sweetest little trap ever set by the police department of this great city.
Don't be a poor sport, Sergeant Murray.
Believe me, I'm not. We've been trying to find the identity of the man above Jennings and Miller for a long time, so tonight we set a trap.
A trap?
Yes, but the wrong mouse nibbled the cheese. Why do you think I gave Jennings and Miller so much rope? It's because I wanted them to steal the emerald.
You wanted them to steal the emerald?
Sure, it was a fake.
A fake? You mean I took a chance on my life for an imitation emerald?
That's right. You don't think we'd bait a trap of the real article? We arranged the whole thing with Mr. Bentley and the insurance company.
Well, of all things.
Here comes the press. Hi, boys.
Hi, Sarge.
Hey, isn't that Mary Vance? Hi, Mary.
Greetings, gentlemen.
Say, by the looks of that shiner, Miss Vance has been a busy little girl. Come on, Mary, spill it.
What happened?
Now, just a minute, boys.
Sabotage, will you, Sarge?
Come on over here, Miss Vance, and tell us all about it.
Well, how do you like that?
It looks like Miss Vance is getting all the play, huh, Sarge?
Yeah, so it does.
Well, that's life, Sarge. In other words,
a guy named Murray is a first-class...
Sarge. Temper.
I don't mind admitting I had a very anxious night, Miss Vance.
You had an anxious night, Mr. Parker.
How does it feel to have your name on every front page in town?
Yeah, Miss Vance, you were in the limelight, all right.
It hurts my eyes.
Too much excitement, eh? Well, you can relax now. After last night's business, you'll have no trouble at all getting some good offers for the agency.
Mm-hmm.
Come in.
Am I intruding?
Not at all, Sergeant.
Good. I'd like to take you to lunch.
Really? As a tribute to my ability?
Frankly, no. As a tribute to your luck. Stop kidding yourself, Mary. You're not a detective. You never will be.
That's not what the newspapers think.
Yeah? Well, if I hadn't been around, the only newspaper headline you'd rate today would have been an obituary.
How great.
I hear you're going to sell the agency.
Huh. I don't know where you got that impression.
But, Miss Vance...
Are you kidding?
I had intended to sell it, but you men who think all women are helpless nitwits give me 12 kinds of a pain. Not only am I going to keep the agency, but I'm going to show you that I can out-sleuth you in every direction, including spades. Goodbye, gentlemen. I'm going to lunch alone.
Ain't she the spit of her Uncle Mike?
Yeah. So she's going to be Miss Pinkerton Incorporated, huh? Well, one of these days she's going to poke that pretty nose of hers into something and get it caught. And I won't be around to unhook it. Or, will I?
Supporting Miss Blondell and Mr. Powell were Hanley Stafford, Gail Gordon, Ed Max, Elliot Lewis, Frederick Gurman, and Sarah Berner. Story by Carl Foreman and Charles R. Marion. Music composed and directed by Lenny Kahn. Miss Pinkerton Incorporated was conceived and produced by J. Donald Wilson. This is Art Gilmore speaking. Listen in next week to Miss Pinkerton Incorporated for the story of the man who became obsessed with the urge to kill, starring Joan Blondell and Dick Powell.
I hope you're enjoying the second collection of Sleuths. Next up is The Private Files of Rex Saunders, which starred Rex Harrison in the title role and ran for 14 weeks in 1951. The show bore a really strong resemblance to the show Bulldog Drummond, with Rex traveling the globe with an assistant solving mysteries. In Hidden Thoughts in a Feminine Mind, which aired July 4th, 1951, Rex is on a cruise ship on the way to Cuba when he is accosted by a beautiful woman with a gun wearing a masquerade outfit. She forces him to give money to someone in a storage room in exchange for an envelope. Before he can, he's knocked unconscious. When he comes to, the man is lying dead behind him, and the woman has vanished. Rex then finds himself drawn into a twisted, sinister mystery involving blackmail, betrayal, and murder. Philco Mysteries was another show featuring a female detective, Phyllis Coe, named for the sponsor of the show, Philco Radio Tubes. It ran from 1936 to 1937 and it invited the audience to submit their solutions to each week's mystery in writing, which was then announced on the following week's show. It starred Peggy Allenby and Bud Collyer. In The Missing Masterpiece, a famous painting has been stolen from a museum, and 3 artists are the suspects. Which one was the thief? Or was it someone else? Now, I expect all of you to submit your answers in the comments. It aired September 14th, 1937. As you probably know by now, if you've been watching my videos for any length of time, Broadway is My Beat is one of my all-time favorite radio shows, as I'm sure it is many of yours as well. It starred Anthony Ross and later Larry Thor as the great police detective Danny Clover, whose beat is Times Square and Broadway in New York City. The writing and stories, the sound effects, the acting are top-notch, and both Ross and Thor did great jobs as hard-boiled noir detective Clover. I myself prefer Thor. In the Amelia Lane murder case, which aired November 1st, 1952, Thor played Clover. It starts out, the dawn mists of November are drifting, slow swirling, clinging to street lamps, and Broadway is stone and stillness. A typical example of the kind of poetic noir writing and narration that reads like a hard-boiled detective novel in every episode of this great show. Then Inspector Thorne, which was a short-lived show produced by husband and wife team Frank and Ann Hummert. They also produced Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, Mr. Chameleon, Hearthstone of the Death Squad, and a whole bunch of soap operas as well. Thorne is the chief detective of the Homicide Squad of New York City. He portrays himself as a bumbling, error-prone man similar to Detective Columbo in the 70s television show, but of course he was far from it, and this ruse was used to fool criminal suspects into divulging information. Carl Weber plays the title role, and later Stats Cotsworth, and Danny Acco played Sergeant Moggio. In the vacant lot murder case, a man is told to come to an address, but finds only a vacant lot. It turns out to be a trap, and the man is murdered. The police, led by Thorne, investigate, and they find a woman at the scene, hiding, who identifies the victim as Arthur Haywood, and she says that she was told to meet him at that lot. Is she the murderess, or is there a deeper plot afoot? Next is yours truly, Johnny Dollar, one of the most popular detective shows in radio, running from 1949 to 1962, and going through several actors in the title role from Charles Russell, Edmund O'Brien, John Lund, and Bob Bailey. Working as a freelance insurance investigator, the show aired 809 original episodes over its run, with most of them surviving today. In the Suntan oil matter, with Bob Bailey as Dollar, a $75,000 bracelet has been stolen, allegedly, and Dollar has to prove that the bracelet, which Dan Galloway gave to his child bride 5 days earlier, wasn't really stolen. Intricate plot, lots of surprises, and a surprising ending. And then our last show of the collection is Nick Harris Detective. Now this show, which ran from 1934 to 40, was based on the true life exploits of the real Nick Harris, who was a police reporter for the LA Times before being asked to join the LA Police Department. After that, he created his own detective agency and solved many difficult mysteries, becoming a real-life celebrity and a hero during his day, to the point that a radio show was created about him. One of the earliest detective radio shows, it was known for its complex cases, being compared many times to Sherlock Holmes. It has sometimes been confused with the crime drama A Salute to the Law due to the introduction using those exact words. Nick Harris himself starred in the show. In The Case of the Avenging Angel and its sequel, The Avenging Angel Strikes Again, Jimmy Norton asks Nick for help getting his kidnapped father back. Then a woman, Coralie, is beaten up, and then Jimmy's mother disappears too. Later it turns out that Jimmy's mother is the one who beat Coralie up. But why? And did she have anything to do with her husband's disappearance? Now, I will admit that the acting in these shows is not exactly top-notch, but the story, which is true, is actually quite fascinating. It's kind of a glimpse into the world of real private detectives, and how an actual case is actually solved. It's a dramatization, but the fact that the real Nick Harris is in it and the fact that it's a real story, I think adds a lot of heft to this story. Okay, I hope you enjoy the rest of the shows, and I want to thank you very much for watching. Give it a like if you did enjoy it. Leave me a comment letting me know what you thought, what you'd like to see on future shows, and be sure to subscribe. I'm Greg, and I will see you on the next one.
Rex Harrison stars in another intriguing adventure transcribed from the private files of Rex Saunders. Concerning a masquerade. It's rather difficult to fathom the beauty hidden behind a lace mask. And it's even more difficult to fathom the hidden thoughts in a feminine mind concerned with murder. And now, the private files of Rex Saunders. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, brings you the celebrated star of stage and screen, Rex Harrison, in another exciting story taken from the private files of Rex Saunders, radio's newest man of mystery. We hope you enjoy these weekly stories of intrigue and adventure, and for another adventure in home entertainment, we suggest you try RCA Victor's fine line of radio and television products, now on display at your RCA Victor dealer. Now for our story. I stand here on the bow of the ship as we head for home, and a soft breeze ripples the moonlit waters of the Caribbean. I stand here and I think of the strange adventures which have just ended, and I think especially of her and the first time we met. It was our last night out before entering the port of Havana, and as I stood watching the quiet seas, the noisy gaiety of the masquerade ball floated up faintly from the dance floor. I turned from the breeze to light a cigarette, and I saw her glide out of the shadows onto the open boat deck. She was dressed as an Arabian princess, and the moonlight made her disguise quite believable.
Oh, pardon me.
Yes?
May I have a light, please?
Certainly. Here.
Thank you.
Princess, it's much too nice a night for it.
Too nice for what?
Running away.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you came over to me in quite a rush, and it wasn't just for a match, now, was it?
Well, of course it was. And where do you get the idea that...
However, you don't have to worry. He's gone.
Who's gone?
The man who was following you. He went down the stairs to the deck below.
No one was following me. You're mistaken.
No? Then why did you come over to me?
Objection?
No. Curiosity. At least you'll do me the favor of removing your mask.
Sorry.
Oh. Well, not even your name, I suppose.
Not even my name.
Well then, Princess, I'll just have to give you one. Scheherazade will be appropriate.
Why her?
Well, she was a royal and beautiful liar. And now, I suppose, the storybooks would have it, you will leave me standing here and fade back into the shadows from which you came.
No, the storybooks have it wrong. I'm leaving. Only you're coming with me.
And where are you taking me on your magic carpet?
Down into the ship's hold to one of the storage compartments.
What if I should refuse to go?
You won't.
Why not?
This automatic. Down the passageway.
Princess, this is going to teach me a lesson. Never trust a lady until you know her name and the serial number of her gun.
Just keep walking. Do as I say, and there won't be any trouble. All right, stop here.
Now what?
Here. Take this money. You're going into that storage room through this door.
And what do I do in there?
There's someone inside waiting. You give them that money, they'll give you an envelope. You bring the envelope back to me. All right, now go inside. And remember, I'll be watching you from here with this gun. Go ahead.
Stay where you are, senor. Don't turn around. There are two of us here. And I have a gun pointed at you.
Oh.
Now, back, senor. Slowly move back this way. That is enough. Now, remember, please do not try to turn around.
I'll remember.
Why do you come, senor?
Believe me, the choice wasn't mine. I was standing on the boat deck minding my own business.
I do not like this, senor.
You express my feelings exactly.
You have the money?
I have the money.
You hand it back to my friend here, senor. You hand it back, and please do not turn around.
All right, just as you say. Here it is. I believe I was to get something in return.
Si, senor. In return, I do have something for you.
Rex. Rex. Oh, Alec.
Are you all right?
Oh, break it to me gently. Just where am I?
In a storage compartment in the ship's hold.
The ship's hold?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Now I remember.
I was looking for you. I became concerned when I didn't find you out on the boat deck. Luckily, one of the crew saw you go below with a young lady.
Oh, the princess.
The what?
Never mind, Alec. Go on.
Well, I came in here and found you sprawled out, cold. And he was lying over there.
What are you talking about?
The gentleman behind you, lying next to the crate there.
Well, it looks as if I had company during my blackout.
Who is he?
I don't know.
I noticed he has a roll of bills in his hand.
Oh, then he must be one of the two I was dealing with.
Now, I realize you're in a weakened condition, but would you mind giving me just a slight hint as to what went on down here?
I haven't the faintest notion of what it's all about.
Huh?
I'm going to see that we get a full explanation after we bring my companion there around.
That'll be a little difficult. He's dead.
A special group of people we know have enjoyed themselves immensely this holiday, whether they spent the 4th away or just around the house. We mean those folks who keep recorded music close at hand. The many who enjoy RCA Victor's new Victrola 45 personal phonograph. Here is the music you want when you want it, in a compact, complete phonograph that has a convenient carrying handle. The 45 personal is far smaller than a cubic foot and is extremely lightweight, yet it gives you big phonograph performance. It's so easy to take with you on a weekend trip or for an evening out on a visit. Then, too, the Victrola 45 Personal was especially designed for handy 7-inch records, little lightweight records that can play as long as ordinary 10 or 12 inches. Yes, the 45 Personal is practical, versatile. It's beautiful to look at, wonderful to play. RCA Victor's 45 Personal phonograph.
Evidently, the shot came from behind him. The bullet entered here at the base of the skull. Wonder who he is.
No identifying papers, Alec. I searched his clothing thoroughly. You better get that money out of his hand.
Yeah. Rex.
What is it?
Here, look. He was holding on to this.
A glass vial. Let me have it.
Wonder what's in it.
Wait till I get this stopper out. There.
Well?
Here, smell it.
Smells like wine.
Yes. You notice there's a heavy sediment at the bottom?
Maybe it's poison of some kind.
Perhaps. Come on, Alec.
Where are we going?
To find a murderess in the disguise of a princess.
Oh, there's a girl over there talking with that man in pirate costume. She's dressed as a princess.
No, Alec, an Arabian princess. They're not Egyptian. Keep looking.
But if she's the murderer, she wouldn't be foolish enough to continue wearing her disguise. It stands to reason that she'd... What?
Look over there to our right, near the entrance.
Oh, yes, I see her. An Arabian princess. Is she the one?
I think so. Come along. Pardon me.
Yes?
Remember me, princess? I was kind enough to give you a light a while ago.
What?
She's the one?
She's the one, Alec.
Just what is this all about?
Murder, Princess, as if you didn't know. And I'll have this.
Oh, give me my purse. Give it back
Here,
to
Alec,
me.
take it. Right. I believe you'll find an automatic in that purse with 2 shells fired.
I don't know what sort of a joke this is supposed to be.
Well,
but...
Alec?
Just as you said, Rex. Here's the automatic. But, this gun hasn't been fired at all. Here's her passport. Her name is Kathy Peters. Destination, Cuba.
All right, Miss Peters. Now that we know each other formally, suppose you start explaining before I turn you over to the ship's captain for custody.
Oh, please, Mr. Saunders, you mustn't do that. I've got to get to Cuba.
Planning on some more murders?
Believe me, I had nothing to do with that man's death. I had every reason to want him to live.
You still haven't told me what his name was.
I don't know. I received a message this afternoon to meet him down in that storage compartment at 11 tonight. Since dinner this evening, a strange man has followed me wherever I went. You saw that man out on the boat deck.
And what about your forcing me at gunpoint to that rendezvous in the ship's hold?
Well, I was afraid to go in there myself, but I just had to get that information somehow. Then when I heard the shots fired, I got panicky and ran.
You mentioned information, Miss Peters. What sort?
Information that will pardon an innocent man from a prison sentence.
And the innocent man?
Kenneth Maxton.
And just what is this Maxton person to you?
Kenneth is my fiancé. He was in the export business. A Cuban was found murdered in his office.
And Maxton, of course, is innocent.
Yes, he is. Kenneth had nothing to do with the murder. It only looked like he was guilty. Mr. Saunders, believe me, he's innocent. That's why I must get to Cuba to find the proof that will release Kenneth.
And you're going to handle it alone?
I can manage. Kenneth has friends in Havana.
Well, what about me, Miss Peters? Perhaps I can help. Where will you be staying?
Mr. Saunders, please believe what I say. I must do this thing in my own way. And you mustn't try to follow me. It might ruin everything. If I need you, I'll call. I promise I'll call you.
I checked our baggage through customs, Rex. Being sent on ahead to the hotel. What about Kathy Peters?
She is still over there at the pier gate.
You believe everything she told us last night?
Most of it.
Why?
I don't know, Alec. Perhaps I like the way she talks.
Honestly, Rex, sometimes you operate in a most peculiar way.
Peasants would more like it in this case.
Hey, who's that man talking to Miss Peters?
I don't know. Alec.
Yes?
Here's the vial we found in the murdered man's hand. I want you to take it to Professor Lopez at the university. Lopez is a chemist. He's an old friend. Tell him I'd like him to analyze the contents. I'll meet you at the hotel later.
Okay. Where are you going?
I see that Miss Peters and her escort are leaving the pier. I decided not to wait for her to call us. I'm going to follow them.
Well, be careful.
I'll see you later.
Oh, pardon me, senor.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Just one moment, senor.
What is it?
You are Senor Saunders. Senor Saunders, no?
Yes, but how...
I have message for you.
From whom?
The senorita, Miss Peters. She say I bring you to her later. I have carriage waiting. You come with me.
Well, how much further? When do we get there?
In a moment, senor. It is the house at the bottom of the hill.
When did Miss Peters say she'd be there?
We are early. The senorita say you should wait in the house for her. Ho, ho. We are here, senor. We go inside. This way, senor. Follow me. Senor, this is Jose.
Yes. You are Rick's son.
That's right.
And you wait to see Senorita Peters.
Yes.
Lock the door, Maria.
And what is this?
This, Senor Saunders, is a warning. You are not to see Miss Peters.
You are not to look for her. There is a boat for New York tomorrow morning. You leave on that boat, senor.
And if I don't?
You will leave, senor. Jose, will he not?
He will, Maria.
Jose knows how to make you leave.
Maria means this whip. Senor! You should not reach for your gun.
Oh, I see.
Now, senor, I will show you with this whip why it is wise for you to leave on that boat tomorrow. You will leave as I say.
How do you feel now, Rex?
Oh, much better, Alec.
I had a feeling that Kathy Peters couldn't be trusted. This was another one of her tricks.
Well, don't be too sure of that. By the way, you didn't tell me what Professor Lopez's report was on the contents of the vial.
Oh, yes. Very peculiar.
What was peculiar?
Well, the fluid was just what it smelled like.
Wine?
Mm-hmm. The strange part about it was the sediment at the bottom. Professor Lopez said it was lycopodium.
Lycopodium?
Yes, it's a fine yellow powder. Very inflammable, the professor said. And you know, it's completely waterproof. Professor Lopez took some out of the tube, lit a match to it, and immediately it went up just like that.
Inflammable powder kept in wine. Now, Alec, there's something worth thinking about.
Well, frankly, as far as I can see, the only thing worth thinking about right now is for us to leave Havana on that boat tomorrow morning.
We're not leaving.
But, Rex, after what happened to you this afternoon, something worse might happen if we don't go. They mean business.
And I mean business, too. We're not leaving until I find Kathy Peters. Hello?
Mr. Saunders, this is Kathy Peters.
Miss Peters, where are you? We've been trying to locate you for days.
Listen to me, Mr. Saunders. There isn't much time for me to talk. Can you meet me tonight?
Yes, where?
I'm sending someone to your hotel to bring you to me.
Well, frankly, Miss Peters, I had rather bad luck with the previous guide.
Yes, I know. I heard about it. But this man can be trusted. His name is Manuel. I said that I would call you when I needed your help. Well, I need it now.
Yes?
Senor Saunders?
Yes?
I am from Senorita Peters. My name is Manuel.
All right, Manuel, just a minute. Alec?
Yes?
He's here.
Well, I'm ready.
This way, Senor Saunders.
That's the rear exit.
Si, senor. And the safest.
Manuel.
Si.
Where are we meeting, Miss Peters?
Senor, you will meet her.
Down, Alec! Look out!
Back to the climax of our story in a moment. Holidays are always fun for the whole family, but here's a way to have more fun every day all year round. Wherever you go, take a world of entertainment right along with you. Take an RCA Victor portable radio. At the beach, in the mountains, on a picnic, keep an RCA Victor portable radio close at hand. It's good company anywhere. It makes a holiday more fun when you have your favorite programs right there at your fingertips. And RCA Victor portables are the best you can buy. They're compact and lightweight, easy to carry, yet you're assured of top performance on battery operation. What's more, RCA Victor portables work just as well plugged in at home, with all the tone and volume you'd expect from a large table model. Yes, the 4th has been fun, and you'll have a lot more fun to look forward to all year round with your RCA Victor portable radio.
Not a sign of anyone, Rex, in the hall or on the stairway. How is he? Hurt bad?
Yes, Alec, very bad.
Senor Saunders.
Easy, Manuel, easy.
Listen, please, to me. Senorita Peters. At La Paloma. She wait for you at bar. You go...
Well, he's dead, Alec. Well, Alec, there she is, over at the bar.
Just as Manuel said. Now perhaps we'll get the real truth at last. Hello, Saunders. Remember me?
Oh, yes. Marty Gibbons. I rarely forget a name I've seen on a police blotter. Alec, if I thought it worthwhile, I'd introduce you to Mr. Gibbons, but it isn't.
Still the same Saunders, huh?
Characters have a habit of remaining constant. I assume you're still the same Gibbons.
Oh, you've got me wrong, Saunders. I'm just a legitimate businessman.
Down here in Cuba for your health, I suppose?
No, for my business. You see, I run this spot.
That'll be Havana's worry.
Oh, you have it wrong, Saunders. I'm playing things on your side of the law from here on in. Gonna get married.
I'll extend my condolences to your bride.
Oh, here she comes now. I'd like you to meet her.
Rex, look, it's...
Oh, I'm sorry, Alex. It's careless of me.
Oh, Marty, I thought you'd never get here. I've been waiting.
Kathy, I want you to meet an acquaintance of mine from the States. Saunders, my fiancée, Kathy Peters.
How do you do, Mr. Saunders?
How do you do?
You've got class, huh, Saunders?
Oh, Marty, don't...
Well, baby, let's get going, huh? I don't want to give any guy too long a look at you before I slip that ring on the third finger. I'll see you around, Saunders. I told you she was a trickster. Now where do we stand?
That all depends on what's in this lipstick.
Where'd you get that?
Miss Peters slipped it into my palm when we shook hands a moment ago.
Huh?
And there's a note in it.
What does it say?
Meet me in an hour in the cellar of Gibbons' house. It's number 32, Street of the Angels. I leave the door to the cellar stairs unlocked. I found the evidence that will free Kenneth Maxton.
Marty.
Hello, Kathy. What's the matter, baby? You look surprised to see me.
Well, it's nothing, Marty. I just didn't expect you home this early.
Mm-hmm. I didn't expect to find you down here in the cellar.
Well, I was looking for a bottle of wine. I thought we could have a drink together when you came in.
You dirty little sneak. I know what you were doing down here. I know what you were playing me for all along.
Marty, what's the matter with you?
You came down here to Cuba to find out how your boyfriend Maxton was framed. All right. So I'll tell you how he was framed. Just to make sure you know it once and for good. I did it. I knocked off that guy in his office. He was going to blab to your boyfriend what was in those wine bottles I had Maxton shipping down here as my forwarding agent. Me. I did it, baby. So now you know all about it.
Yes, Marty. So now I know.
I'm wise to all your tricks, baby. I saw you palm that lipstick to Saunders at the La Paloma. That lipstick had an invite in it for Saunders to come here. That was it, wasn't it?
Yes. That was it.
Okay, so I'll be expecting him. And when he gets here, I'll take care of both of you together. I'll wrap you up for keeps.
You're a little late for that, Marty.
Saunders.
I wouldn't try to reach for that pocket, Gibbons. Oh, yes, I might warn you, Alec has rather a sensitive trigger finger.
And extra sensitive at this moment, I might add.
And by the way, Marty, I found your confession most gratifying. It parallels my deductions about you.
To a T.
As I said to you previously this evening, characters have a habit of remaining constant. It wouldn't be like you, Marty, just to import wine down here unless there was something special added. In this case, an incendiary powder like lycopodium. In the hands of the wrong parties in certain countries, it could stir up the desired confusion. And as for your future, Marty, well, that's going up in smoke.
Then Then, Rex, it was one of Marty's henchmen who murdered the man in that storage compartment in the ship's hold.
Yes, Kathy. He was rounded up with the rest of Marty's gang. They'll all stand trial in the Cuban court, with the exception of Marty, of course. Just as soon as extradition is arranged, Marty will make his last trip back to the States.
And Kenneth will be free?
And Kenneth will be free.
I don't know how to thank you for all you've done. So do you mind if I...
If you what, Kathy?
If I just kiss you?
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, Princess. And so I stand here on the bow of the ship as we head for home, and the soft breeze ripples the moonlit waters of the Caribbean. I stand here and I think of the strange adventures that have just ended. And I think especially of her, as I shall probably think of her for quite some time to come.
In a moment, Rex Harrison will return to tell you about next week's story. First, an invitation from RCA Victor. Next chance you get, drop into your dealers and look over the wide variety of RCA Victor home instruments designed to bring you the very finest in home entertainment. We know you'll find just the right instrument for family fun at a price that will fit your family budget. Fine instruments with world-famous RCA Victor quality built into every feature and detail. See them tomorrow at your RCA Victor dealer. And now, here is Rex Harrison, internationally famous star of stage and screen, to tell you about next week's adventure from the private files of Rex Saunders. Next week, it's concerning travel.
Concerning travel, commonly termed a broadening experience, it can also be a leveling one, especially when murder is along as a silent companion.
You have been listening to another intriguing adventure transcribed from the private files of Rex Saunders, written by Ed Adamson. In the cast were Leon Janney as Alex and Leslie Woods as Kathy. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Kenneth Banghart speaking for RCA Victor.
Extra, extra! Great painting stolen from famous museum. Read all about it.
Philco Mysteries on the Air. Your chance to play detective. Win huge cash prizes in this newest, most exciting, most fascinating mystery contest. Every week at this same time, over this station, your Philco Radio Tube dealer brings you transcribed the great Philco Radio Mystery Contest. $50,000 in cash for the winners. $50,000 in cash for solving simple mysteries. Weekly prizes. Big, grand prizes. Nothing to buy. Anybody can enter. You may win this contest of skill. The big free Philco mystery book tells you all about it. If you haven't already got yours from your Philco Radio Tube dealer, get your copy as soon as possible. Lists all the prizes. Shows you how easily you can win. Contains official entry blanks. You cannot enter this contest without this free book. So get your copy now. Here's Philco Radio Mystery number 2. If you already have your Philco mystery book, be sure it's open to pages 6 and 7 while you listen to the program. Listen carefully. Take notes. Follow the action on the diagram you'll find on page 6. Philco, the beautiful girl detective, is going to solve a mystery. And maybe you will win a big cash prize for showing how she solves it. You're a detective. You're on a case. It's the missing masterpiece. It is 9 o'clock in the morning, and the National Museum of Art has just opened its doors for the day. Old Dennis Maloney, one of the trusted guards, is coming on duty at his regular station, the Gallery of Valuable Dutch Paintings. Just as he is entering the Dutch room, Dennis is greeted by the director of the museum, Dr. Benson, who has been making his early round.
Good morning, Dennis. Good morning to you, Dr. You're looking healthy and happy as usual. As for me health, Dennis, only me 2 feet that bother me at all. 25 years of walking around guarding oil paintings have flattened them out like 2 sheets of tin roofing.
Oh, that's too bad. I'll see to it that you get more rest periods during the day.
Thank you, Dr. Benson.
You know, I always enjoy coming into this room. Those old Dutchmen certainly knew how to paint.
Oh, indeed. And hello. What's this?
Well, what do you mean?
Why, look here, sir. This little table in front of the benches. Why, there's a crack in the glass top.
Oh, somebody must have dropped something on it.
Maybe so, but that glass wasn't cracked when I went off duty last night at 5. Say, I'll bet it was that goofy artist, Mr. Young, that done it.
Young? Was he here when you left last night?
Yes, sir. He had a permit to paint in here until 6 o'clock. And when I left, he was sitting on this bench making another copy of this little Vermeer. He, heaven help us.
Well, what is it, Dennis?
Well, look, this Vermeer, there's something different about it.
Well, you're right. This is only a copy.
Oh, the real one was here last night when I left.
That Vermeer cost the museum $200,000.
Oh, it was that artist, Father Young. Remember? I said he was here last night?
Yes. And you say he was copying the Vermeer?
Yes, sir. He always does. He's made more than one copy, too, during the past year. Maybe this is one of them.
Has any other artist made a copy lately?
No, sir. Not in the last 5 years. But shall I go into the hall and phone the police?
No, wait, Dennis. I'll do the phoning myself. We can't accuse Mr. Young hastily. We won't call the police, though, just yet. I'll get a friend who'll work quietly.
Here's the phone, sir.
Oh, thanks. Dennis, have you ever heard of Phyl Coe?
Coe? Oh, wasn't there a Detective Coe some years ago?
That's the one. He was famous the world over for his work in crime detection. Phyllis is his daughter. Since his death, Phyl has been carrying on her father's work. Hello? Is this Phyllis Coe? Hello, Phil. This is Dr. Benson at the museum. Someone has stolen our Vermeer. Yes, the woman baking bread. Can you come now? Splendid. Goodbye.
Dr. Benson, I've taken the liberty of bringing my friend Tom Taylor with me. You see, Tom writes mystery novels. Oh, he's pretty good, too. I'm afraid he uses me as a bloodhound to sniff out plots.
Why, Phil, darling, I pursue you because you're a charming woman, as well as an efficient plothound.
Oh, that's enough, Tom. I'm here on business. Now, Dr. Benson, please tell me everything.
Well, I entered this room an hour ago with Dennis Maloney here. He's been guarding our Dutch masterpieces for years.
Indeed, and I have, Miss Cole.
The first thing we noticed was a crack in the glass top of this small table.
I see. Go on, please.
What are you going to do with that magnifying glass, Phil?
Well, I'm going to examine the crack in the glass top. Go right on, Dr. Benson. I'm listening.
Well, then we discovered that our Vermeer was gone, and in its place, only a poor copy.
Oh, Dr. Benson, I found something interesting in this cracked tabletop.
Yes, Phil?
Now, Dr. Benson, the Vermeer was a small canvas, and that's why you hung it fairly low, about 7 feet, I'd say.
That's right.
The person who took it from the wall pulled this little table over and stood on it. That's what cracked the glass. I found some grains of sand wedged into the crack in the glass. Whoever stood on this table had been walking through sand not long before.
That sounds like an excellent clue.
Tell me this. Was anyone in this room after Dennis went off duty last evening?
Yes. There was a rather shabby artist who frequently comes in to copy our Vermeer. His name is Nelson Young. The museum closes to the public at 5, but Young had one of our special permits to stay till 6.
Do you suppose this copy is the one that he made?
Well, I can't say.
Dennis, are you certain this artist, Mr. Young, was here after 5 last evening?
Yes, ma'am, he was. I examined his late permit, and when I went out, I left him sitting there on the stationary bench, painting away with his long, gangly legs doubled up under himself like a pretzel.
Who checks up on the late permits when people leave the museum after the regular closing hour, Dr. Benson?
The night watchman at the side door.
Well, could an artist with a large portfolio easily walk right out with the picture?
Yes.
Well, who in addition to this chap Young had late permits yesterday?
Well, there were 2 others. I picked their permits up at the office while I was waiting for you to arrive. Here, their names are on them.
Oh, thank you. Marcia Bedell. Oh, who's she, Dr. Benson?
She's the daughter of old Amos Bedell, the retired banker. She's about 19, only child, and as in most cases of that kind, her father's a bit too indulgent. She's a spoiled young lady, and if I were her father, I'd turn her across my knee. And that shouldn't be difficult either, because she's a tiny little thing.
This other permit is signed by Richard Duncan. What sort of a chap is he?
Well, he's a very fine portrait painter. Has a mania for collecting, too. Now, I hesitate to say this, but I believe Duncan would mortgage his soul to gain possession of a fine painting.
Duncan sounds like an all-round good fellow.
He's just the kind of a chap most men instinctively dislike.
You mean he has a way with the ladies?
Exactly. He's the lean, dark type. Always looks well in evening clothes. Tall, good-looking.
Well, Dr. Benson, I think we'd better get those three over here immediately. Nelson Young, Marcia Bedell, and Richard Duncan. An interesting trio. I think we may find them very enlightening. Please don't be so impatient, Mr. Duncan. We'll be finished here as soon as possible.
But, Miss Coe, I tell you I left an important client to answer this insulting summons.
And I had to give up an appointment with my hairdresser.
Don't worry, Miss Bedell. Your hair looks lovely.
Well, maybe it does, but I got it full of salt water yesterday at the beach, and it feels very uncomfortable. You know what sand and salt water do to a girl's hair? Or don't you remember?
Yes, I think I do. Now, I'll be as speedy as I can. Well, Mr. Young, you've had sufficient time to examine that copy of the veneer. Is it one of yours?
Yes. Yes, it is one of mine. I recognize my own work, of course. But the Vermeer, I can't realize that it's gone. It was so beautiful.
If only Vermeer himself could have heard you saying that, it would have made him so happy.
Oh, you needn't sneer, Duncan. After all, you bought one of my copies.
Is that true, Mr. Duncan?
Yes, I did buy one of his awkward daubs.
Daubs? How can you talk like that? Just because you waste your time painting the vacant faces of the rich, you think you can
Shut
talk...
your mouth.
No, be quiet, you two, please.
Yes, for goodness sake, stop
Please,
fighting.
please, everyone. Miss Coe is doing her best.
I apologize, Dr. Benson. Proceed, Miss Coe.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. You've admitted that you purchased a copy of the stolen veneer from Mr. Young, yet you called it a daub. If you thought that, why did you buy it?
He continually whined about his lack of money. So I finally gave him $100 and took the copy so that I could have some peace while working here.
Mr. Young, have you sold any other copies?
Yes. Marcia Bedell bought one, too. She praised my work.
Poor fool. I only bought it for the same reason Mr. Duncan bought his. I pitied you.
I see. I see. It was all just charity.
Mr. Young, how many copies of the veneer have you made?
Only 3. Mr. Duncan's, Miss Bedell's, and one which I've kept myself.
Can you identify this copy left here on the wall by the thief?
No, I'm sorry, but I can't. All 3 copies were practically identical.
Come, Miss Coe. We're wasting valuable time. Surely you've discovered some clues. What are they?
Well, the person who took the painting from the wall stood on this table, cracking the glass top. The person also obliged us by leaving a few grains of sand in the crack.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
But aren't there any fingerprints or anything like that? There always are.
Unfortunately, Miss Bedell, the fingerprints we're looking for are probably on the stolen veneer. Now, Mr. Duncan.
Well?
Where is the copy that you bought from Mr. Young?
I sent it to an acquaintance of mine in Amsterdam. A Dutchman with very little artistic perception.
And where is your copy, Miss Bedell?
I gave mine away last Christmas.
To whom?
My sister. She lives in Buenos Aires.
I see. Now, Mr. Young, where is the copy which you kept for yourself?
I put it in storage with my furniture.
Now, I have here the permits which the 3 of you turned in last night. Mr. Young left the museum at 5:35. Marcia Bedell went out at 5:50. And Mr. Duncan left exactly at 6. Are those times correct?
Yes.
Mr. Young, where were you working between 5 o'clock and the time you left?
I was in this room, of course, studying the beautiful veneer. I was here all afternoon.
And you, Miss Bedell? Were you in the museum all afternoon, too?
Oh, no. I didn't feel very well yesterday, so I stayed in bed at home until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Then I got up and had lunch, wrote some letters, and came here in a taxi. I got here about 4 and spent the whole time in the room across the hall, sketching some Rodin figures. There, you have my entire day.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan, you were the last to leave here.
How dramatic. I suppose you want an account of my actions?
If you please.
I worked at my studio until noon. After luncheon, I came here to the museum and spent the balance of the time studying the Matisse in the French gallery. Voila. Doubtless you will now proceed to turn me over to the police.
No, Mr. Duncan. For today at least, the police will not be interested in you. My job is finished. It's quite obvious who took the veneer from this room.
Who, Miss Coe? Who is the thief?
Perhaps Miss Marcia Bedell can explain her motive more clearly than I can.
Oh!
Marcia Bedell?
Well, Miss Bedell?
Yes. Yes, I took it. But I still have it. I'll bring it back. I swear I will. Only don't have me arrested. It would kill my father. I only took it to save him. He's lost everything. He needed money so desperately. Give me a chance to help bring it back. Please bring me a chance. Give me a chance.
Well, you never can tell. That Bedell girl might have got away with it, too, if it hadn't been for Phyl, the famous girl detective. You just heard Phyl discover who stole the missing masterpiece. How do you suppose she found the guilty person? That should be easy for you. You heard what happened. You know everything Phyl knew. Why did Phyl suspect Marcia Bedell? Can you give 3 reasons for her suspicion? Sure you can. Then write down those 3 reasons just as well as you know how, and enter the Philco Radio Mystery Contest. $50,000 in cash prizes for the winners, over 2,000 weekly prizes, and 51 mammoth grand prizes. All the details are fully explained in the Philco Mystery Book, which your Philco Radio Tube dealer will give you free. Be sure you get your copy of this book. It contains the official entry blanks. You cannot enter this great contest without this free book. Besides, it will help you win. It's filled with diagrams, explanations, and all the rules and details. Follow carefully all the contest rules as they are explained in the Philco book. It should be easy for you to answer the contest question. Maybe your skill will make you a winner. Listen every week at this time over this station to Philco Radio Mysteries. Don't miss a single program. Ask your Philco Radio Tube dealer for any other contest information you want. While you're there, too, better have him check up on your radio tube. $50,000 in cash. That's a lot of money. Next week, you have another opportunity to win your share of it. Philco, the girl detective, is going to solve the mystery of the death ray tube. Listen and see how good a detective you are.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The dawn mists of November are drifting, slow swirling, clinging to street lamp. And Broadway is stone and stillness, the desolate time. Night has slipped out of Broadway's fingers. And there's bewilderment now, the puzzled study of empty hands, and the dregs of night, the sleepwalkers, and pulling at their sleeves, solitude. Run from it, beat on a door, find it closed, run again, and suddenly between darkness and light, the roar of truck, the hurtle of morning newspapers to pavement, and stop running, give up. There's proof day will come. Autumn dawn, 5 o'clock. In downtown and east from Broadway, the street lined with November trees, to the private library of the Bentley Foundation, where Detective Muggavan was, and a woman lying wounded against a litter of books.
When she got shot, she must have stumbled around, Danny, fallen against that book rack, knocked it over.
Who found her?
Custodian.
Oh.
Came in here with his mop and pail and dust rag, grabbed a dime out of the cash box and called it in. It unsettled him, he says he can't work a lick today. I told him I'd fix it with his boss.
Oh. She's in bad shape, Muggavan. Have you...
Yeah. I called for the ambulance, Danny. Be here any minute. Don't worry about it.
Know who she is?
Yeah, custodian filled me in. Amelia Lane. She was working here as librarian when he got this job. Told me she was kind, thoughtful, never yelled at him once. Had a stretch to hear her sometimes, he said. Said the staff gave her a birthday party around 6 months ago, her 50th. Said the cake was chocolate with marshmallow frosting in the shape of an open book.
You and the custodian got along real well, huh?
Yeah, a nice guy, Danny. He was real sorry about Miss Lane. He said people had to die this way. It shouldn't be Miss Lane.
She's not dead.
Well, he told me she would be. He said he just had a feeling because she was such a nice lady, a good lady. He said good people like Miss Lane don't happen often, don't last when they do. Ambulance, Dan.
Yeah, go open the door for them.
Danny?
Hi, Gino. Come on in.
Your midday snack, Danny. Lox and cream cheese on toasted bagel.
I told you I didn't want it toasted.
What do you know about fancy lox and cream cheese eating? Coleslaw? Coffee? A Tootsie Roll?
Tootsie Roll?
I thought it would be nice.
Thanks, Gino. What else have you got?
This The cream and sugar's all ready.
No, I mean about work.
Oh.
Well?
I got it right here. In the case of Amelia Lane, wounded librarian. She was shot by a .25 caliber weapon held at close range at about 11 last night. According to Dr. Sinsky, and as he put it, life and death are a thread.
Go on.
Amelia Lane has been a librarian for the Bentley Foundation for 12 years. A spinster. Lives alone. Has a room at the Mall and Hotel for Women on Upper Broadway.
What else?
From friends and acquaintances questioned at said hotel, Miss Lane is a woman of settled disposition and ready with a kind word to who needs it.
And?
And is this. Nothing of note found in her belongings. She was wearing a pin with Greek letters on it, fraternity or sorority, and a cloth flower corsage on a simple frock as befitted one of her station.
Yeah, I saw all that.
Our boys found this, however, Danny. A list of those who withdrew or returned books to the foundation yesterday. 6 names.
Give the top 3 to Muggerman, Gino. Tell him to check them out. I'll take the others.
That's it, Danny. So eat already.
Then squad car through November City, and the swift images scattered in its wake. The girl on the safety island who held up a thumb leaned her smile close to you when you stopped for the traffic light. Girl in off-shoulder summer dress and concession to autumn, fur neckpiece loose draped about her throat. Lost then in quick ricochet of sunlight off chrome as light changed as you moved away. Other images, hurry and ebb of crowd. The seller of chestnuts who scurried his cart out of your path. And finally, the side street. The first name on the list, Abby Forrest.
You look, I don't know, startled. Is that it?
Well, Miss Forrest,
It's how young I am, isn't it, that brought that look to your face. How young I am in this fuzzy cardigan, the bare legs and the bobby socks and the saddle shoes. That's what did it to you, wasn't it?
A woman was shot yesterday. Amelia Lane, librarian at the Bentley Foundation.
I'm 17. I think you should know that.
You brought some books back to the Bentley Foundation yesterday.
Think of it. 17. And old enough to understand things. Understand why you looked at me like that. And why you're here. You think I shot that old lady?
When were you there? When did you check those books in?
I'll try again. You think I shot that old lady?
Just tell me when you were there.
Between Home Economics 1A and Elementary Psychology. Mm-hmm. I have these 2 hours off from the university 3 days a week. From 11 to 1. All to myself. And think how I used them. At Bentley Foundation. Poking into dusty old tomes. And I'm just a freshman.
You were there between 11 and 1?
Uh-huh. And Miss Lane was very helpful and asked how things were going for me. And I told her soon I'd hold out my hand and there would be the rich intellectual to kiss it and ring it and ask for it in marriage. And she blushed and I laughed out loud and she shushed me. Poor little old lady. If you see her, tell her I said that. Can you remember it? Or shall I write it down for you? You'll remember it. You look very intellectual.
Dr. Levering?
Yes?
I'm from the police, Danny Clover. I'd like to talk to you.
I've only this brief time till my next class, the student papers to go over.
It's about Amelia Lane.
Oh, I see. Well, please come in. That chair, please. The university knows that you've come to me about Miss Lane?
I don't think so. I asked some of the students outside. One of them told me you were here in your office.
Permit me gratitude for your discretion. You will understand, of course, how quickly scandal blossoms and flourishes at a university. If you had mentioned me in the same breath with Amelia Lane, the notoriety...
I didn't. Let's let it go at that, Dr. Levering?
Your pardon. What about Amelia brought you to me?
You know she was shot. You know she's dying.
I read of it this morning.
Yeah?
It is difficult for me to muster a deep sorrow for Amelia.
Why?
I have my private grief.
Oh?
My wife, a wife of 30 years, Mrs. Levering, died of a lingering illness less than a month ago. I am a widower. I am alone, and I have only this for solace. The Romance languages I teach, the compassion of my students when the grief overcomes me. Let's not dwell on it, shall we?
All right.
I have known Amelia since we were students together at Teachers' College. That was many years ago. She was a plain girl then, but sensitive. We went our separate ways. I got my doctorate here in the Romance languages, and at the Bentley Foundation 12 years ago, I found her again. And she was still quite plain, and older, and more sensitive, and more helpful than I had remembered her. Obscure reference material was always at the very tip of her tongue. That is Amelia.
What time were you at the library yesterday, Dr. Levering?
Let me think. 4 in the afternoon, right after my last class. Strange.
What is?
Simply this. Amelia, plain, colorless. How did she incite so much passion and violence that someone tried to kill her? Strange.
Then the man moved away from me, took a stance directly under a diploma, turned, looked at me. He formed a smile, raised his hands slightly, dropped them. As if the school bell had suddenly rung in the middle of something not too important. Class was over, and I was dismissed. Third name on the list, Michael Brady, address Greenwich Village. 1 flight up and 4 doors down through a corridor embellished by art students and a chap with a red crayon pencil.
Hi.
Hello. Is your name Michael Brady?
That's right. Won't you sit down? I'm glad you came.
Oh?
Yes, I'd been working. I needed a break. Rather, I needed an excuse for a break.
I see. My name's Danny Clover. I'm from the police.
Is there something I might do for you?
It's about a woman named Amelia Lane.
About her?
She was shot late last night.
Is she dead?
No.
Please take me to her.
You were at the library yesterday.
Please, it's so important that I go to her.
All right, let's go.
It looks cold out.
Yeah, it is.
I'd better put on a jacket. She's not going to die, is she? We mustn't let that happen. We must do everything we can.
Everything's being done.
That's very good. I need her badly. I tell you this because it's so very true. Yesterday when I saw her...
What time was this?
In the afternoon, about 4. When I saw her then, I told her just what I'm telling you. It would be pretty melancholy if anything happened to her.
Oh?
Yes. You see, I'm at the university. I met Miss Lane during summer session. I was doing a paper, so I went to Bentley. She was very kind to me. Helpful. Nothing must happen to her.
The car's right over there.
So much she knew. Where knowledge was. Beautiful things in books.
Are you in love with Miss Lane?
I love her. She is a person to love, you know.
No, I mean...
She calls me Michael. And to me, she's Miss Lane.
Get in.
Mr. Clover.
Yes?
Once I told her I loved her in a way I couldn't explain. She put her finger to my lips.
How old are you, Michael?
18. Please, let's hurry. Which room is it?
Just down the hall.
When she gets better and you can get to know her and see what kind of a person she is, you'll see what I mean.
In here.
Hello, Dan.
How is she, Dr. Sinsky?
In a gentle delirium.
Where is she? Where?
She's been saying that for the last hour, Dan.
Said any names?
No, just
Hello,
what...
Miss Lane.
Ooh,
It's Michael, Miss Lane. How do you feel?
Michael? Where?
I told Mr. Clover that you must have the best of care, and that when
Wait
you get
a minute,
better...
son. This boy's a relative, then?
A friend, Michael Brady.
Miss Lane is dead, Michael.
Oh. I'll miss her dreadfully.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. This Tuesday night, starting at 8 p.m. New York time, CBS Radio stops the entertainment in its tracks and begins the biggest election night reporting job in history. Make CBS Radio your election headquarters to receive up to the second all the color, all the trends, all the mounting totals. CBS Radio's great conventions reporting squad will be on the job from the initial returns until the president-elect is elected. Remember, this Tuesday night, starting at 8 p.m. New York time, you have a date with history at CBS Radio Election Headquarters.
At the touch of November evening, Broadway picks up the tempo. The daydreams made at lunch hour were about nighttime, and the time is starting to happen. This way, run up the steps from the subway, down the street, grab a partner, join the dance, and the riot happens. You play musical doorways against the skirt of laughter and trumpet until somehow you lose. Someone took your place, and you're all alone. So, light the cigarette. Take the 10 minutes for coffee. Try all over again. And the reflections of evening had died down the street from where I was, in the cube of silence reserved for hospital zone. And within its corridors, a boy and Detective Muggerman.
Feeling okay, Michael?
I'd like to get some air.
Oh, sure. Let's go out here on the balcony. It's pretty chilly.
I'm not cold.
Michael?
Yes, Mr. Clover?
Michael, did you kill Miss Lane?
You were right there when she died. You saw what happened. She was trying to talk to me, and she died.
No, Lieutenant doesn't mean that, Michael. He means, did you shoot her yesterday?
I understand why you have to ask me that, but you must look at it from my point of view.
All right.
It's very simple. It's terrible she's dead. From my point of view, I mean. I'd be awfully stupid to do anything to hurt myself, wouldn't I? I mean...
Yeah. Let's get with it, Sonny. What do you mean?
She's dead, and I'm very unhappy.
Sure. Let's talk a little bit more about her, shall we?
I'd like to.
Were there any times when you were alone with her, away from the library, I mean?
Yes, often.
Well, tell me about them, Michael.
Often, when my classes permitted, I'd wait for her in front of her apartment.
Did you ever meet her inside, Sonny?
Certainly not.
Go on, Michael.
I'd meet her. I'd walk with her. When it was fine, I'd walk with her all the way to the library. There was so much to see, to talk about. Much to...
You say you're a college boy, Mike?
Yes.
What college?
Well...
What college, Michael?
You see...
You ever been to a doctor?
Not if I don't want to.
You pretend a lot, don't you, Michael?
Sometimes. Well...
Yeah?
It's difficult to know sometimes.
Well, take it easy, man. Michael?
This is happening, though. Miss Lane is dead. Later, though, much later. I need that time. Much later, I'll wait for her, and we'll walk. The things we planned.
What things?
She talked about Europe to me and said the names to me. Seville, Venice. So I went and got the tickets.
What?
Yes. That travel agency. You know the one. The big one in the white building, 43rd Street. I got the tickets. She told me they were there for me to get them, and I did. Several days ago. I got them, and I gave them to her. But she never mentioned anything to me again about the places.
You think he's dreaming this one, too, Dan?
I'm going to find out. Michael?
Yeah, sure. I'll introduce Michael to Dr. Sinsky.
Good night, Michael.
Good night, Mr. Clover.
And that does it, doesn't it, Miss Lawton? Your tickets, your reservations, your pension in Firenze. Pardon. I'll be disengaged in a moment, sir.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Thank you. Italy will ravish you this time of year, Miss Lawton. It's so off-season. Well, arrivederci, Miss Lawton. Buona fortuna, and a jolly south wind to you. That was Miss Tracy Lawton of the theater. Have you ever seen her on the stage?
No.
Sensible man. I sold her Florence, you know. She tried vainly to hold out for Rome. I persuaded her Florence. Too competitive in Rome for a no talent like Miss Tracy. Doesn't interest you, does it?
No.
Yeah, tell me what does. I'll just stand here, toss in suggestions from time to time. For your sort, permit me, I suggest Mozambique.
Forget it. I'm from the police.
You say it in a tone that implies you're not planning an excursion.
A boy was in here a couple of days ago. He picked up some tickets for a Miss Amelia Lane.
Oh, I remember him well. He asked for a travel poster for his room. The Athens one. I gave him Athens.
Amelia Lane. Do you remember her?
She's dead, you know. Murdered, I read.
Yes, I know.
How imbecilic of me. Of course, that's why you're here.
Now you know, too. Now maybe you'll tell me.
I helped her plan a honeymoon, you know. And she was what, 50-ish?
Go on.
An autumn honeymoon. And I whispered all the right places. Paris, of course. Venice. Seville. And the latest French liner, which sails tomorrow evening. And she bought them all for two and paid cash. And had that boy pick it all up.
Was she with anyone when
No. She was quite alone. She said she wanted the thing to be an exciting surprise for her fiancé, a wedding gift from her to him.
Did she tell you who she was going to marry?
I never really believed there was anyone. Do you think there was really someone to marry her? You know, I'm glad. I'm glad she had that dream, even if it came true only partially.
Walk away from him and hit the night street. And consider the possibility that for Amelia Lane, librarian, it had been a dream. The voyage to the missed places. With lover and husband who never existed, except in pages of novel, except in youth memory, except in long ago summer image. But the fact of violent death, that had happened to her. From a mixed-up boy, maybe. Maybe from the man ahead of you who lurched into alley. Or from someone who sat quietly at a window and savored. And Night Street becomes the night room and frayed rug. And the sleep coughing of the tenant upstairs. And the radio loud across the areaway. And finally, night is lost in river. In the morning, make the coffee, read the headlines, go to work. And in your office at police headquarters, Detective Muggavan has been waiting for you.
Morning, Danny.
Hi.
I got an extra container of coffee there on your desk. I thought maybe you
wanted...
wanted...
thanks.
I've been scrounging around, Danny. I think I...
You checked the people on that list of suspects?
Oh, nothing there, Danny. Ran them all down. Everyone with an alibi for the time of Miss Lane's murder. I checked, cross-checked, rechecked, nothing there.
You were going to say something else. What?
Well, I think I've got a lead.
Hmm?
Miss Lane's savings account. 2 weeks ago, she had almost $12 grand saved up. A week ago, she had nothing. She drew it all out. I saw her signature on the withdrawal slip.
Anything else?
Yeah, this. I've been carrying it around with me. This pin we found pinned to Miss Lane's dress. It's a frat pin. Now, I began running around to fraternities. It's very happy in fraternities this year.
Get off it, Muggavan.
Finally, I come up with an old frat boy, frat expert. He recognizes the pin. He said it was a local frat maybe 20, 25 years ago. Not social, cultural. Honorary to students of culture, to students of romance languages. Were you going to say something, Dan?
Yeah. Thanks for the coffee, Muggavan.
Yes? What? Oh.
Hello, Dr. Levering.
What is it?
I want to talk to you.
Yes?
Can we go inside?
I don't believe that...
Doc, come back and listen to this.
Let's go inside, Doctor. Hello, Miss Forrest.
Hiya. You dance? I've been having to dance all by myself. What'd you do that for? I asked you something. What
are you doing here, Miss Forrest?
You're a man really interested in me, aren't you? Last time I was Cardigan. This a jazzier outfit?
You'd better leave, Miss Forrest.
Don't talk to me like that, Doc. I'm only 17 and I'll cry.
I asked you something. What are you doing here?
I'm just a freshman. The professor here knows all the answers. What am I doing here, Doc?
I'll tell you, Mr. Clover.
Mother was right. Men talk.
Abby.
What were you going to tell me, Dr. Lavery?
Miss Forrest is a student in one of my classes.
Go on, Doctor.
We're going out.
That's right. I wrote Mother not to wait up.
Please, Abby. Now, Miss Clover, what is it?
Still the same thing, Doctor. Still about Amelia Lane.
If I had had anything to add to what I've already told you, I would have let you know.
Isn't he sweet the way he talks?
I think you'd better go now, Abby.
Go? What do you mean?
I'll meet you later.
Meet you? Where?
Yes. I'll meet you.
Okay, Doc. If you want to. I've got to call my roommate, though.
Call her from the outside.
She's probably just leaving, Doc. I better call her. I told her to bring my bags here after she packed them for me. Hey, Doc! What's with you? We're not married yet.
You little fool.
You're talking to me, Doc. You remember me?
Where were you going, Miss Forrest?
I might be changing my mind about it any minute.
Abby. I'm sorry, Abby.
Sure. See, Mr. Clover? He's got a lot of torch left under all that professor.
You were going to get the captain to marry you on the boat?
Answer him, Doc.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
Honeymoon in Paris, Venice, Seville?
Sure. Been to them all, but not like this. I'm going to show Doc a time. I know places tourists don't go to.
What's wrong with it, Clover? I'm a widower. I'm lonely. This girl is youth. Make a judgment, Clover. Tell me I'm wrong. And I'll tell you I don't care.
The difficulty is, Doctor, your life's not your own anymore.
What are you talking about?
You killed Amelia Lane. Now your life's public property.
You did that, Doc?
It'll be all right, Abby.
Not if you killed her, it won't.
Mr. Clover.
Miss Lane thought you were going to marry her, Doctor.
Yes. Yes, she did.
I better go home.
Oh, please, Abby.
Get away from me.
No, you don't understand.
Get away from me. Get over there. Over there, Doc. What are you going to tell me? Tell me, and I'm getting out of here.
Just that I'm sorry and ridiculous. You see, Mr. Clover, that child was the reason. Amelia and I were going to marry. Then last week, Abby came to my office for some help with her studies. It was a quiet autumn evening, and she curled up in the big chair, and everything seemed far away. And Abby is very beautiful, you know. Then when Amelia gave me the tickets for our honeymoon, suddenly I thought it would be wonderful to be in Seville with somebody young and lovely. Abby. So I did two ridiculous things. I asked Abby to go with me. She said she would. Then I went to Amelia. Listen, Mr. Clover, I had to kill her. Her tickets, her money, I needed them. Abby, if I've hurt you...
Forget it, Doc. Mr. Clover?
Go ahead.
Thanks. My record.
Let's go, Doctor. When the night turns into Broadway, the street plumes into flame, flings reflections hard into the shadows. It's the dream. It's Blair that ebbs and screams again, and faces darting, wavering. lost forever. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
And now, the National Broadcasting Company presents Inspector Thorne in The Vacant Lot Murder Case. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company presents the exploits of the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of the Homicide Bureau, whose investigations rank with many of the most celebrated ones in the annals of crime fiction. An investigator smart enough to claim he is dumb, and modest enough to believe it. Tonight, Inspector Thorne turns to The Vacant Lot Murder Case. As tonight's Inspector Thorne murder case opens, picture, if you can, a vacant lot, late on a summer evening. A street lamp casting a feeble light on a large for sale sign near the pavement. A man stops in a puzzled way and says to himself,
"This is a funny thing. He said to come to number 1220. Must have made a mistake. This is a vacant lot."
You looking for somebody, sir?
"Yes, for number 1220. But I don't see any."
Oh, there's no 1220 on this block, mister. I live just across the street. I know there ain't. I guess you got the wrong address.
Yes, it looks that way, son. Thank you anyway.
That's okay. Good night.
I wonder if this is a trap. Just what I thought. You lured me here to murder me. Help! Police! You killed me. What a fool I was. Come here.
And 5 minutes later, the police are on the scene, in the person of the spectacular Inspector Thorne, with his right-hand man, Sergeant Muggin. And as he bends over the murdered man, we hear him say,
"Sergeant Muggin, keep that crowd back."
Come on, move on, you hear me? Get going, all of you. Find anything on the body, Chief?
Nothing but a bunch of keys and some money in his pockets, Muggin.
His face rings a bell with me, but I go blank when I think of names.
Wait a second, Muggin. Here's a tailor's label in his coat pocket with his name and address.
Huh?
It says Arthur Hayward, 470 Maple Street.
Rings no bells here, Inspector Thorne.
Look, Muggin, there's a girl making for the alley across that vacant lot. Stop her quick.
Hey, you! Stop where you are, or I'll shoot!
We're the police. Come back here. We don't want to shoot a woman.
I'm coming. I don't know anything about this. What do you want?
I'm Inspector Thorne. This is Sergeant Muggin. What's your name? What's your hurry getting off a murder scene?
My name's Della Laverne, and I don't know anything about a murder.
Listen, Della, lying to Inspector Thorne won't get you anywhere.
I'm not lying.
Why were you running across this vacant lot?
It's a shortcut home.
Where do you live?
West 23rd Street.
That's 40 blocks from here, so the shortcut story don't go. Come over here. Look at this murdered man. You recognize him?
He's a complete stranger to me, Inspector Thorne.
How is it you're not carrying a handbag, Della?
Handbag?
Sergeant Muggin, look behind that big for sale sign in the vacant lot. I've got a hunch that's where she was hiding. Maybe she dropped her handbag with a murder gun in it there.
Okay, Chief.
Inspector Thorne, I'll tell you the truth. I do know the murdered man. His name is Arthur Hayward.
Arthur Hayward. Why didn't you admit you knew him in the first place?
Because I didn't want to get him into trouble with his wife. That's why, Inspector Thorne.
Dead men can't get into trouble with their wives.
Well, I didn't think of that.
I'm a little dumb myself, but I did.
Your hunch was 100% right, Chief. Here's the dame's handbag. Found it behind a for sale sign. No gun in it, though.
The murder was committed 5 minutes before we got here, Muggin. That gave her time to get rid of it.
I'll have the boys give this vacant lot the fine-tooth comb treatment, Chief.
Right, Sergeant Muggin. Well, Della, just to save time, suppose you tell us why you murdered this man.
You won't find any gun of mine here, Inspector Thorne. I didn't kill Mr. Hayward.
No?
I was here because Mr. Hayward telephoned and asked me to meet him here tonight in front of this vacant lot.
Phoned you?
Yes, because I didn't want to be seen on account of his wife. I waited behind that for sale sign.
A dark night, a vacant lot, A lady hidden behind a real estate sign. Fine setting for a murder.
But while I was still behind the sign, I saw Mr. Hayward coming. I heard him muttering to himself.
I'll finish that line for you, Della. You saw somebody come along and shoot him. That it?
Believe it or not, that's exactly what happened, Inspector Thorne.
I've heard that kind of story before. It's got whiskers, Della. By way of advice from a dumb cop to a smart girl, try another.
Hey, are you gents the cops?
Come on, move along, kid. Chase yourself.
I got something to tell you.
What's on your mind, son? I'm Inspector Thorne.
Inspector Thorne, the big shot from Homicide?
That's who he is, Bud.
Who's that little brat? Get him out of here, Inspector.
That's all from you, Della. All right, son. Go ahead. What's your name?
My name is Jimmy Kildare, and I live in that house across the street.
Did you see this man shot down, Jimmy?
No, sir. But I talked to the gentleman before he was killed.
Talk to him?
The gentleman was all mixed up. He said he was looking for number 1220 on this block.
1220?
I told him there wasn't no 1220. That'd be this vacant lot. So I told him he must have the wrong address.
What then, Jimmy?
That was all, Inspector Thorne. I kept moving on. Mom had sent me to the delicatessen for some things, and when I got back, she told me about the gent being murdered.
Did you see this girl hiding behind the for sale sign there?
No, sir. I didn't look that way. Say, did she kill him?
I didn't kill anybody, you
That's
little...
all, Jimmy. And thank you. I may see you again.
If you want me, I live in number 1223 across the street. Bye, sir.
Inspector Thorne.
Yes, Della?
I forgot to tell you about Mr. Hayward talking to that boy. Why do you think Mr. Hayward asked him where to find number 1220? He knew this was a vacant lot. I don't get it.
You should. If
what?
If you told the murdered man to meet you at a phony address and waited there to murder him.
What?
Sergeant Muggan.
With you, Chief.
I think that's the ambulance coming now to pick up the body.
Yeah. What about this dame?
Tell the boys to take her down to my office and hold her. And keep a sharp eye on her, Muggan.
You're telling me, Chief.
After she's safely tucked away, meet me at the murdered man's house. I'm on my way there to break the news to his wife. Here's the address. Mrs. Arthur Hayward is the poor woman's name.
Be seeing you there, Chief.
Yes?
Is Mrs. Hayward at home?
I'm Mrs. Hayward. I suppose you want to see my husband?
My name is Thorne. Inspector Thorne of the police.
The police? Oh, come in.
I'm afraid you must brace yourself for very bad news, Mrs. Hayward.
Bad news, Inspector Thorne? What?
That's your living room, isn't it?
Oh, yes, but why?
I suggest we go in there.
Oh, surely.
Sit down in this chair. What I have to tell you is quite terrible.
Terrible? Tell me what you mean, please.
It's about your husband, Mrs. Hayward.
My husband?
Your husband was murdered about a half hour ago.
What?
The killer stepped out from a vacant lot in the dark and shot him.
My husband murdered.
Easy. You're becoming hysterical.
No, I'm not hysterical.
Easy now.
My husband wasn't murdered, Inspector Thorne. He and I were just having a snack in the pantry.
What?
Yes, I'll call him. Arthur, dear.
Coming, Ethel.
Arthur, this is Inspector Thorne from the police.
From the police.
He came to report that you had been murdered.
Is that correct, Inspector Thorne?
There must be some mistake, Mr. Hayward.
For a murdered man, I'm very much alive.
Oh, if you hadn't been here at home, Arthur, I'd have fainted when Inspector Thorne told me.
A woman we caught running away from the murder scene positively identified the body as yours, Mr. Hayward.
This is utterly fantastic.
I've never heard anything like it.
To top the thing off, we found this tailor's label in the murdered man's coat.
It's my tailor, all right. And my name and address. This is the darndest thing I ever saw.
Did you miss any of your clothes recently, or give them away, Mr. Hayward?
Now, let me think.
Arthur, remember? You gave that blue serge suit you didn't like to your brother, John.
That's right, I did. Last weekend at our little place in the country. Inspector Thorne, do you think it was my brother who was murdered?
There's a certain resemblance, Mr. Hayward. It may be.
Oh, this is dreadful.
Now, don't jump at conclusions until you see the body. It may not be your brother at all.
But it must be. This label comes from the suit I gave him.
Perhaps he didn't like the suit any better than you did, Arthur, and gave it away to somebody.
Oh, I imagine that's Sergeant Muggan who works with me. I'll let him in. I thought it was you, Muggan. Come in here. I want you to meet somebody.
Huh?
Sergeant Muggan, meet Mr. Arthur Hayward.
Listen, Chief, I'm in no frame of mind to stand any kidding right now.
Inspector Thorne isn't kidding you, Sergeant Muggan. I am Arthur Hayward, and this is my wife.
Inspector Thorne thinks some mistake has been made, Sergeant.
If it has, it's not the first one that was made tonight, ma'am. I might as well spill it now as later, Chief.
What's that, Muggan?
I let that dame we nabbed at the murder scene get away from me.
You mean you let Della Laverne give you the slip?
Call me all the names you want, Chief.
The dame gave me a smooth story about seeing a guy doing the killing.
I see.
Said she saw Wade toss the murdered gun away, started leading me to the spot, and made a clean break. I sent out a general alarm for her. I'm betting we'll never see her again.
Well, don't let it get you down, Muggin. It's a bad break, but those things happen.
I should have caught on a dame with a name like Della Laverne was a smoothie. And that's a real name, all right. I got this calling card of hers out of her handbag.
Inspector Thorne, if the woman who identified the murdered man as my husband, Arthur, was really Della Laverne, she must have been insane.
You know this woman then, Mrs. Hayward?
I know who she is, and so does my husband.
Ethel, please don't bring this out.
This is a murder investigation, Mr. Hayward.
Arthur, let's forget family skeletons and such things. Tell Inspector Thorne who Della Laverne is, and her shameful connection with your brother John. You must tell him, dear.
I hope we'd never hear of it again, Ethel. But you're right. We must tell. Here's the whole dirty story, Inspector Thorne.
Yes?
Well, my brother John had a bad criminal record.
Criminal record?
Out on the West Coast where we used to live. John was cashier at a big bank out there and made off with nearly $500,000 in bearer bonds.
Was he caught?
Yes, he got 10 years for it and served nearly the full term.
Where does Della Laverne come into the picture?
I'll answer that, Inspector Thorne. Della Laverne, the woman Sergeant Muggin says escaped from the murder scene, went to prison for the same crime.
You mean she was an accomplice of your husband's brother, Mrs. Hayward?
Yes, and she was sentenced for 5 years. And when she was released, she swore she'd kill John the day he was set free. She thought he had informed the police of her part in the crime.
If she went up for 5 years and your husband's brother for 10, she had nearly 5 years to plan his murder.
Yes.
But we're not certain yet that the man murdered tonight is your husband's brother. Mr. Hayward, you say you gave him a blue serge suit last weekend in the country.
I was surprised to see him there, Inspector Thorne. I hadn't seen him since he went to prison.
A bad penny always turns up.
When he showed up at our little place in the country, he said he was in a bad way, so I gave him that suit and some money. Even though he was my brother, I wanted to be rid of him so he wouldn't disgrace my wife Ethel and me any further.
I understand. I do the same thing myself in similar circumstances.
He said he was flat broke and destitute. I was so upset seeing him, it never occurred to me to ask what he did with $500,000 he stole.
That's just what I was thinking, Inspector Thorne. Maybe that woman, Della Laverne, has the money.
How could she have it, Ethel? Have you forgotten what happened when she got out of prison 5 years ago?
I remember she came here and tried to blackmail you for a lot of money.
What's that?
She tried to get $10,000 from Arthur, under threat of making it public that the notorious criminal John Hayward was Arthur's brother.
What did you say to that, Mr. Hayward?
I recalled the old saying, never to give a blackmailer the first dollar, and threatened to have her arrested. Well, in any event, it proves that she didn't get away with $500,000 she and John stole.
Without talking out of turn, Chief.
Yes, Sergeant Muggin.
I'm getting the idea Mr. Hayward's brother was bumped by the dame for that wad of loot.
We're not sure the murdered man is Mr. Hayward's brother.
Well, would it help if my wife and I went with you to identify the body, Inspector Thorne?
The body is at the morgue, still in the medical examiner's hands now, but, say in half an hour, I could send a car for you.
We'll be ready, Inspector Thorne.
But Arthur, to that horrible place, the morgue.
It's the only way to find out, dear.
Oh, I suppose so.
Sergeant Muggin and I will meet you there. Goodbye till then.
Somebody should bat me one for letting that Laverne dame slip out of my hands.
Forget it, Muggin. When we get to the car, radio the Department of Criminal Records.
What about, Chief?
Tell them to get the full file and photographs of Della Laverne and John Hayward up to my office, quick.
Gotcha, Inspector Thorne.
And a few moments later, as Inspector Thorne is scanning the criminal records of John Hayward and Della Laverne in his office at the Homicide Bureau, we see Della herself excitedly knocking on the door in a notorious criminal hangout in New York's Lower East Side.
Flash, Macy! Open the door. It's me, Della. Hurry.
Have you got the brains of an idiot coming here?
I got brains enough to trick Inspector Thorne and the stupid cop with him, Sergeant Muggin.
Get out of here, you fool. We'll both be pinched. Get out.
I am not getting out, Flash. Don't think I'll take the rap for the murder of Hayward alone. I'll throw you to the police.
Now, how could I put the rap for Hayward's murder on you? I didn't even know the man you call Hayward was murdered.
You lie through your teeth. Inspector Thorne nabbed me on the scene and you tipped them off. But I made idiots of them. I made a getaway.
You make idiots of Thorne and Muggin? You're the idiot. I told you that phone call to meet Hayward at that vacant lot was phony, but no, you turned a deaf ear to me.
You had that call put through to me yourself, Flash Macy. You planted me there so you could kill him and frame me.
Listen, Della, don't try any tricks on me. It's unhealthy.
You asked for it, Flash, and now you'll get it.
Give me that gun and do it gentle and careful.
Oh.
I got you covered. Give it to me before I blow a couple of slugs in you.
Oh, no. I'll give you the gun. Here, I'll drop it on the floor.
Now let's talk sense. You think I believe you made a getaway from Inspector Thorne?
It was Muggin that I tricked.
You're tricking yourself, Della.
I got away from them both.
Listen, Della. Did he get your name?
Yeah, I had a card in my bag. Besides, my name slipped out in the excitement. They had me caught.
Okay. You got one chance left, Della. One last chance.
How? What last chance?
Run back to Thorne at the Homicide Bureau.
Turn myself in.
I've got you off hot spots before.
Oh, what if you have?
I'm telling you for the last time, Della. Rush as fast as your legs will carry you to Inspector Thorne. Put on the act. Tell him you were scared and made the terrible mistake of running away.
Oh, it sounds crazy to
It's
me.
your only chance, Della. Your only chance.
Oh, all right, I'll go. But if you're tricking me out...
Every second counts. Go.
Inspector Thorne in The Vacant Lot Murder Case will return in just a moment. But first, it's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. We'd like to take a minute to give you some program notes concerning the shows we've prepared for your radio entertainment. First of all, a new comedy team has joined NBC. They're Bob Elliott and Ray Goulding, and they bring you light satire and nonsense sketches designed to display their many voiced talents. Bob and Ray come to you Monday through Friday afternoon, and for one fun-filled hour on Saturday evening. Then on Sunday, hear the further adventures of the Saint as played by Tom Conway, and hard-hitting action with screen actor Lloyd Nolan as Martin Kane, Private Eye. Sunday, too, actor Carlton Young brings you the double role of Philip Galt and the Whisperer. And later Sunday evening, Mr. Moto, Mr. I.A. Moto, ace Japanese-American security agent, bids you join him as he puts on the black cloak of mystery and enters the realm of international intrigue. Be sure to hear Dimension X on NBC every Thursday evening. Stories dealing in time and space, and brought to you in future tense. Yes, morning, noon, and night for the very best in radio entertainment. Keep your dial set at this, your NBC station. Now, back to Inspector Thorne and The Vacant Lot Murder Case. And now, a few minutes after the scene we just heard between Della Laverne and Slash Macy, evidently her accomplice, we see Inspector Thorne at the morgue beside the murdered man's body, and we hear him say to Arthur Hayward,
"So you positively identify this body, Mr. Hayward?"
Yes, Inspector Thorne. It is my brother John. What a fearful end he came to.
Perhaps he's just as well off, Arthur. A life of crime, years in prison. A marked man always.
Maybe so, Ethel. But to me, the brother I was brought up with...
Try not to think about it, Mr. Hayward. The identification of your brother's body is a great help to me. It's easy to see your brothers, a pronounced family resemblance.
Yes. People used to say that if my hair weren't so black and poor John's so blonde, well... But anyway...
What do you know, Inspector Thorne?
Know what, Sergeant Muggin?
With 1,000 cops looking for that dame, Della Laverne, and get nowhere. What does she do but walk in here and ask for you?
Della Laverne here?
That's it, Chief. I got her waiting outside.
I wonder what her game is. Mr. Hayward, would it inconvenience you and your wife to stay in the reception room until I've talked to Della Laverne?
We'll be glad to stay, won't we, Ethel?
If only to satisfy my woman's curiosity. Yes, Inspector Thorne.
I'll tell you what she says, Mrs. Hayward. I'll not keep you waiting too long. Well, Della, I wish I was smart enough to know what your game is coming here.
You're a very clever man, Inspector Thorne. A very smart man.
Thanks for the compliment, Della. But believe me, far from being smart, I'm blind on all fronts, except on catching murderers. What's your game coming here?
Please, Inspector Thorne, there's no game, no trick. I suddenly realized how silly I was to make a getaway from your Sergeant Muggin. It was only because I was so frightened. You must admit you practically accused me of murder on that vacant lot.
I have the murdered man's criminal record on this desk. And I have yours. Why did you meet him at that vacant lot? If you didn't murder him, who did? Why did you lie and say his name was Arthur Hayward when you knew very well it was his brother, John Hayward?
I'm not hiding that I was at Crook or that I was in prison. But I went to meet Arthur Hayward on a phony telephone call.
Phony telephone call? Who made the phony call? Answer me and don't lie. You're as near the chair as you can get without being in it.
That phone call was phony. I fell for it because I thought I could get some money out of Arthur Hayward for not singing his brother John was a crook. And I'm telling you again, the man I said was Arthur Hayward was Arthur Hayward.
You've certainly got a end to fry, Della. Lies on top of lies.
I was sent to that murder scene on a frame. And I'll tell you who framed me.
All right, tell me.
I'm working with a guy named Slash Macy. He put me on the hot spot to save his own hide. He's your killer, not me, Inspector Thorne.
Okay. I'll list you as innocent.
Thanks. Thanks for believing me.
Innocent until proved guilty. Sergeant Muggan.
Here I am, Chief.
Let this girl out. But put 2 men to trail her and check every move she makes.
You dirty cop. What else could I expect?
Show her out, Sergeant Muggan. And, watch your step this time.
You're telling me, Chief? Come along, Della.
Take her out through the reception room. I want Arthur Hayward and his wife to get a good look at her.
Okay, Chief.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Hayward, was that woman Sergeant Muggan led through here the one you know as Della Laverne?
It's the woman who tried to blackmail my husband. No question.
She's the one, Inspector Thorne.
Now, tell me something about that little place of yours in the country, Mr. Hayward. Do you own it or rent it?
I own it now, but my brother John owned it originally.
What did you do, buy it from him?
Yes. John told me he wanted the money to pay lawyer's fees before he went on trial for the $500,000 robbery he was accused of. He said he was not guilty of any wrongdoing. He was my brother. I believed him.
The records here show he was guilty. I asked about the cottage because of the $500,000 he stole. It was never found.
What? Never recovered?
No. I've got an idea his coming to the cottage and asking you for a suit and some money was a ruse. Chances are his real object was to find the place empty and get the loot he may have hidden there.
I don't see where he could have hidden it. But it might be a good thing for you to make a thorough search of the cottage and grounds, Inspector Thorne.
I'll send a searching squad there at once, Mr. Hayward.
Here's a road map to help them find it. The place is off the beaten track.
Fine, thanks a lot. Well, I'll not need you any longer, Mr. and Mrs. Hayward. Good night. The same car that brought you is outside, ready to take you back.
That's very thoughtful of you, Inspector Thorne. Well, let's get started, Ethel.
Yes, I'm ready for bed. Good night, Inspector Thorne.
I saw Mr. and Mrs. Hayward leaving, Chief. What do we do now?
Go out to the Hayward weekend place in the country.
To search for the $500,000 the murdered man might have stashed there?
I don't think we'll find that there, Muggan.
No?
No, but I do think we'll find something highly interesting to Della Laverne, the woman we nabbed on the murder scene.
Della Laverne?
And also to her present accomplice in crime, Slash Macy.
Slash Macy? Is he in on it too, Chief?
We'll see. Anyway, Muggan, I'm about to close this case.
But is Inspector Thorne about to close the case as he said? For it is now the following morning, and we see him and Sergeant Muggan back in Inspector Thorne's office in the Homicide Bureau, and we hear Sergeant Muggan say,
"Well, Chief, it looks like we wasted a night searching the Hayward's weekend cottage. What did we find? Nothing.
I found this bottle, Muggan. It's the clue that will break this case."
Huh? Hello, Sergeant Muggan talking. What? Okay, I'll tell the Chief. Chief, grab your hat. The boys have trailed Della Laverne out to Mr. and Mrs. Hayward.
That's what I was looking for, Muggan. Quick, we've got to get there fast.
And now, at the Hayward's house, we hear this.
Della Laverne, what are you doing here? Who's this man with you?
You know what we're after, Hayward.
$500,000, Hayward. Don't stall if you don't want to be plugged.
Arthur, he'll kill you.
You got the idea, lady. $500,000 or he meets the angels.
I haven't got it. You're mad. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm giving you 10 seconds, Hayward. 1, 2, 3, 4...
Stop. I haven't got it.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9...
Don't move, Slash, and I shoot to kill. Muggan, get that gun away from him. Don't move, Slash.
Thanks, Slash. Not so tough as you act, huh?
Handcuff him and Della Laverne together, Muggan.
You don't understand, Inspector Thorne. Slash and I were just making a social call on Mr. and Mrs. Hayward.
With a gun in your hand and murder in your heart.
You're dumb, Thorne.
Hurry, Muggan, with the cuffs.
Right. All set, Chief. Got him.
I didn't murder Hayward's brother, Inspector. Slash put him on the spot.
Shut your trap,
I'm doing the talking, Slash.
This guy Hayward's got $500,000 that belongs to Della and me.
Inspector Thorne, these people came to murder me for something I haven't got. How could I have the money my brother John stole and went to prison for?
I know how. It's because you, Arthur Hayward, are not Arthur Hayward. You're actually the ex-convict John Hayward. You murdered your brother, Arthur. Ethel, give me that Tommy gun.
Kill them all, John. Mow them down.
There, spread Ethel.
It's Thorne or...
Morgan, drop to the floor. Point that Tommy gun to the ceiling, John Hayward. I've got you covered. It's got us, Ethel. It's got us. Drop that gun, John Hayward, or you're dead. Pick up the gun, Morgan. Get it out of the way.
Right, Chief.
Now, John Hayward.
I'm not John Hayward. I'm Arthur Hayward. You got John's body in the morgue.
Is that why you tried to kill me?
I went off my
Listen
head.
carefully. Here's the evidence that nails you as the murderer.
Evidence?
One, the road map you gave me shows your fingerprints as those of the ex-convict, John Hayward. They match the prison fingerprints of John Hayward.
Me and me.
Right. Now, here are 20 bank books in this woman's name who calls herself Ethel Hayward, your wife. They total $500,000.
So what?
Ethel here was actually the murdered man's wife. I think...
I confess. I was his wife, Arthur's wife.
Shut up, Ethel. You're sending us both to the chair.
A confession may make the court lenient, John.
Don't call me John, you fool.
I'm confessing, John.
Keep on, Ethel.
When John went to prison, Inspector Thorne, he left the money with me, and I promised to wait for him.
Yes?
But I got tired waiting for him, so I got a divorce and married Arthur.
And when John got out of prison, you and John murdered your husband, Arthur.
That's the story, Inspector Thorne. John came to our weekend cottage, demanded the $500,000, and he and I murdered Arthur. What else could we do?
I don't know, Ethel. But dumb as I am, that's the way I figured it. The only clue I had was this bottle of hair dye that John, the ex-convict here, used to dye his hair black to make him look like his brother Arthur.
Oh, I see. That accursed bottle of hair dye caught John and me.
That's all, I guess. I arrest you and John Hayward for first-degree murder.
I'm ready to go. You're not so dumb as you made out.
I am dumb, but I made out. Take him in, Muggin. Next stop, the chair.
And so ends The Vacant Lot murder case. The part of Inspector Thorne is played by Carl Weber. Direction by Kenneth McGregor. The script was written by Edward Francis from the original story by Frank Hummert. And now this is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in again next Friday at this same time when the National Broadcasting Company will present Inspector Thorne in The Golden Girl Murder Case. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Dave Lawler, Johnny, over at Surety Mutual and Trust Company.
Oh, hi, Dave. Long time.
Yeah, I know. Listen, do you own a pair of dark sunglasses and some real loud sports shirts?
Mine are so loud I have to keep them in a soundproof drawer.
Great. But where you'll be at this time tomorrow, nobody will give 'em a second look.
Oh? Like where?
Well, according to the travel folders, it's, quote, the land where the summer spends the winter, unquote. In other words...
Palm Springs, California. Dave, you're on.
Good.
But don't forget, this could be pretty expensive for your company.
Oh, more than you know, Johnny. $75,000 hard cash.
Ah, oui.
Unless you're able to prove the bracelet Dan Galloway gave to his child bride wasn't really stolen.
For a trip to Palm Springs at this time of year, I think I could prove anything.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office, Surety Mutual and Trust Company, Franklin Building, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Suntan oil matter. Expense account item 1, $197.40. Airline fare and incidentals, Hartford to Palm Springs, California. I registered at La Casa de Paz on South Palm Canyon Drive, changed into casual clothes, and sauntered over to police headquarters. Detective Sergeant Lacey was about to leave for lunch, so I went along with him.
Yeah, Dollar. You'd be surprised at how much stuff is lost in this town during the course of just one season.
The report we got says it was stolen, Sergeant.
Oh, sure. But I doubt it.
A $75,000 bracelet, just 5 days old? That'd be a little careless of the lady, wouldn't it?
Well, if you were married to one of the biggest wildcatters in the oil business, maybe you could afford to be careless.
What about Dan Galloway? Didn't you say he was drilling somewhere around here?
About 80 miles south, in the middle of the desert, down by Salton Sea.
Salton Sea. Oh, that's really a big inland lake that lies way down below sea level, isn't it?
Want to bring me a check, Dottie? 245 feet below sea level, Dollar.
There's oil there?
Dan Galloway figures it this way. One of the most successful new fields that's been worked in years is deep under the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Louisiana. There are a lot of salt domes down there, and underneath them are big pools of oil, millions of barrels. So, why not under the Salton Sea, which is all salt deposits?
Who knows? Maybe he has something. Anybody else drilling down there?
Just Galloway. Who else needs it? I mean, any more than he does.
Well, does he?
All yours, Dottie. How would I know if Galloway needs it? But there has been talk around. You know.
But if he's hard up, how could he afford that fancy bracelet last week?
Yeah, or the snazzy Italian sports car the week before that. I don't know either, Dollar.
What about his wife?
Oh, that Roberta. What a doll. And in 3D, if you know what I mean. How an old coot like him could ever latch onto a pretty little chick like her? Ruff.
I take it Roberta's somewhat younger than her husband.
Oh, not more than 35, 40 years.
Oh, I see. How long have they been married?
2, maybe 3 years. Down in Dallas, I think it was. She's a Texas girl.
Well, is it working out? I mean, are they happy?
There's talk about that, too.
What kind of talk?
Oh, it's really just small-town gossip for the most part. Ever hear of Sonny Wyman?
Wyman? No.
Well, Sonny's around Roberta's age. One of those kids who came up from nothing, but all the time knew exactly where he was going. You know, made a point of meeting the right people, shaking the right hands. Real nice kid, too.
What's he do?
Well, when the season's over here, he works Pasadena, Beverly Hills, and L.A. Always has something that'll intrigue his wealthy friends. This season, it's Italian sports cars. Cosmo Romas, I think they are.
And he's the one who sold the Galloways theirs, huh?
He sold Roberta hers.
Any angle there in connection with the bracelet?
Huh? There is. You let me know.
Well, if there isn't, what have you been working up to?
Well, actually, nothing. You see, I still believe it was lost.
Expense account item 2, $35 for rental of a drive-your-own car. I found the Galloway place about 2 miles out north and east of town. As I parked in the broad U-shaped driveway, I noticed a low, shiny suntan color sports car standing in the shade of a date palm back by the garage. I started over to take a look at it. But the front door of the house opened, a Filipino boy appeared, took my name, and showed me into the living room. Through the solid wall of picture windows, I could see that the whole place was built around a kidney-shaped swimming pool. Mighty inviting. And so was Roberta, Mrs. Galloway, when she stepped into the room a minute or two later.
Hi there, Mr. Dollar. My, it's nice of you to come all the way out here.
Yeah, Sergeant Lacey was right. Roberta was a living doll. 22 or 3, trim, petite, and with a figure that... Well, let's not go into that. She said it would be more comfortable out on the lanai beside the pool.
I just wish there was something I could tell you about that bracelet that'd help you find it, Mr. Dollar, but... Well, just must have been stolen.
Well, it makes no difference insofar as your claim is concerned, Mrs. Galloway. The company will still have to pay up, you know, unless, of course, it's found.
Oh, I know that. How do you go about your investigation? I mean, do you offer a reward or something?
Usually, yes. Of course, it depends on...
How much have they offered for my bracelet?
Well, frankly, I haven't checked on that yet. But now, Mrs.
How
Galloway...
much would you guess, Johnny?
Well, claim this size, probably somewhere between 10 and 30%.
What's the matter, Johnny? Your ear's out a mile.
Nothing. I just thought I heard...
Now, that's funny. I didn't hear a thing.
But I had. Quick footsteps somewhere in the house. Then a door opened and closed. Then a few seconds later, the unmistakable growl of a high-powered engine thundering out through twin straight pipes.
Oh, that. Probably some hot rod fan in the neighborhood just drove by. Aren't they
She
all...
prattled on for another hour or so and again asked about possibilities of a reward for her bracelet. But so far as helpful information was concerned, she came up with nothing. So I excused myself and drove back to town. I wanted to talk to the driver of that sports car. I also wanted to check with Wilhoit Van Hook, the jeweler who had sold the bracelet. I found his shop on Palm Canyon Drive, a small place, but very ultra. As I was about to enter the door...
Hey, Mr. Dollar, got a minute?
Oh, yeah, sure. 2 or 3 minutes. And I like your car. Mr. Wyman, isn't it?
That's right. How'd you know?
How'd you know mine?
Yeah, real cloak and dagger stuff, huh? You knew I was out at Berta's house, didn't you?
Well, it seemed pretty obvious when I heard you hot-footed for the door and then heard this pint-sized monster of yours barrel off.
Hey, you wouldn't like to buy a Cosmo Roma, would you? It's a real dilly.
Oh, I'd like nothing better, but I'm out here on a job.
Yeah, I know. That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Well, you know anything that'll help me?
Not much, I'm afraid. But I'll be glad to tell you anything I can. You going in to see Willie?
Willie?
Yeah, you know, Wilhoit Van Hoof, the jeweler.
I was, yeah. Why? Do you know him?
Know him. I sold him one of these. One exactly like mine. And we're both going to be in the rally they're holding next Sunday. You ever see a good sports car race?
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, we'll soon fix that. And look, after you've talked to Willie, if you want to go down to where Dan Galloway is drilling his new well, I'll be glad to give you a lift.
Good idea. But I don't want to take you out of your way.
Oh, not at all. I was going that way anyhow. Besides, I thought it might give us a chance to talk a little.
Sure, why not? Why not? With a name like Wilhoit Van Hook, I expected... Well, I don't know what I expected. As it turned out, he was a smartly dressed chap of about 40, tall and slim, blonde hair and quick blue eyes, an alert mind. I told him why I was in Palm Springs, showed him my credentials, and he immediately offered full cooperation.
Now, here we are, Mr. Dollar. Here's a copy of the appraisal. A duplicate of the statement I sent Dan Galloway. And here's a sketch of the bracelet.
Ah, very good.
Diamonds here, emeralds, and the mounting is yellow gold. Hand-worked, all of it.
Mm-hmm. One thing I can't help wondering about, Mr. Van Hook.
Yes?
Isn't a $75,000 bracelet a bit unusual for a shop in a resort town?
As a matter of fact, it is. As you can see, I specialize in rare and exclusive sort of things. But very little over, say, $10,000 or $12,000.
Then the Galloway bracelet was an exception.
Yes. After Dan told me what he had in mind to give to his wife, I had some sent over from Pasadena and Los Angeles by wholesalers with whom I do business. You know, had them shipped down on consignment. He liked one, and that was that.
I see.
Mr. Dollar, I wouldn't want this to go any farther, of course. But after all, jewelers and insurance companies our businesses are pretty well tied together, at least on occasion.
Yes, unfortunately. But what are you getting at?
I'll tell you. 2 days after the bracelet was delivered, one morning, just as I was opening up, Dan came in here.
So?
He was ill at ease, looked worried. He said he had to have some cash quickly. He asked if I could possibly refund his money.
Oh? Did you?
No, because I couldn't. Things have been rather slow for me this season. Quite frankly, I'd used all I'd made on the bracelet to pay up some old bills. I told him as much and that I was sorry, but I just couldn't help him.
Did Galloway say why he had to have that much cash right away?
Yes.
Well?
I don't know much about oil drilling, but as I understand it, his test well is down some 400 feet further than he'd planned on going. And the day before he came in here, something on his rig had broken loose and left him with a highly expensive repair job before he could proceed any further. Apparently, it was all very serious and very expensive.
Yeah. Strange his wife didn't seem to be bothered. I just talked to her.
Berta? Believe me, Mr. Dollar, she wouldn't be. In fact, I doubt if she even knows.
Oh?
Figure it out for yourself. A man of nearly 60 who has to give bracelets and fancy cars to his wife to keep up her interest. Well, you'd hardly expect him to tell her that kind of news, now would you?
No, I suppose not. Especially if he's worried about the competition.
And if you ask me, he has competition. If only he could see it.
That suntan and chrome Cosmo Roma was all Sonny Wyman claimed it was. It purred like a kitten, performed beautifully. But I was more interested at the moment in what Sonny wanted to talk about.
Johnny, I'm going to be perfectly blunt with you.
I'll go along with that.
Out at the house a while ago, I felt pretty foolish when you arrived, and Berta insisted I hide until she could get you out on the lanai.
Did she have any particular reason?
Well, you see, we know that... Well, there's some talk going around about Berta and me.
Any truth in it, Sonny?
A little, I guess. You saw it.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, there's nothing serious between us. It's just that, well, with Dan away so much of the time, we have fun together.
Yeah, sure. Now, what about the bracelet?
You mean who might have stolen it?
That's the general idea.
I don't know. I have no idea. That sound funny to you?
Should it?
Well, after all, Dan and Berta keeping their house open to everybody. People in to swim, play badminton, cocktails, barbecues. I guess half the population of Palm Springs has been there at one time or another. And even if it weren't an invited guest, why, it'd be simple for someone to just sneak in and walk off with it.
Providing, of course, they knew where it was kept.
Well, yeah, someone who was close enough to... Well, yeah, I heard Berta ask you about a reward for it.
You think a big enough reward would turn it up?
I would think so. I understand that stolen jewelry brings about 20 cents on the dollar.
Sometimes it brings 20 cents. Sometimes 20 years.
Well, yeah. Well, I just wonder.
How's the car business doing, Sonny?
Oh, great. It's really one of the reasons I'm driving out this way.
Oh, a prospect? An oil-rich Indian or a well-to-do prairie dog?
Hardly. No, I told you we were having a sports car rally on Sunday. Well, being the promoter, so to speak, I'm going down to check the course. If you're still around, you ought to come.
Oh, maybe I will.
Having some good events, too. Willie Van Hook and I are running a match race. He's quite a bug, you know. And ever since I sold him the twin to this job, he's been working it over. Special carburetor, racing cams, everything.
Yeah, no wonder I can't afford this kind of stuff.
Oh, man. You'd be amazed at the amount of money that changes hands
hey,
on
wait a
some of
minute,
these races.
Sonny. Isn't that an oil rig over there?
Yeah, Dan Galloway's. The rig itself's about 50 feet out in the lake. The shack or office or whatever you want to call it's over the other way. You see? About a quarter of a mile beyond those Joshua trees. I'll drive you over.
He did. There was an old car parked near the shack, so we figured Dan Galloway must be inside. Sonny Wyman dropped me in front of it, then took off in a cloud of dust and exhaust gas. I picked my way between the cactus plants, opened the door without knocking, and barged right in. Mr. Oh,
hello.
No use asking if Mr. Galloway is here. I can see he isn't.
No, he isn't.
Is it all right if I wait? I'm Johnny Dollar.
I'm Mrs. Galloway, Mr. Dollar.
Huh?
Hell, that is, I'm the first Mrs. Galloway. The former. The one who scrimped and saved while Dan was booming around every oil field all over the country trying to make his score. I'm the forgotten Mrs. Galloway.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Are you expecting him back soon?
Who knows? I've been waiting here 3 hours. But I'll wait 3 days if I have to. Promises, that's all, promises.
What do you mean, Mrs. Galloway?
After working to help him the way I did for all those years, and then to be tossed over for somebody else who never did a lick of work in her life. Oh, sure. Give me anything I want if I let him free. So what have I got? Promises.
Well, I'm sorry. But getting all upset isn't going to help.
Well, wouldn't you be upset if you had more than $18,000 in back alimony coming to you? And with them living like royalty?
Oh, I see.
Well, he's not going to keep on getting away with it. That's why I'm here.
Well, now that gun in your handbag isn't the answer, I'm afraid.
How'd you know?
I've seen that kind of bulge in a handbag before. You really have ideas about using it on him? Well?
Why? I don't know. There are times when I feel as though killing would be too good for him. Then there are other times when... I don't know.
Oh, here, better let me
No,
have it.
leave me alone.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and try to make sense with somebody as upset as you are who has a gun.
Well, how would you feel? What would you do if you were me?
How should I know? But killing him isn't the answer.
Isn't it?
Or sitting here shouting at me.
Who are you anyway? What are you doing here?
I came out here to see your husband, your ex-husband, on business.
What kind of business?
A friend drove me out here and figured Dan would drive me back. But since he isn't around, there's no point in my staying here. Or you either.
Well, maybe you aren't
You
going
have
to
a car, so you and I are driving back to Palm Springs.
I'm not leaving here till I see Dan. Until I get some money from him. Or see him dead. Maybe he's at the well.
All right. Maybe he is over there. Now, come on. Why I took this on, I didn't know. But I couldn't leave that slightly frantic woman sitting there, waiting, with murder in her heart. For all I knew, she'd murdered Dan already. Better inspect the gun later. The road down toward the oil rig was just a pair of ruts in the desert sand. Then just as we cut in between some yucca plants and a wind-blown Joshua tree, I slammed on the brakes. There, in the middle of the trail, lay a man's body, crushed and twisted. Dan Galloway had been carefully, repeatedly, run over by a car. Expense account item 3, $1.19 for a quick phone call to Sergeant Lacey in Palm Springs and smelling salts and a bromide for Florida, the ex-Mrs. Galloway. Then I dropped her off at the Galloway house. She and Roberta ended up consoling each other while I huddled with Lacey in his office at headquarters.
Some of the boys are still out there, Dollar, checking tire prints, taking pictures, and so on.
No clue as to who ran Galloway down?
Not yet. Looked to me as though Galloway stepped out of his own car to see whoever had pulled up in the other and was run down for his trouble. The car that did it ran around in a circle over and over him.
Any suspects, Sergeant?
You found his ex-wife, Flora, waiting for him in the field office, you said.
That's right.
And she was pretty nervous, on edge, you said.
So?
Also, she was carrying a gun.
Whoa, now, wait a minute.
Any reason why she couldn't have run him down earlier, then gone back and just waited for somebody like you to come along? Somebody with whom she could then discover the body?
Only one hitch.
You told me yourself, Dollar, that she was pretty insistent about your going over there to look for Galloway.
Yeah, I know. But, Sergeant, you're off on the wrong foot.
Why?
Because of the tracks left by the killer's car. They didn't match the tires on Flora's car.
You checked?
I checked. And if I were you, I'd have your boys find out whose car did make those tracks.
I'm way ahead of you.
Well, if you know, then what do you...
Wait a second. Yeah?
Levine, Sergeant. I got news for you.
Hey, listen to this, Dollar.
About those tire tracks at the scene of the killing.
Well, right on cue.
They're the same make and size as the tires on Sonny Wyman's Cosmo Roma.
You sure?
Well, I told you it's the scene. I thought it was a sports car by the small size of the circle the tracks made.
Yeah?
And knowing the feeling between Wyman and Galloway, I went right over to his place. Nice, clean tracks all over. And they match.
You holding Wyman?
Oh, well, I don't know where he is, Sergeant. He wasn't at his place, and there was no answer to the phone at his showroom.
Well, then get after him. Put out a flash on him. With that car, he shouldn't be too hard to find. Let me know when he's picked up.
Yes, sir.
What do you think, Sergeant?
You know something, Dollar? I have a notion that when we find Sonny Wyman, we'll also find out what happened to that bracelet.
Yeah, could be. One thing was certain. Dan Galloway could no longer be suspect in the case. But Roberta? Why not? Maybe she did know that Dan had run out of money. Maybe that's why she was so interested in the amount of reward for the bracelet. Now, what about Sonny Wyman? Well, it looked bad. A smart young opportunist out for the fast buck. And, of course, close to Galloway's wife. Anything he could do to hurt Galloway would help him. And now these tire tracks, the one solid clue to Galloway's killer. Sergeant Lacey and I drove out to the Galloway house.
No, Johnny, I haven't seen Sonny since he left here this afternoon. That's when you were here.
He didn't call up?
Why should he call up?
Why shouldn't he call, Roberta, if he'd heard that Dan was killed?
Now, you listen here, Mr. Dollar. If you're trying to trick me into saying something about Sonny having anything to do with Dan's death, you're wasting your time. And what's more... Pardon me. Hello? Oh, yes. Just a minute. For you, Sergeant Lacey.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Yes? Yes, when? Yeah, I see. Okay, Levine, thanks.
Has he found Sonny Wyman?
He sure has. And if you want to see him, you'll have to go to the coroner's office.
What?
Oh, no.
Yeah, that souped-up car of his. A couple of miles out of town. Ran off a curve and over a 100-foot bank.
Within minutes, Lacey and I were at the scene of the accident, looking things over with the help of flashlights.
Yeah, he must have been really burning up the road to spin and roll this far off the highway.
But surely he must have been familiar with that curve.
Oh, sure. He knew these roads around here as well as anybody in the county.
Tires still in one piece, too. And these sport cars usually corner pretty well.
Well, this one didn't.
Hey, Lacey, look here.
Yeah?
This left rear fender. Looks to me like this car was sideswiped.
Hey, you're right. Rolling over would never make a long crease like that.
Uh-huh.
No, wait. If another car sideswiped him, there'd be paint on this fender. Paint from the other car.
Sergeant, you're absolutely right.
And since there's none here...
Sergeant, you're absolutely wrong. How far to the nearest filling station?
What?
I want to make a couple of calls to some wholesale jewelers in Pasadena and Los Angeles.
Right now, in the middle of the night?
Right now.
Wholesale jewelers?
Expense account item 4, $11.90 phone calls to Pasadena and L.A. The third call yielded Mr. Alfred Mencken of Mencken Imports Incorporated, who was pretty cheerful about having been gotten out of bed.
It's quite all right, Mr. Dollar. Now that I'm up, I'm wide awake almost.
Well, I hate to throw something like this at you in the middle of the night, Mr. Mencken, but tell me, please, did you ship a diamond and emerald bracelet to Will Hoyt Van Hook in Palm Springs within the past few weeks?
Why, yes, Mr. Dollar.
Oh?
As a matter of fact, I sent him 3. That was 2 weeks ago, and he returned them all.
Returned them? When?
Well, 2 of them the day after he got them. But the third one he kept for a while. I got it back just last Thursday. Now, I don't know if that means anything to you.
You bet it does. Thanks very much. Lacey and I piled into one squad car, 4 patrolmen in another. It was several miles out to the little ranch where Van Hook lived, and Lacey and I chewed it over as we drove along.
Don't hold out on me, Johnny. Whatever made you think of Willie Van Hook is the one who drove Sonny Wyman off the road?
Well, apparently there was no paint on that fender from the car that sideswiped him. Actually, there was.
Holy... Of course. Van Hook's car is exactly the same color as Sonny's.
Another thing. The car that ran down Galloway, like the one Sonny drove, even down to the tires, but not necessarily the same car. Plus the fact I couldn't help wondering about Van Hook all along.
Yeah, but why?
In a job like mine, you have to wonder about everybody connected with a case.
Anything particular about Van Hook?
Well, he told me that he'd used the money he got from Galloway to pay off some overdue bills. And yet, a few weeks ago, he was able to buy an $8,000 sports car.
It ties up, Dollar. It all ties up. But how did Sonny Wyman figure in it?
Oh, Sonny was a fellow who lived by his wits. He may have reached the same conclusion about Van Hook that I did. May have had an idea for latching onto the reward money. He mentioned the matter of reward to me a couple of times.
Or he may have had ideas for blackmailing Van Hook.
Another thing. Van Hook saw me drive away from his shop in Sonny's car. That meant he had to act fast, get rid of Galloway, who'd given him back the bracelet, and, of course, take Sonny out of the picture, too.
Yeah, it all seems to add up very nicely. And when we face Van Hook... Well, there's his place now. Here's his driveway.
Well, either he's skipped out or he's asleep. No lights on in the place.
Well, if you ask me, he's far...
No, wait.
Yeah?
The third window on the right. The blind was pulled away for a second or two.
Well, then let's get out of this car. We're sitting ducks in here.
Well, how about it, Sergeant? What do we do?
You boys split up. Cover the back and sides of the house.
He's in there?
Yeah.
Okay, boys. Come on.
Johnny, maybe you better keep out of this.
Are you kidding? Hey, listen.
The car door, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I know.
Holy... What's he up to? Gonna lock himself in and take the monoxide route?
Come on. Are there back doors in that garage?
Not that I know of. Here, wait a minute. Van Hook! This is the police! We've got men all around this place. Turn off that engine and come out of there with your hands over your head. Don't be a fool, Van Hook. You haven't got a chance. Come out of that garage.
Hey, did you see that? He drove right through the door of his garage.
Come on, Lacey, the car.
Get after him, you guys. Get moving.
Yeah, come on, boys.
Crazy fool. He's getting into the sideswiping habit. See what he did to that other patrol car?
Yeah, they're okay. They're off and tailing us. Come on, step on it, Lacey.
This is one time we ought to have a Cosmo Roma.
Well, maybe he can outrun us, but with 2 cars on his tail, he may get careless, take chances. If so...
Yeah, hang on.
Oh! Lacey, you could qualify for some of those road races yourself.
That guy's out of his head. Main highway like this, full of trucks and trailers.
Oh, don't worry about those guys. Those interstate truckers will give you a clear road after them. They're the best drivers in the country. Come on, hit your siren.
You're right.
Hey, see, I told you those guys would give you the road.
Holy... Look! The trailer in front of him. And the oncoming truck. Van Hook's trying to squeeze through.
Pull up. Pull up, or we'll... Well, he squeezed through all right. Squeezed right through the pearly gates. Expense account item 5, $38.75, room, 2 meals, and valet service at the Casa de Paz. Item 6, $191.60, airfare and incidentals, Palm Springs, California, back to Hartford. Expense account total, $474.84. Remarks? Well, justice is done in pretty strange ways sometimes. Kind of makes you think. Maybe it pays to tread the straight and narrow, doesn't it? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, international intrigue. A beautiful girl and a very clever chemist. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood. It is written by Paul Franklin and is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Barbara Eiler, Paula Winslow, Forrest Lewis, Frank Nelson, Sam Edwards, Austin Green, and Shep Menken. Musical supervision is by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Cubberly speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Presenting Detective Nick Harris in a salute to the law. Ladies and gentlemen, we again bring you Detective Nicholas B. Harris, chief of the internationally known Los Angeles Detective Agency bearing his name, in another dramatized true-life story proving to the youth of today the folly of committing crime. And now, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Applegate, and good evening, everyone.
In your line of work, Mr. Harris, I suppose you encounter fanatics with fantastic schemes to reform or save the world?
Yes, George. They're not only always so fantastic either. For instance, there was a man who called himself the Avenging Angel. The first time I met him was several years ago when a quiet, well-dressed gentleman called at my office.
Frankly, Mr. Harris, the name Collins is not my real name.
Professional name, I presume.
Well, call it that. It won't be necessary, will it, for you to know my real name?
Well, that depends entirely on what you want me to do.
All I want is your help in helping me to help others.
How?
Well, I wish to be known as the Avenging Angel.
I don't quite understand, Mr. Collins.
Well, to avenge those who cannot avenge themselves, to punish those who would otherwise go unpunished.
Well, the law takes care of that.
The law tries to, or is intended to. But aren't there cases where the law is not applied, cases within the law perhaps where a great wrong and a grave injustice is perpetrated, yet nothing is or can be done by the law enforcement agency?
Well, unfortunately, Mr. Collins, there are such cases.
Well, it's in situations of that kind, Mr. Harris, that I wish, with the help of your agency, to play the role of the Avenging Angel.
I see. And just when would you like to start?
At once, if possible.
Well, here's a case that has all the earmarks of being the kind you described. During the noon hour, the switchboard girl took a call asking us to send someone to an address on the south side. Checking back, we found no telephone at that address. Ordinarily, that would have ended it, unless we heard from it again. But it so happened one of my operatives, Joe Martin, had business at San Pedro, so I asked him to stop on his way down to investigate that phone call. I guess the woman didn't realize the window by the front door was open from the top, so Martin could hear everything she and her son had to say.
Where those men could have taken your father, Jimmy. Look through the window, Jimmy, and see who that is.
It's the man, Ma. I bet I know who he is.
Who, Jimmy?
The man from the detective agency.
Detective agency?
Yes, the one I called from the phone at the drugstore.
You called, Detective? Oh, Jimmy, you shouldn't have done that.
Well, gee, Ma, we gotta do something about getting Dad back.
Oh, but I told you what those men said they'd do to us if we notified the police.
Sure, the police. But they didn't say anything about not calling the detective agency.
Oh, it's the same thing, son, or worse. Oh, tell him to go away. Tell him it's all a mistake.
But, gee, Ma.
Oh, never mind. I'll tell him. And don't you say a word, Jimmy. Understand? Not one word. Yes?
My name's Martin, ma'am. Mr. Harris of the detective agency asked me to stop here.
Well, what about?
Well, I don't know exactly. That's what I expected you to tell me.
Well, there must be some mistake.
No. This is the address given us over the telephone.
Why, I didn't call you. I'm sure it's a mistake. Anyway, I don't want to talk to you.
Now, look, Mrs. Newton, if you were in some kind of trouble...
No, I'm not in any trouble. And anyway, I can't talk about it.
Well, now, Mr. Harris will be glad to help you.
I can't talk about it, I tell you. Please go away.
So, Martin had to go down to San Pedro on his other case. And he gave me that report over the telephone, Mr. Collins, just before you came in.
Plain that this Mrs. Newton is in serious trouble.
And too terrified to tell anyone about it. But from what you've heard, does this sort of case interest you?
It sounds like just the sort of case I'm looking for. Can you go with me now to call on Mrs. Newton?
Yes, but I think we'll get further talking to her son, Jimmy.
Well, how can we? I mean, without seeing Mrs. Newton first.
Shouldn't be difficult. If we can get to Jimmy's school before closing hour, we'll pick up a map on the way out that'll tell us which school he attends. I'm Mr. Harris, ma'am. Possibly you remember me?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Harris. You spoke to our pupils at an assembly last year.
Could you tell me offhand if you have a boy in school here by the name of Newton? Imagine in the 5th or 6th grade?
Oh, you must mean Jimmy Newton.
Yes, I'd like to talk to Jimmy, if I may.
Why, certainly, I'll send for him. Jimmy, this is Mr. Harris.
I'm glad to know you, Jimmy. Thank you very much, Miss Rankin.
Not at all. Are you the detective?
Yes, Jimmy?
Gee, I'm sure you came.
Are you? Well, look, suppose we walk out to the car.
Okay. Yeah. I'm glad you came to the school, too. You see, my mother's afraid to talk to anybody. And she says I mustn't meet her.
Why not?
Because she's scared. Scared of what they'll do to her. And to me.
Scared of what who will do?
The men that took my father away.
Do you know who they were?
Not for sure, but I got an idea.
Well, let's sit here in the car.
Okay.
Hop in, Jimmy. And this is Mr. Collins.
Hello?
I'm glad to know you, Jimmy. You sit in the back seat with Mr. Collins, and I'll sit in the front. Now, you say you have an idea who these men were?
I don't know for sure, because I wasn't home when they came. But I think they were from Arizona.
Why do you think that?
Well, I was playing football. You know, not regular football. Just kicking and catching punts up the street. I saw a car stopped in front of our house. And when it went by awful fast, somebody kind of hollered.
Your father?
I think so now. The car had an Arizona license.
What was your father's, what is your father's business, Jimmy?
He used to be a painter by trade, but lately he's been mostly mining.
You mean working as a miner?
Dad has some claims, see, and he worked them himself, mostly.
All alone?
Oh, he had fellows to help him sometimes, when he had money enough to pay them.
Where were these claims?
Well, one was up near the desert. Dad took Mom and me up there a couple times.
Lately?
That was over a year ago. Dad had to quit work because he couldn't go any deeper without machinery. But he's sure there's gold on that mine, because he could only get down to it. If
What's your father been doing lately, Jimmy?
I don't know. He's been away from home mostly. We never know when he's coming. And then he's always gone before daylight. The last time Dad was here, I didn't know a thing about it till I got home and found my mother crying.
Well, Jimmy, what did she tell you then?
Not much. Just that 2 men came and made Dad go away in their car. And I mustn't tell anybody about anything about it, or notify the police. Because if I did...
Well, what, Jimmy?
If I did, those men would take us away, too, where nobody would ever find us.
Does your mother know who these men are?
I think so, sir. But Ma won't talk about it, not even to me. Gee, what are we gonna do?
Well, the first thing, Jimmy, is to persuade your mother that we're her friends and only want to help her. We'll drive you over to your own home now, because you see, Jimmy, unless your mother will tell us all she knows about these men, it'll be hard for us to do anything about locating your father.
Yes, sir. You turn to the right at the next corner.
I know, Jimmy. This is the street.
Yeah, it was right here where us kids were playing football, like I told you. When that car with the Arizona light... Hey, look!
What, Jimmy?
Look, there's a car coming around the driveway now. They're coming out fast. They're going 2 blocks ahead.
They're turning to the left. Please, look at them go.
Look at them skid.
No.
Gee, they're going to crash.
No, they made it.
Did you recognize that car, Jimmy?
Huh? Never saw it before. Anyhow, I don't think I did.
Looked like a brand new car.
I'll bet it was those men, because who else could it be?
Well, we'll soon know. Let's go to your house.
All right. Come on, Jimmy.
Mom. Hey, Mom. It's me, Jimmy. Hey, Mom. Gee, that's funny. Gee, Mr. Harris, maybe those men...
Did you key, Jimmy?
No, Mom's always here to let me in. Or if she's out to the store or anything, she leaves the back door key under the steps. Can you see anything through the window, Mr. Collins?
No, Jimmy. Run around back and see if the key's there.
Yeah, sure. I'll go right now.
Harris.
Yeah.
Look in this window, please.
Yeah. Dark inside. Hard to see anything.
Over in the farthest corner. Isn't there someone lying there huddled against the wall?
You're right. Must be the boy's mother. And she looks as if we might have come too late. I'm going in through that window, and when Jimmy comes back, keep him out here until I call.
Right.
I'll open the door from the inside.
No, the key isn't there, but Dad's old car's in the garage, so Mom must be... Where's Mr. Harris?
All right, Jimmy. Mr. Harris broke the window in order to get into the house.
Then you did see something. Mom, let me go. Let me go. Mr. Collins, please. I gotta get in there.
Mr. Harris will open the door for us in a minute, Jimmy.
It was those men. It must have been. What have they done to Mom?
I don't know. I don't know any more than you do.
Oh, let me go so I can see.
Jimmy,
Yes, sir.
now get hold of yourself. Your mother's going to be all right. But she's badly hurt, and you can help her most by keeping the stiff upper lip and taking this like a man. Understand?
Yes, sir. Can I see her?
In a moment. No telephone here, is there?
No, sir.
All right, you go into the next room and help Mr. Collins lift your mother onto the Davenport. I've got to go to a hospital. Get her there as quickly as possible, and I'll take a car to the corner and phone will be right back.
Okay, Harris. Come on, Jimmy. Oh, I must have gone in.
Hey, Mr. Collins.
Yes, Jimmy, what is it?
Mr. Collins. She ain't my mom.
Not your mother. Well, who is she?
I don't know, Mr. Collins. I've never saw her before.
But, Jimmy, well, whoever she is...
But where's my mom? What's become of her? What was that?
Someone in that room.
Must be Mom. I'll go see
Jimmy,
her.
don't go in that room. Stay here.
But it must be Mom. Mr. Collins, who else could it be?
Hush. We'll see in a minute.
Look, the woman. She's opening her eyes. She's trying to sit up.
That's good. Now, just take it easy. It's going to be all right. Don't try to sit up. Lie back, I said.
The door. It's opening.
Let me go. Let me go. Oh, let me go. Let me go.
Say, Mr. Harris, is that any way to leave us?
Well, sorry, George. But you'll have to wait until next Tuesday at the same hour for the rest of the story of the Avenging Angel.
Well, at least, Mr. Harris, tell us who...
No, but we'll begin next week at the precise moment when that door opens. And I promise you that.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard another true life story brought to you by Detective Nicholas B. Harris, internationally famous Los Angeles criminologist and chief of the detective agency bearing his name. Although this was a true story, fictitious names and places have been used throughout this narrative. The story was dramatized for radio presentation by Ralph Burchard and is a Carolyn Carroll production. Those participating in this radio drama were Dorothy Wade, Harriet Childs, Calvin Ellison, and Charles E. Bender. And now may we call your attention to a new series of crime prevention programs featuring Detective Harris entitled How Detectives Work. This new series is heard each Sunday over this same station at 12:30 o'clock. All the scientific methods used in modern-day crime prevention are explained by Mr. Harris. He reveals the mysteries of the fingerprint system, the lie detector, and hundreds of other interesting details in the life of a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. Remember the time, 12:30 on Sundays, the station KECA and the program How Detectives Work, featuring Detective Nicholas B. Harris.
Presenting Detective Nick Harris in A Salute to the Law. Ladies and gentlemen, we again bring you Detective Nicholas B. Harris, chief of the internationally known Los Angeles detective agency bearing his name in another dramatized true life story proving to the youth of today the folly of committing crime. Now, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Lake, and good evening, everyone. Tonight I bring you the final chapter of the strange but true story of the Avenging Angel. Last week, a wealthy man under the assumed name of Mr. Collins called at my office. He claimed that he wished to dedicate his life and fortune in helping others to avenge the wrongs perpetrated upon people who were unable, through financial reasons, to bring the wrongdoers to justice. It so happened But just that day, I had received a mysterious phone call asking for help. On investigation, the call had been sent by a 10-year-old boy, Jimmy Newton, asking me to locate his father. His mother, Mrs. Newton, refused all information concerning the disappearance of her husband because she had been silenced by the men who were holding her. Mr. Collins and I then located this Jimmy at school. He told how his father had been working a mining claim and had been carried off by some men in a car with an Arizona license. Picked him up then to school, took him in our car, and took him to the Newton home. And as we approached that home, we saw a car shoot out of the driveway and turn the corner at great speed. Tried to follow. The car was lost in traffic. Returning to the house, we found the door locked. And looking through the window, we saw the body of a woman lying on the floor. Thinking that this was Mrs. Newton and that she had been murdered, I broke the glass in the front room window and entered. To our great surprise, Jimmy claimed that the woman lying on the floor was not his mother, that he had never seen her before. And just then, this strange woman regained consciousness. We heard a noise in the next room.
Mom! What? Jimmy, is that your mother in the doorway?
Sure it is. But gee, Mom, what happened?
Never mind now, Jimmy. I'll tell you later.
So you're Jimmy's mother, Mrs. Newton.
Yes, and who are you?
He's Mr. Collins, Mom.
Yes, Mrs. Newton. Mr. Harris and I came to help you if possible.
Jimmy, have you been talking?
Sure, Mom. They're going to help us.
What's Jimmy been telling you?
First, Mrs. Newton, who is this woman on the Davenport?
Her name is Lee. Cora Lee.
Why did she scream and faint when she saw you in the
Oh,
doorway?
she was scared, I guess.
Mr. Harris went to the drugstore, Mom. To phone for an ambulance.
I don't think she's seriously hurt, Mrs. Newton.
Oh, I'm glad. I thought I'd killed her.
Who's that in the other car, Mom?
What other car?
The one that threw out of our driveway just before we got here.
I don't know, Jimmy. I don't know anything about it.
But gee, Mom, didn't you see the car?
No, I didn't.
That's funny. Did she come in that car?
Jimmy, please. Mother doesn't want to talk about it.
Jimmy, will you go outside and see if Mr. Harris is coming back?
Sure, I'll go right now.
Please forgive me, Mrs. Newton, when I say I'm your friend and that I only want to help you.
Well, why should you?
Because, well, just to repay others who helped me when I needed a friend.
Well, it sounds mighty queer to me, but maybe you are on the level. All right. Only I don't know anything you can do.
Well, Mr. Harris and I are going to help you find your husband. But you must help, too, Mrs. Newton, by telling us everything that's happened.
All right. All right, I'll tell you.
What about this other woman, Cora Lee? Who beat her up?
I did.
You?
Yes, I did. I meant to kill her.
But why, Mrs. Newton? Why did you want to kill her?
Well, when she told me about Jim. Oh, then everything just went black and... Oh, look, she's coming too.
That's right.
Listen, I'll go out in the kitchen until you get her away.
Maybe that's best.
Oh.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Oh, where is she? Come on, hit me again,
Mrs. Newton is gone. There's nothing to be afraid of now, Mrs.
Oh, where's Emile? Where's Philippe?
Emile? Philippe?
Yes, Emile, Ryder, and Philippe Ortiz. Where are they?
Men who brought you here?
Yeah, sure, they brought me here. They were going to take me back to Jim. They haven't gone, have they?
Yes, I'm afraid they have.
Why, the dirty rats. Say, who are you? I never saw you before. How did you know my name?
Collins is my name. I was sent out on this case.
What do you mean, sent out on this case? Who sent you?
Mr. Harris is back, Mr. Collins. The ambulance is coming too.
Ambulance?
For you, Miss Lee, to take you to the hospital.
I don't want to go to any hospital. Please, Miss Lee. Don't make another. No, not me. I'm not going to a hospital. I'll run away. Oh.
You see?
Oh.
Now, don't be foolish. Oh. You want to get well, don't you?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Then go to the hospital. There's nothing to be afraid of. You'll be treated with kindness and consideration, I promise you.
Yeah, but I got no money to pay for a hospital.
That'll all be taken care of.
How do you know?
Never mind now. Just go to the hospital and get well. That's all you have to think about.
Well, if that wasn't Jimmy's mother, who was it, Colin?
Her name's Lee, Cora Lee.
Miss or Mrs.?
Miss, I think. Just after you left, Jimmy's mother showed up.
Yeah, go on.
Yes, and it was Jimmy's mother, Mrs. Newton, who beat up Miss Lee.
Did she give any reason for it?
No, but she promised to tell me everything. Look, Harris, would you have time to take Jimmy with you and bring him back later? I think Jimmy's mother will talk more freely to me if Jimmy isn't around.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So I'll do that. Hey, Jimmy.
Kidnapped your husband.
Well, I don't know for sure whether Jim went with them willingly or was forced to go. But after Jim was in the car, one of the men
Which
said
one?
to me, the one with the German accent. He called me to the back door and threatened me.
Threatened you?
Well, he said if I tried to reach my husband or told anyone about his being gone, well, they'd grab Jimmy and I'd never see him again.
Had you known these men before, Mrs. Newton?
Yes,
saw them once when they were both working for my husband on his claim near Mojave. That was over a year ago.
Your husband still had faith in this claim.
Oh, yes, Mr. Collins.
Do you suppose this German and Mexican were scheming to get your husband's claim away from him?
Well, maybe they were. I don't know. Still, I couldn't figure out why Jim would go away and stay away without even letting us hear from him until the two men came here again today with that woman who called herself Coraline.
Well, what happened then?
Well, I let them in, and I asked about Jim, and the German Riker answered.
Your husband is good at help, Newton?
Si, senora. Only he don't want he should see you no more.
Jim doesn't want to see me? Well, what do you mean?
For you, senora, he is what you say, washed up.
What? Oh, it couldn't be.
No? Well, Jim told me differently.
Well, who are you?
This is Fräulein. I mean, Miss Lee, Frau Newton. Miss Cora Lee.
Jim told you. Jim talked to you about me.
Oh, sure, plenty. But I wanted to see for myself. Main thing I came for, though, is Jim's things.
Jim's things?
Yeah, you know, his personal belongings. Said they were all in one closet. Did you bring in those suitcases, boys?
Yeah, they're in the car. Come on, Philippe, and help me get them.
So you've stolen my Jim away from me.
I wouldn't say stolen, sister. You lost Jim before I ever laid eyes on him. Sorry for you, but how a little shrimp like you could expect to hold a he-man like Jim Newton is more than I can.
Well, you'll see. Little shrimp am I. You'll see. You'll find out.
Put down that poker! Oh, please, don't hit me! Oh,
I'll tell you. I'll beat you. Please, I'll beat you up.
Bucket!
Miserable little...
There is she.
Handsome, Maria, what has happened?
There's Cora.
There in the puddle on the floor.
Gott Himmel! Cora's dead. You killed her.
Oh, I hope so.
Come on, Lotis, we're getting out of here.
Oh, what got into me? What did I do that for? Oh, even if she did take Jim away from me. Oh, how can I do a thing like that? Why, it's murder, I tell you. It's murder. I guess I was crazy for those few minutes.
Will you go with me tomorrow to the hospital and see Coralie?
Yes. Yes, I'll go with you, Mr. Collins.
Well, good afternoon, Miss Lee.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Collins. I'm sure glad you brought Mrs. Newton.
Hello, Mom.
Jimmy! Well, I thought you were at school. What are you doing here?
Mr. Collins brought me, Mom. He said Mr. Lee wanted to see me. He bought me these flowers, too, to bring to her. Look, Mom.
Aren't they lovely? They're the nicest flowers I've ever had from anybody. Jimmy and I've been having a nice visit, haven't we, Jimmy?
Swell.
Now, look, Jimmy, we'll have lots more visits. But would you wait outside now while I talk with your mother and Mr. Collins?
Sure, Miss Lee.
Now, look, Mrs. Newton. Please let's not say anything about what happened yesterday. I had it coming, but it wasn't all my fault. They lied to me, Riker and Ortiz, about how things were between you and your husband, and I never knew anything about Jimmy.
You'd better tell Mrs. Newton the whole story.
I want to. Well, I did like Jim. I was crazy about him, but he never gave me a tumble. So Riker suggested that if you send his things out to him with word that you were through, well, I mean, if we brought them and told Jim that, why, then maybe I'd have a chance. But I know now that I never would have had.
You've seen Jim these last 6 weeks.
Yeah, in that new discovery camp 90 miles from the railroad north of Kingman. I was running a boarding house there. That's how I met your husband and his partners, Riker and Ortiz.
But why didn't Jim write me?
Oh, but he did. But he trusted Riker to mail the letters. Instead, Riker burnt them. I never realized until yesterday what Riker intended doing, and last night after the doctor attended me, why, I got to thinking about the risks Jim was running being mixed up with those two men. And I knew he had an offer to sell out his interest in the mine, and so Mr. Collins helped me send a wire to Jim advising him to take the offer and get back here as soon as he could. We sent it in care of the sheriff, and so we knew it'll reach him. Why, Mr. Harris fixed that.
Oh, thank you. Can you ever forgive me?
Now listen, Mrs. Newton. I'm the one that needs forgiving. But if it's all right with you, let's just forget the whole thing and pretend it never happened. Now, can't we do that?
Of course, if you're willing to.
Mom, Dad's here.
Your father? Oh, he's here?
Yeah. Can I bring him in, Miss Lee? Can I?
Sure, Timmy. Bring him in.
Oh, Jim.
Honey. Gosh, I'm sure glad to see you and Jim again.
Oh, Jim, darling.
No.
I'm so glad to see you.
You'll have to kind of excuse my wife, folks. She cries easy, always has, and we haven't seen each other for quite a while. But Cora, what happened to you? What put you in the hospital?
Oh, a little accident, Jim. Nothing serious. I'll be back tossing flapjacks within 10 days at the latest, the doctor says. Get my wire?
Yes, and I got the money, too, for my interest. Thanks a lot. I guess you've met my wife.
Sure, we've met. But you haven't met Mr. Collins.
Well, I'm sure glad to meet you, Mr. Collins.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Newton. You won't mind my having a mining engineer make a report on that claim of yours?
Mind? Say, that's what I've been trying to do for years. Only I've never had enough money to hire a good one.
Well, now look, I think Miss Lee has had enough company for one day.
Sure. Come on, everybody.
Goodbye, Cora. Thanks for everything. We'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye, Mrs. Newton. Hey, Jimmy.
Yes, Miss Lee.
Would you do me a favor?
Sure, Miss Lee.
Stay and talk to me for a while. You know, Jimmy, your parents haven't seen each other for quite some time, and they might like to, well, kind of get acquainted.
Why, I'd love to.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, ends the story that I have entitled The Avenging Angel Strikes Again. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard the concluding chapter of a true-to-life story brought to you by Detective Nicholas B. Harris, internationally famous Los Angeles criminologist and chief of the detective agency bearing his name. Although this was a true story, fictitious names and places have been used throughout this narrative. The story was dramatized for radio presentation by Ralph Burchard and as a Carol and Cairo production. Those participating in the radio drama were Dorothy Wade, C. Andre Fox, Bob Holton, Carolyn Cairo, Calvin Ellison, and Charles E. Bender. And now may we call your attention to a new series of crime prevention programs featuring Detective Harris entitled How Detectives Work. This new series is heard each Sunday afternoon over this same station at 12:30 p.m. All the scientific methods used in modern-day crime prevention are explained by Mr. Harris. Remember the time, 12:30. The station, KECA, and the program, How Detectives Work, featuring Detective Nicholas B. Harris. Next Tuesday, the Nick Harris program will be heard at its regular time, 8:15. Remember, next Tuesday night at 8:15, another Salute to the Law, presented by Detective Nicholas B. Harris.